What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time excited to bring you my launch review of Baldur's Gate 3. This time right as the embargo lifts, which should be right when the game is launching as well. However, with no preloading available, you might be checking this out while the game is finishing downloading, which of course means that I was provided a review copy for this ahead of time, which I've had in my hands for about 5 days at the time of this video, though more specifically, I got it on Sunday at about noon, which surprised me a little bit. I was not expecting to get one, but with the short window, it's pretty much all I've been doing the past few days, which is how I was able to complete a full playthrough ahead of time. Normally, I would review a game after 100%, but this game is massive and that is going to take me months. That is still coming, that is still happening. But because it's going to take so long, this time we're doing a launch review since I've played the entire thing and can share my full thoughts. The last thing I want to mention here before we actually dive into this, however, is that I won't be talking about any spoilers in particular. I will be trying to keep those to a minimum, though what I would consider a spoiler and what somebody else considers a spoiler might not exactly line up, which means there might be some contextual stuff in the footage, as no one has really seen much of this game in person at the moment, which means that some of the footage could qualify as a potential spoiler. So certainly keep that in mind. From there, though, let's actually get into this. Baldur's Gate 3 is aiming to push CRPGs to the height of what they can be. And in many ways, I think they succeeded at that. However, there are a few small hiccups, which we're absolutely going to get into, because the game is by no means perfect, because nothing is. However, while we will talk about a few of those problems that I ran into over the course of this review, I do think that Larian Studios has largely succeeded at what they were trying to do here, as even from one playthrough, the size and scope of this is immense. And I can tell already I'll be playing through this probably a dozen times. That said, on the subject of a playthrough, I mentioned I played through this one full time. That took me about 50 hours, though I would not expect that for everyone. I played this game a lot in early access, which means I was able to fly through the first act of the game very quickly while not really missing anything at all. And I also specialize in this particular type of video game, as CRPGs are near and dear to me. So with that in mind, I think Larian's own estimate of probably 70 to 80 hours for a full playthrough is much more likely for people who don't do this for a living. I also played the game all the way through on normal, trying to see as much of the game as I possibly could in one go. That means swapping out origin characters all the time, mixing up my party to see what they had going on quest-wise, trying to do everything before I moved on, etc. And while I by no means saw everything, because this isn't the type of game you can possibly see in one playthrough, I do have a pretty solid understanding of how things work and how all the pieces fit together now. That said, I like to kick off newly released games with a mention about how the game is working on a technical level, as I imagine that is forefront in people's mind right now, as we do not see how it is performing for everyone here on PC for its initial release, though do keep in mind this is coming to PlayStation 5 later in September. For PC, however, speaking for myself, I have a very high-end PC. I will try to put the specs in the description below, and if I don't remember to do it, they're on the channel's About page. On the technical side of things, I want to start this off by mentioning that I did not encounter anything game-breaking, but I did encounter a variety of issues, especially in the later parts of the game, that bear a mention. That said, the first part of the game, which was in early access for almost 3 years, was just about flawless. I didn't really have any problems there at all. Once I started getting to the later parts of the game is where I noticed the frequency of these things ramping up a bit. Probably the most consistent problem by far was frame rate drops. This happened to varying degrees everywhere in the game, but was by far the most pronounced in the city of Baldur's Gate, which is the last act or so of the game. And once I got to there, it became a pretty consistent issue where I'd play for a couple hours, the frame rate problem would start up and be persistent until I just relaunched the game, at which point it would clear up for a while before eventually coming back, which could certainly get a little frustrating at times. However, the game did crash in a handful of instances, though this was much more rare. And then, while less impactful to the game overall, there were a variety of minor bugs I would run into, like dialogue options just missing. There wasn't a bit of text to go along with the button to press for that dialogue option. I also ran into items that had a text string for a description instead of the actual description, or like I'd click on a book and it would just have like a file name inside of it instead of whatever text was supposed to be in said book, alongside a variety of other minor bugs. I will tell you though that that is better than I was expecting it to be. As someone who plays a lot of these types of games, CRPGs are notoriously buggy on release, especially the back halves that don't usually get tested as much. And while we can certainly see some of that here, as I just explained, as I also mentioned right at the beginning of this section, I did not run into anything game breaking. While there were plenty of things that sort of broke my immersion, I was able to complete and do everything I wanted to do. There were just some hiccups along the way, and for a CRPG, that's pretty remarkable. And considering that most of that is in the later areas of the game, there's a good chance that a lot of people won't see that for quite some time, as the beginning area, again, is very polished. So make of that what you will. Moving on from there, though, I want to talk a little bit about the difficulty of the game, because there are 3 of them: Explorer, Balanced, and Tactician. However, a couple things to note here is that this is a game that focuses more on role-playing than being extremely difficult. So even the balanced mode was very easy for me as someone who plays a ton of these types of games. If you're not familiar with 5th edition D&D, which we'll talk a bit more about in the combat section, you might have more of a challenge on the balanced mode, but if you're familiar with that rule set and know how to build an effective party, you can overcome normal difficulty without even really trying to min-max or anything or doing anything special. However, if that's still a little too much for you, if you're new to the game altogether, you can pick Explorer, which is a much easier experience. Now, I did mess around a little bit with Tactician, just comparing the differences between normal and it, and on Tactician, you'll often run into encounters where there are simply more enemies, and the enemies that are there seem to actively try to kill you, as opposed to just down your character, meaning that more or less the AI is a little more ruthless on Tactician, though that is something I will probably expand more on in my 100% review, because as of this moment, I only messed around with it a little bit. Though again, do keep in mind that this game is huge into the story and the characters you are interacting with and their stories, and combined with an already very approachable rule set makes this a very welcoming game to beginners for the genre. Probably one of the best in that regard, truth be told. And this is probably a great place to mention that they reworked the tutorial from the early access period as well. It is significantly shorter, and they do a much better job of tutorializing you at the same time. So just another way the game is very approachable. From there though, let's talk story. As I mentioned, I'm not going crazy in depth here. However, there are a few broad mentions that I want to talk about, both as a fan of the genre and the series, meaning the previous games. And while none of that should spoil you on this game, if you want to play it safe, this video should be time-stamped. You might want to jump ahead here. Now, as many people already know, the basic plot setup is that we get captured by mind flayers and infected with a mind flayer tadpole that should theoretically turn us into a mind flayer ourselves. Obviously, no one wants to burst into a mind flayer unexpectedly and lose their free will, so that's a pretty pressing issue that would like to get cured. In doing so, we will run across a much larger plot which, alongside the tadpole, makes up the bulk of the story, or at least the main story. From there, a few just general points about it. For starters, they slightly reframed it compared to the early access. And again, this is an area where it's hard to talk about without spoiling it, but the context of the tadpole and its effect on you in the game has been changed. For instance, the early access had a part right after character creation where you made a second character that was supposed to be like the person your character dreams about. However, now this is along the lines of you needing a guardian instead. So that whole bit of the plot, while still essentially the same, it feels like, just got a slight tweaking to feel a little better, which personally I appreciated a lot. Beyond that, a common thing that came up with this game in particular was how does it relate to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and does it carry forth that name? I will not go into specifics, of course, but I can confidently say, as someone who has played the previous 2 games extensively, reviewed both of them, made a new player's guide for them, alongside story supercuts, this game absolutely connects to those previous games in what I would consider a very direct way. Even beyond just the literal plot connecting, the story itself uses much of the same structure, with us starting away from the city itself and then over the course of a journey arriving at the city where the plot threads all came together, such as we saw in the first game. There are also loads of returning characters, many of which show up in surprising places, which I enjoyed immensely. I think they did a really good job with that, and they also captured the essence of what those characters were to begin with in the previous games. And because of that, I can say that they did a better job with that than I was honestly expecting. However, on that note, I will say that they play it a little loose with the timeline of events directly before the game. I don't want to get too deep into lore nerd stuff here because it doesn't make much of a difference. And ultimately, I'm fine with it as it is a fantasy game, so I think hand-waving a few of the last decades of major events in terms of the exact timing isn't a big deal. But something I noticed as someone who's really into this is that some of the timing of the events leading up to this game have been made very, very vague in order to fit this story, which is probably the right move, honestly. If anything, I do think the game is better for it, but something to keep in mind. The story overall had a couple of what I would consider weaker moments, mostly towards the later part of the game, which might have simply been down to some of the bugs I was experiencing. However, broadly speaking, I loved the story. I was very impressed with it. The cinematics and everything are remarkable, and the way the game responds to the things you've done up to that point and culminates into this big moment where everything you've done is represented left me feeling incredibly satisfied with how this game ended. I was thrilled about it. This game nails choice and consequence. The reactivity of it is something I was expecting, as Larian's previous game, Original Sin 2, did reactivity incredibly well. However, what that game struggled with was long-lasting consequences. It seems like with Baldur's Gate 3, they also nailed the consequences part of it on top of the reactivity. And because of that, I can tell this is a game I'm probably going to play through a dozen times before you guys see that 100% review at the very least. And that includes save scumming all the various ways you can play out situations through those playthroughs. So if you couldn't tell, I'm very excited about what they did here narratively. From there though, let's talk character creation. So a few things to note about character creation right away are that it is of course the updated version that we saw recently with the new UI and everything, but a few notes on this. For starters, they added in a lot of the options we were expecting, but I did notice they also took a few away. For instance, a cleric had some of the deities removed. You can no longer be a cleric of one of the dead 3 gods, for instance. Though most of the changes here, I can see why they made them. Beyond that, we can make a completely custom character, or we can pick up an origin character, which is to say a character that would otherwise be a companion if we're not playing them outside of the customizable one called the Dark Urge, who is limited to only your character. Now, the reason you might want to play an origin character as opposed to a custom character is because they are directly tied to the story. They have their own personal story that ties in with the rest of the plot. So if you play as them, you'll get a little extra story content that you wouldn't otherwise. And while I've got videos explaining each of these characters a bit more in depth, you can play an introduction directly in character creation, showing you what this origin character is all about and giving you a basic idea of who they are. However, outside of the Dark Urge, you cannot edit the appearance of any of the origin characters. They are a set character. However, you can respec their class. For instance, Will is typically a warlock, but you can make him any class you want after you get into the game a little bit and find the character who can respec you or raise your dead companions, that kind of thing, which I feel is important information to people. However, because these origin characters have stories, some of which are tied to their base class, respecing them into something else or just respecing them to fit your party, as if you are playing a warlock, maybe you don't want to bring Will along as a second warlock in a party size of 4, you can definitely do that. Just keep in mind that this might cause a few issues with that particular character's story, but it's not going to be a big deal, and I wouldn't let it stop you from playing the way you want to play. Now, in terms of the rest of the details for character creation, outside of things like the addition of body types, etc., and just more options in general to make the character you want to make, there's also picking your class and all of the abilities that go with that. I've already made videos on all of those, but the monk is coming out tomorrow. So if you want more information, I would go watch those videos, as this is just too much to cover here in this review. But while I love the way they implemented these classes and everything they do, there are a few things here and there I would have liked to seen changed. I am also a little bit on the fence about this new UI, and that is purely because if you click the big proceed button down at the bottom, the game will actually just take you to the next part of the introduction or throw you into the tutorial potentially, which means you might not realize that on the left side of the screen, that's where you're clicking through the check marks to make sure that you're customizing your character the way you want. And then that stuff on the left side of the screen isn't your appearance. Your edit appearance button, of course, is down there on the middle left. And while I like the general layout and information presentation, I do think they have a few changes here they could adjust to make this a little bit more player friendly. But that is admittedly an
I love that. I love that he said it. I love that he said it. I love that he said it. I love that you said something about the character select screen. Thank God somebody else sees the problems. They all just suck dick all day. They think that's normal. No, it's not normal. It's not normal. I've seen a better day. I have seen a better time. I've seen a better way. I've seen a better way than what they do right now. I'll tell you right now, I've seen a better way.
Incredibly minor. Ultimately, though, you should be able to make a character you're really happy with, though do keep in mind this isn't like Fallout 4 levels of face adjustments, though there are a ton of options for you to choose from, so you'll likely find something you enjoy. With that in mind, let's talk progression systems.
I love that you mentioned Fallout 4 level of character select.
In this game is divided up into a few.
Is somebody who's actually fucking good. Actually good. You know what I'm saying? Everybody says they're good, but then they suck dick and die all day. Everybody says they're good, but this is somebody who's actually good at video games. It's very rare. I'd say for every 1 in 20 million people who think they're good at video games, it's actually 1 in 20 million are good at video games, and this is one of them.
Different systems, but the biggest, of course, being leveling up. Leveling up follows mostly the 5th edition class rule sets with a few adaptations made to fit the game. That said, there is a level 12 cap, of course, which has been widely known up to this point. And while I won't bore you with the level up process for every class or anything, I will say that the 12 level spread.
By the way, guys, I'm sorry, it's a slow start today. It's a slow start today because it is Baldur's Gate 3 launch day. Gonna play Baldur's Gate 3 all day, right? But I mean, it is launch day, so everybody in the fucking world is downloading this game right now. They just woke, like the U.S. just woke up. I'm talking like just woke up. Like in the last 5 hours, all of between 7 and 12 p.m. All of the United States woke up, right? So yeah, in that 5 hours, Baldur's Gate 3 had to supply, you know, whatever it is, millions and millions and millions and millions of copies on Steam. So this was a big day for Steam, and it was a big day for Baldur's Gate 3. And as you can see, I had to do an 82 gig download, guys. 82 gigs. I might have to start over. When I fire up this game, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen, guys. I don't know what's going to happen. Do I restart my old save? Do I restart the game over? I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I really am excited. I have no idea what's going to happen. Do I get to keep the story? Do I have to start over? Do I have to do the whole thing over again? I don't know what it is. We're going to get in there and we're going to see. I'm going to be disappointed when they say start over, but I think they're going to say start over. I think they're going to say start over, and I don't know. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, I lost 20 hours there, but boy, did I love Baldur's Gate 3 when I played it, though.
The game felt a lot better than I was expecting
it
to.
Yeah, a lot better. It felt a lot better than I expected it to. I was like, this is a playable game. It's going to play just fine. It's going to get me all the way through the entire fucking story, this dense story.
Of these games, typically they'll go to the max, which with this rule set would be 20.
Bard.
However,
I might go Bard. I'm going to go Bard because the rest of them are good enough. I'm going to go Bard for main. I'm going to go Bard for main because that's what I always played anyways. I don't care.
By the time you get to level
I'm gonna
12,
be
you're already
a
going to be
melee Bard. I'm going to be a melee Bard for main character if they make me reroll. If they don't make me reroll, I am sitting cleric main. Cleric main.
very powerful.
I think I'll be the Bard, and I'll bring a 2-weapon fighter and a 2-weapon barbarian, and we'll bring Bard, Barb, fighter, cleric. Very simple. See it? No druid, no monk, no paladin, no ranger, no rogue, no sorcerer. No sorcerer. I'm sorry. Instead of I will force the fighter to tank, and instead of a barbarian, I think I'll bring a sorcerer. But my problem before was that I stepped on poor what's her name? I can't think of the cleric girl. The cleric girl is kind of cool. She annoys me, but she worships the death goddess, which is so weird. She's a shadow cleric, which really bothered me. So I was like, nah, I'll step in with my own cleric then. But I mean, I think I will go Bard, cleric, sorcerer. I'm fairly sure. Bard, cleric, sorcerer. So like 3/4 of the party are really weak. So the barbarian really, I don't know. The sorcerer's got to do a lot of CC, and the bard's got to do a lot of CC, and the cleric's got to do a lot of CC. But the barbarian just choose true targets. Schwach, 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 schwach. Oh, I killed this guy. Schwach, 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 schwach. Oh, I killed this guy. Schwach, 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 schwach. Oh, I killed this guy. Oh, schwach, 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 schwach. I killed these other 5 guys, and you guys are alive, right? Oh yeah, we're fine. The bard kept us alive. The cleric kept us alive. The sorcerer's been nuking your targets. We're fine. And there's that look at it his screen. I'm gonna do it on his screen because I can't get into the game right now. You know, I'm updating it on launch day. I'm updating it on launch day. Barbarian, bard, fighter, wizard. I think barbarian, bard, cleric, wizard. Barbarian, bard, cleric, wizard. And I'm gonna be the bard.
In the realm of these games, and as we'll get into a bit later, you can already do some really broken stuff, so I don't think it was necessary to go higher. But with the relatively low cap and being able to end Act 1 at like level 6
I'm
or
gonna
7,
make all of them melee somehow. Barbarian, bard, cleric, wizard, and all 4 of them are gonna be melee. They've got to be melee. They're gonna be like double. They're gonna be like you know, what's that word? Dual wield. Like the bard, the cleric, and the wizard are all good. Well, the wizard's going to be a single-hander, but I mean, the bard and the cleric are probably going to be dual wield, crazy, like, you know, dual-handed, like shuck with both hands, like carving up like the best a single-hand combat person can be. That's what I want out of the bard and the clerics. So it's a crazy mix, but I've done this before. I have formed a 4 to 6 man Final Fantasy 11 party and tried to take them to the top. I've done this before. I'm talking to the top of the world of players. I'm not talking about the top of the world of Baldur's Gate 3. I'm talking about I formed a 6 man static and I tried to take them to the top of the world. You know what I'm saying? Top of the known player world.
Concern about how it would feel leveling up the game, and I'm happy to.
And I'll tell you how you do that. It's called TP cleave, or I'm sorry. Well, yeah, it's TP cleave. It's TP cleave. It's melee cleave. It's a bard so that the melee don't miss. It's actually not sorcerer really. It's barb, fighter, bard, cleric. And I don't think I'm gonna take a sorcerer because they piss me off and they take too much time. So we're gonna do a barb, a fighter, a bard, and a cleric, and that's it. And so the barb and the fighter and the bard are all killing everything melee, right? Including casters, which is not good. You know, like it sucks kind of, but we're weak to casters, so we kill them first, right? Cleric and the cleric. The cleric gets on it too, and all 4 of them are all next to each other, and they're all clumps, and they're getting AoE by sorcerers and killed. But I mean, like, all of them are also rangers, you know what I'm saying? Except for the bard. The cleric and the barb and the fighter are all rangers. So anything like magic. I mean, even the bard too, kind of. I think they're all rangers in their own right. Fighter, bard, and cleric are all rangers. They're all rangers. Cleric does melee, or cleric does magic. Bard, fighter, and barb, they all do melee, like full blown like bows. They all do bows. So anything ranged that's a problem, like a cast or anything, the fighter and the barb just switch weapons, pop to ranged, and they wither the barb and the fighter and the bard wither anything ranged that's trying to cast on them, because all three of them immediately, all right guys, pull out the bow, and all three of them are all right, shuck, and they all draw, right, and then the next turn 3 arrows come into whatever the fuck is casting on us, and it dies, including the cleric. It's four arrows come in on whatever. I mean, I can tell you what my layout's going to be on. I think I want to start over. I'm going to start over and do the entire story. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to do the entire story. I'm going to start over brand new because I don't like the party that I built. I'm going to do a drow bard. I'm going to do a drow bard and a barb, a fighter, and a cleric. And I know the combat's going to be easy because all I have to do is tell my melee to go attack something. That's it. And that's what I'm going to do. And the barb makes it so they don't miss. So when they swing, they hit, and that's with the hit bonus from the bard's whatever spell ability, right? I know what class, and I know what party I'm going to build, and it's not the party I already built. The party I already built, I needed to see sorcerer and cleric to understand what I was working with, and I think they're strong enough, but I really feel that barb and fighter are what's going to tear up this world.
Did a good job here.
They did do a good job here.
Level 12 about halfway through the last act of the game.
Yeah, he got to level 12 halfway through the last act of the game, which is pretty good.
Which gave me plenty of time to experience a full-powered character. Well,
I broke a $20 cart yesterday. I broke a $20 cart drumming on my table. Don't do that. Don't ever do that again. That's the worst mistake I've made in 10 years. The worst mistake I've made in 10 years is I broke a $25 hash cart drumming on my table. It's the worst mistake I've made in 10 years. Don't do that. Don't do that.
While also not having me max level.
But you know what? We can sometimes lose $25 packs of cigarettes. We can sometimes do that. I haven't done that in 10 years. But I did last night. I lost a $25 pack of cigarettes. Don't be doing that.
Level at like halfway through the game and just kind of ending the progression. So
I was too drunk, and I drummed on the table, and I smashed my cart. And I lost $25 worth of marijuana. Don't be doing that. Don't be like me.
Really do think they nailed that part of it.
Yeah, they did. They nailed it. They fucking nailed it. So where are we at right now? We're at 58 out of 81. So, yeah, we're going live here, guys, in a minute. We're going live day one. Day one. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah! It's a good time to be alive. Woo!
Another form of progression is the Illithid skill tree. We have a tadpole in our head, and
the tadpole in our head tells us that we must get the tadpole out of our head.
You are the type that is tempted by power. You can
the tadpole in your head says you must get the tadpole out of your head, or you're gonna die. You have a tadpole in your head, and it's called obsession. You must let it go. You must let it go, or you will die. You must let the obsession tadpole that's eating your brain, you must let that go, or you will die. And this is Baldur's Gate 3. Literally, Larian, one of the AAA developers, triple anus developers, trying to tell you that your sick, stupid obsession is going to eat your brain, because it absolutely will. I'm not the only one. The rest of them are all telling you this as well. Your sick obsession will eat your small, stupid brain. Easy. The tadpole obsession that's eating your brain will flay your mind. It will flay your mind.
Actually find more of these tadpoles, consume them, and unlock...
Yep, see it? But you can actually go love the obsession and become a really true, sick, twisted fucking being that dies at the end. If you want to die at the end, you can take the Mind Flayer tadpole and follow your sick obsession all the way the fuck through and die at the end. Or you can have a normal life.
Extra powers at the...
Extra powers, etc. Yeah, you get the extra power of making everybody around you miserable. Yeah.
risk of corrupting yourself.
Yeah, miserable. As in, everybody around you is miserable because they know you die at the end and lose the fight. You inevitably die at the end. If you act like a sick, obsessed retard your entire life, you inevitably die at the end with no friends, no help, and everybody kind of laments how stupid you were.
As generally speaking, being...
Just saying, like Hitler. Think Hitler. You know, you die alone in that fucking bunker with no friends except for Ava Braun, who you tortured and chained. You know, like all the other friends that you've had. And you die alone in that bunker, and everybody universally thinks you're the greatest idiot of all time. That's how it ends.
A mind...
You choose the Mind Flayer obsession. You die like Hitler in the bunker. You fucking bitch, straight bitch-made motherfucker. Act like a bitch. Get treated like a bitch.
Flair is not something people aspire to. However...
No, not something people aspire to. Do you hear the lyrics? Do you hear the songs we wrote? Not something that we aspire to. Obsession? No, we don't aspire to that. We don't give you respect for it. We don't ever go, props, bro. Great obsession. We don't, props, bro. Great obsession. And anybody who thinks that is just obsessed and stupid. Nobody ever gives you props for your sick obsession. Nobody.
Getting these powers can give you massive boons on top of...
You can get strong this way, yeah, but you're still goddamn Sith. You're Sith Mind Flayer, obsessed, sick motherfucker.
Of what your class can do. And I will say, I played through this entire game without touching the Illithid powers until the very end where I just...
Wow, no, I abused those. I abused the hell out of those.
Reloaded a save and used all of them at once just to see what it was like. But even with completely normal characters that were not using any of these powers, I was tearing this game apart on normal. So don't feel like you have to use these. But
thank God. They were like, we can't make this game hard like we want to. We want to make this game hard and shut everybody out because we're from some stupid fucking like life belief that difficulty equals good. No. Difficulty does not equal good. Being good at something does not equal good. Being passionate about something equals good. Passionate. Not good. Passionate. Which is why Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance was such an important book. This was a quadriplegic who learned how to tune and ride motorcycles without ever tuning and riding motorcycles. Right? And this is entirely possible. You can be a quadriplegic supermaster at something with no arms and no legs. This is possible. It's been done. Woo! It's been done. It's been done. It's been done. You know what I'm saying? It's been done. It's been done. We have people who step to the hardest fucking difficulty level, extra super hard quadriplegic legendary difficulty, and still kick the world's fucking ass. Kick the world's ass in terms of being the best one there. Our quadriplegics can do it. Our quadriplegics can do it. They can step to the world stage and dominate the world on something physical like motorcycle repair. It is entirely possible. Everything is entirely possible except for what you've told yourself or tried to tell me what I can and can't do, motherfucker. I will do what I want to do all the time, same as you. I will do what I want to do, always, including going to space.
I will say the skill tree is the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, the tip of the iceberg.
There's more to this system.
Do you hear the strong language that he's using? You got to hear it like the true Radiohead fanatic that I am. You got to listen to what they're saying. Tip of the iceberg, strong, replays, etc. You got to listen to the strong language he's using on the launch day, launch review.
That I can't talk about without outright.
And thank God for Mortismal Gaming. Mortismal Gaming, understand me? Mortismal Gaming, 210,000 subs, 1.2 thousand videos. 1,200 videos. 1,200. I think I'm good with 5. He's at 1,200. And this is what I must do as well. This is what I will do by the end of my career. He did it in the first 5 years of his career. At the end of my career, I will reach 1,200 videos. What am I at right now? I am at, let's go to my own channel, right? How many videos of my own videos? I have 602 videos. So I have already reached half of what he's done. I think that's a good sign. Every single video on this 602 videos list has been universally reviled and hated, which means that I'm going to be more successful than him. I'm going to be more successful than him. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, 1,200 videos, 602 videos. We can compare it. 210,000 subscribers, 49 subscribers. But see, already at 49 subscribers, I have done not half, but I have done some work. Do you see this ratio? Out of the 1.2K videos he did, he got about 100 subscribers per, I'm sorry, 200 subscribers each. No, it's not even. It's like 100 subscribers. It's like, no, it is. Well, it's not 100. It's 100. He got 150 subscribers per video on average. 150 subscribers per video, right? I'm already pulling that half that on my 600th video. So I did what he's doing in half the time, and it doesn't seem like that to you till you understand. Till you understand, and in like 10 years you're gonna understand. But I mean, I can show you, I can try to take shots at my own future with a bow over the hill, you know. I'm gonna try and take a shot at my own future and try to nail a target in the head from over the mountainside and shoot up over the apex into something I can't see, and try to beg and try to cajole and try to convince and laugh and just bully my way through. Trying to build a career out of this. But I mean, like, you know, this is somebody who actually did it, and I need numbers like that. But see, the difference is I have half those numbers already, at least for half of it, right? You begin to see that I might actually maybe surpass this guy. I might surpass this guy. We'll see. Like Mortismo Gaming with 210,000 subscribers. I think he's the greatest thing on YouTube when it comes to gaming right now. So my goal is to beat his 210K in 5 years. 5 years, right? And I love Mortismo. I think he's the greatest thing on fucking YouTube. You can hear it in real time. Right? The launch review.
But
listening to him talk, you know who he reminds me of is Mad Season Show. Mad Season, right? Mad Season was a really fucking good fucking, I mean, he still is. You know what I'm saying? React streamers and hey and all this. Mad Season. You know who Mortismo reminds me of? Mad Season. Nerds who do the fucking work. Thank God for nerds who actually do the fucking work. And no, neither of these guys are particularly charismatic. They don't have high charisma skills. They've got drony, boring voices because they're anal retentive nerds who are extremely detail oriented. And we love these men. You know who it's like? It's like Nicolas Cage. It's like Nicolas Cage. We love our Nicolas Cages who are extremely fucking uptight and extremely fucking detail oriented. We love them to death because we are detail oriented. We tend to hype things. We tend to overspeak. We tend to be hyperbolic about it. These guys are not hyperbolic. They won't ever say anything on their fucking video that just isn't true. They just won't say it because lies are not what these guys deal with. Their power is information and experience, and we love them. We love our anal retentive nerds, and thank God I'm not one of them. No, I'm not one of them. I'll tell you, I'm an anal retentive nerd, but I'm not one of them. I'll tell you right now, I'm not one of these guys. I'm not one of these guys.
The skill tree is the tip of the iceberg. There is more.
I don't give a flying fuck about the details. I just want to reach the end. I want to be there partying at the end. Hey guys, I reached it too. Let's dance together. Let's dance together at the finish line. I made it too. I got there in a really weird way with a barb and a cleric and a fighter and another two-handed fighter. You know what I'm saying?
The system that I can't talk about without outright spoiling it.
I made it too, and I didn't do it with detail-oriented fucking nerd bullshit. I made it too, through my personality. I did it through my personality. They inevitably always have incredibly good taste in music, in video games, whatever it is, they unerringly, whatever the word is, like unerringly have good taste. These fucking, you know, they step to the world thinking, man, there's a bunch of screws loose and a bunch of screws getting popular and famous, and they're a bunch of screws. All they ever do is entertain people. They never deal with fact or experience. So these fucking nerds like Nicolas Cage step through. Like I think of them as Nicolas Cage, and they're like, no, you should be detail oriented and you should be a nerd to be successful in video games. And they step and they're like, haha, we're better than you. We played the games 50 billion times to completion. You did it once. And they're right about that. They're right about that. The detail-oriented nerds always beat the game to completion 50 times. And I'm sorry, I'm not one of them. I don't give a flying fuck about the details. Life is about the journey, not the fucking details, you fucking anal retentive nerds. Life is about the journey, not the destination. Let's think about what you do with your life. Is it door camp, harassment, retardation? Or is it making yourself better? Ask yourself that.
Experimenting with making dislike counts private. Now, this again is about protecting all creators and making sure they have a chance to succeed and feel safe in doing
so. Tool!
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. So, did I nail it?
They're always monotone. They're always anal, quite literally anal. They think about butts all the time. They're ass men. They're retentive. They conserve data in their brains, right? They retain the data. They retain it in their heads. They're usually geniuses, and I hate them. I usually hate my fucking monotone nerds. I really hate monotone nerds. I don't know why. I just do. I want to beat them up when I hear them. When I hear them speak, I want to beat them up. I don't know what it is, but something about it.
I know it's...
But I still love them. I still love them with all my heart and soul at the same time, and I worship them, and I thank God for Nicolas Cage. Thank God for the Nicolas Cages of the world. They speak in monotone. They're genius. They have good taste, and they don't say things that are hyperbolic. They say things that are true. They are unerringly, unerringly honest. Because they don't work in fiction. The fiction is something that they actually usually don't like. They don't like fiction. They don't like creativity. They don't like messing around. They don't like thinking outside the box or any of that stuff. They want to master the box. They want to master the box and be the best one in that box. And you know what? Somebody's got to be the best one in that box. If it's somebody, it's going to be Nicolas Cage. We love him to death.
Been a little bit since we
love them to death. People like this do videos like Baldur's Gate 3 launch reviews and get in with the skinny. You know, they get in with the skinny. 11,000 views in 2 hours. 11,000 views in 2 hours. Yeah! Let's go, Mortismo! 11,000 views in 2 hours is like a fucking industry fucking phenomenon. It's an industry phenomenon. That's like a music video launch or something like that. And you gotta cry tears of joy when you see it. There's somebody who mastered their fucking box. They mastered their box. They mastered the box. I don't give a flying living shit about that. I don't give a living shit about mastering the box. You know what I'm saying? 310,000 views.
I'm very sorry about that. I think it's been about 2 years actually since my last.
So anyways, that's enough of Mad Season show. We come back to a better nerd. which is Mortismo.
There are absolutely a couple more points to be made about
somebody who has a lot more passion is Mortismo. Mortismo's got the passion. You gotta cry tears of joy when you see it, because you're like somebody with passion.
this that might be better served in a different video.
Might be better served in a different video. You can hear the passion. He's like, no, I'm not gonna cancel doing a video about it. I'm not gonna commit doing a video about it. I'm gonna say it might be served in a different video. And that's how a true master of the medium deals with his subject content. He says it might be covered in a different video. I don't know. We don't know if we're going to talk about this yet. We'll see how we feel in a year. There's an anal retentive nerd doing what he does best. Anal retentiveness. And covering every last fucking detail. Every last detail.
Pretty cool system overall. Another point of progression, though, is of course the gear we have. So right away in Act 1, we can already find and see some items that were not in early access, which was pretty cool, but most...
Cool! We're gonna get... yeah, we have to start over. We have to start over today, guys. It's been confirmed. We have a brand new playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 with a brand new main character and all the experience all over again. We don't get to play our fucking jaded games that were done in the pre-release. We start over today. It has been confirmed. The Halberd of Vigilance confirms it. You can't get this in the playthrough that you already did. You can get it. You can get it if you start over. So we're gonna start over. We're gonna start over today because we want that Halberd of Vigilance for our wonderful level 12 Lizelle. Lizelle is a wonderful person and she needs a Halberd of Vigilance, and I'm not going to deny it to her by playing a fucked up, jaded, non-looted, like non-finished save. We're gonna start over today. It has been confirmed, and I'm crying because I have to start over, and I lost 20 hours of my life. But it's okay. I didn't lose the 20 hours, but I can't get them back, and we cry about this. We cry about lost time. When the assholes like the stream sniper steal it from you, you cry about the lost time. You do. Because it's like, Jesus Christ, man, what is wrong with you guys? You wasted our time. So we go back, we check the download. We're at 107 out of 125, as you can see.
Most of those are pretty tame. I did find that around Act 2 was where I started to really find a lot of awesome items. And
very good, and I haven't seen Act 2. Yeah, so we're gonna see it.
In fact, my main character's weapon was a great...
What a good time to be alive. The grass is grassing, the corpuscles are corpuscling, the sun is shining, and we're making hay.
Sword that I found in Act 2 that I then used for the rest of the game. But
we're making hay while the sun shines. Instead of attacking others and trying to bring others down, we're worrying about our own lives. Stop wasting your time worrying about someone else. Worry about your own life, you fucking scrub.
Blank, the game throws a ton of loot at you. A lot of it has really cool effects. Some stuff will just outright boost your ability scores to make you better in combat. Others...
I make music videos while you suck on my dick. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner?
Will have unique things that add damage to what you do, and there's so much cool stuff. I'm excited to see what the community does in terms of cheese with these, but still, very cool itemization. Now, before we move on, as I mentioned, progression-wise on normal, as someone who knew what I was doing, even playing through this for the first time, I was way overpowered, and I wasn't even using the really strong abilities, some of which I actually obtained through side quest rewards. And the example I want to use here is later in the game, by completing one particular side quest, I got a reward that gave me an ability to summon 6 ghouls all at once, but these ghouls also had the extra effect of potentially paralyzing anything they hit. And because 5th edition D&D is a game ruled by the action economy, that ability, which replenished on a short rest, which is almost nothing, was basically an I win button for the rest of the game. It was ridiculous. There were a couple fights where the paralyzation just didn't work because things were immune to it, but in almost every other instance, that ability was capable of carrying me through the rest of the game. Every fight, basically an I win button for the rest of the game. Even playing through this for the first time, I was way overpowered, and I wasn't even using the really strong abilities, some of which I actually obtained through side quest rewards. And the example I want to use here is later in the game, by completing one particular side quest, I got a reward that gave me an ability to summon 6 ghouls all at once, but these ghouls also had the extra effect of potentially paralyzing anything they hit. And because 5th edition D&D is a game ruled by the action economy, that ability, which replenished on a short rest, which is almost nothing, was basically an I win button for the rest of the game. It was ridiculous. There were a couple fights where...
It's good to know. What he just dropped is some really, really valuable information. I want to pay him money. I want to pay him money, which is why he's rich. This is how you succeed in the real world. You bring something to the table that no one else can bring, which is knowledge. Knowledge, bitch. Knowledge and power.
The paralyzation just didn't work because things were immune to it, but in almost every other instance, that ability was capable of carrying me through the rest of the game.
What's up, Mr. Rogers? We love our Mr. Rogers, somebody who's been coming in my stream for at least a year. Shout out to Mr. Rogers. I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, I'm getting some Canada Dry in the background. I'll be right back, baby.
Realistically, even that wasn't that necessary. And I tell you all that to mention that if you are a veteran of these types of games, you might want to just shoot for Tactician out of the gate. Though that brings us to combat. I made a video going over the basics of combat just a few days ago. If you want to learn more about it, go watch that video. Here in this video, I want to talk about some of the tweaks and changes they made that make this a better overall experience, because ultimately, this is based on 5th edition D&D, and that is a tabletop rule set, so some adaptations were necessary to make that feel fun in the actual game. And I was very, very pleasantly surprised at how much stuff they were able to outright port into the game in some way, on top of how they made adjustments to various class features and things to make them fit.
Canada wet. Canada wet. He is right about that. Canada wet. Okay, let's check our download progress. We are at like 90%, boys. We're going to get it. 114 out of 125. This was a 125 gig game. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. This is a good game. It's 125 gigs of a 2D isometric game, which means that it's big. It's got a lot of voice. It's got a big, girthy, throbbing execution.
Such as the Ranger got a revamp to some of their skills.
Such as the Ranger got a revamp today. The Ranger got a revamp today. Like Final Fantasy XI, the Ranger got a revamp today. I'm talking today. Ranger got a revamp yesterday. I mean, he cut this video 2 hours ago. Yeah. So he was talking about yesterday, but I mean yesterday. When you're watching YouTube might be yesterday. We don't really know when yesterday is. But yesterday he cut this video, and we know that as of yesterday, Ranger got a revamp in Baldur's Gate 3, which is such a good thing. Ranger got a revamp in Baldur's Gate 3, and we dance in the streets and we go, yeah! Ranger got a revamp. Ranger got a revamp. Ranger got a revamp.
Were more roleplay focused in the tabletop version, meaning that in a video game they wouldn't...
Right? No. I'm talking about Ranger in Baldur's Gate 3, which is released today. I'm talking today, as in like 10 hours ago, Baldur's Gate 3 released. 10 hours ago, Baldur's Gate 3 released. As I reach 100%, Baldur's Gate 3 was released. It is the greatest RPG of the year. The greatest RPG of the year. And there's some big contenders there, like Remnant 2, etc. There's some really good RPGs this year, but it's not like Baldur's Gate 3, though. This is a Skyrim quality RPG, and you are about to see it. I'm making that statement as I'm about to show you. Baldur's Gate 3 is a Skyrim level quality RPG. Full voiced, full video, full romantic sex, full everything. Full throbbing member of a game.
Mechanically do anything.
And so,
right away,
Yeah, Canada wet. Canada wet. I'm hyped. It's Baldur's Gate 3 launch day. That's like World of Warcraft launch day.
You're
You know
worried
what I'm saying? Like, it's a launch day. It's a launch day. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for the Canada wet. I'm hyped for the Baldur's Gate 3. We get a lot of good launches lately.
Something that wouldn't translate to a video game, I would tell you to go ahead and give it a shot, because in almost every instance...
As I drink my Canada wet and I wait for this download to finish... Oh my god, I'm 5 gigs away. I'm 5 gigs away!
I thought that would be a problem. I ran into something I felt was really well imagined. To give an example of this, at level 10, a cleric will get an ability called Divine Intervention, and in the tabletop...
DI is broken. DI has always been broken. DI is broken. Divine Intervention is broken. And so is LOH, which is Lay on Hands. Lay on Hands and Divine Intervention are fucking broken. And so is the other fighter thing, Bolster or something. Or no, Rally. Rally is also broken. That's when your main tank just lay on hands your priest or your cleric or your... That's when your paladin tank, instead of invincible, he just looks backwards and casts a 2,000 health point heal on your white mage who's tanking the other 2 black mage mobs, right? So, like, you know, lay on hands. It's an interesting concept in Dungeons and Dragons, but so is Rally, which is the fighter ability. Lay on hands is the paladin ability. Rally is the two-handed great weapon fighter ability, where the fucking fighter glances back, realizes that the cleric's been tanking 3 mobs for a while, kind of shrugs and says, I can't travel 20 meters to go get the 3 mobs off the white mage. I can't do that. So here, just have 2,000 health points. Enjoy. And the white mage suddenly is like, oh man, my health bar's full instantly. What? I'm gonna tank these mobs while you kill that nasty fucker. And the two-weapon fighter shrugs and says, yeah, I never went anywhere. I just hit him. I never went anywhere. I rallied you from 20 meters, and I kept fighting this shithead Demigorgon, you know? The fighter shrugs and says, well, I didn't do anything. I just healed you and moved on. And the white mage is like, oh my god, you lay on hands completely restored my health bar when I had 2 health left. 2 health. You filled my bar. How did you fill my bar? Oh, I'm a fighter, and for some reason I can just fill your bar. Oh, I'm a paladin, and for some reason I could just fill your bar. I could just fill your bar, just like World of Warcraft, just like Lay on Hands and Paladin and all the stolen from Dungeons and Dragons stuff, right?
Version. That basically means
Are we done? Are we done?
God to help them in some way.
We're not done yet.
Chance they will.
We're not done yet. Here we go. It's Baldur's Gate 3 launch day. 124.16 out of 125.77. We've got 3/4 of a gig to go, guys. Is it gonna finish? Is it gonna finish? Is it gonna crash? Is it gonna get it? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're almost there. 124.53. 124.58. 124.561. Whatever. We're almost there. It's 0.10 megabytes to go. Here we go. Or a gig. I'm sorry. Gig to go. A gig to go. A gig to go.
What they do is pretty much up to the DM. So how do you translate something like that to a video game?
I love the hype when it's real and it's deserved. I love the hype. I love it. I love my hype when it's real and it's deserved. You know? When it's deserved. We hype when it matters. We hype when it's deserved. We deserve our victories. We don't go fucking hyping up some bullshit fucking Diablo 4. We deserve our victories with Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, here, Larian essentially made this an ability that it would work every time you used it, but you could pick one of its 4 effects and use them one time.
You can one-shot a mob 3 or 4 times, but how you one-shot a mob 3 or 4 times should be done judiciously. Do you one-shot the game boss? Probably not, but you do everything else, including nasty sub-bosses. You just one-shot him with a wand that you got from some dark butthole of a crevice of a twisted dungeon in some backwater fucking burg that doesn't even have a vendor, right? You suddenly realize that you've been there for 5 hours because you just found this wand that one-shots 3 or 4 things in a single turn. And you're like, what? This wand. It's like the Harry Potter wand. It's like he who should not be named, right? You point at somebody and you're like, Cruciatus, and they fucking die in one turn. No fighting, no guns, no burning things or snakes or anything. Cruciatus, Expelliarmus, die! You know what I'm saying? And you found this wand in some deep dark dungeon in a backwater burg that has no vendors, so you're full of loot and you have no place to put it. And you're like, what the fuck? Why am I here? And I'm in some backwater dungeon that really makes no sense. And it's way too hard for a backwater dungeon. What's going on? And there at the end, after you kill the nasty Doom Dark Caster that casts Doom on you, that casts Doom on your main tank at the end of it, and your main tank bit it, and thank God for Resurrection Scrolls. Mr. Rogers says it's 200 CD-ROMs. 200 CD-ROMs. 200 CD-ROMs, right? Yeah, it is. It's 200 CD-ROMs. He's actually very accurate about that. This game is 200 CD-ROMs. That's the funniest thing, Mr. Rogers. That is the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. I love Mr. Rogers, always have. So the 200 CD-ROMs.
Period. It was one time per playthrough. Once you use that particular effect, you can never use it again.
I'd show it to you, but it looks like you can't even use it on multiple clerics, and it wipes the ability for past saves too. So because it is completely gone, even if I respec another character for it, right? Which he can't say because it's like an entire paragraph. He can't say that in the immaculately timed video. Excuse me. Immaculately executed video. He doesn't have the time for it, so he says it here. But what he said is fairly complicated. I'd show it to you, but it looks like you can't even use it on multiple clerics, and it wipes the ability from past saves too. What? It wipes the ability from past saves too, right? Because it is completely gone even if I respec another character for it. Which means that the ability that he's talking about, you can only get once across all of your saves. You can't reload once you've done that save. It blows your fucking mind what the levels that Larian is playing at. They're like, nah, you can save scum this, so we just make it so you can only use it on that one save. That's it. You can't save it ever again. You can only main save this. The minute that you get this ability, your quick save breaks, because then you could just save scum for the rest of eternity on Baldur's Gate 3 with a broken thing that one-shots everything, right? So they're like, yeah, you can't have this on all your saves. You can't have it. It breaks our game, so you can have it on this save. But anytime you try to use it on any other save, it's not there. And that, sir, is genius. I'm not even sure I'm not even sure I did justice to it in terms of the explanation. I'm just saying that Larian didn't like save scumming, so they wrote it out of it. They wrote it out of their game. They didn't like save scumming when it comes to the most powerful item in the game. So they're like, when you come to the most powerful item in the game, you can only use it on that save. You don't get it across all your saves. You can't just go to that dungeon, get that item as soon as possible, right? You get it once on that save. That's it. You don't get it on any other saves. So this is your cheating item save. You can cheat with that item and kill the main boss. You can kill the last boss with it once if you want. But you can't ever say that, oh, you're speedrunning our game by one-shotting the last boss with a wand. That's not speedrunning now, is it, you fucking little piss-ass fucking speedrunners? That's not a speedrun now, is it? No. It's you exploiting an item.
One of these would, within a large range of the cleric, completely revive and heal every one of the characters.
Completely revive and heal, right? All your characters, as in completely pick them all up. If all three of them are dead, it's like Mercy back in Overwatch before they nerfed her. You full revive, full heal. Which kind of breaks any game, if you think about it. especially RPGs. If you just revive and full res your entire party
around you. So needless to
what's the point? You can't die. You just revive in full res.
say that's really powerful, but you can only
It is really powerful.
use it once. And I thought that was a really cool interpretation of that ability in game, and that's just one example of something they do all the time. So broadly speaking, I think they made a really impressive amount of smart changes to things to make them work in the game. Probably my personal favorite for the Warlock class is that they changed the Pack of the Blade class feature at level 3 to allow your Warlock to make a pact with their weapon, essentially, or bond to their weapon.
Don't bond with your weapon, by the way, guys. If you are a young burgeoning warlock in the scene and you're doing pacts with the devil and you've got imps serving you and bringing you gold and robbing people in the background and stuff, and you're a nasty warlock in their own right, my advice to you is not to bond to your weapon, because weapons don't have souls. Gingers have souls. Weapons don't have souls. Weapons don't fucking care what happens to you. Don't bond with your fucking weapon and become its best friend and soulmate or whatever the fuck. It's a weapon. It doesn't have a soul. It doesn't care what happens to you. If you're a warlock, do not bond with your weapon. Your weapon doesn't give a shit if you live or die.
To give them extra effects. However, in the game here, they've changed this to work off the Warlock's primary ability score, which is Charisma.
If you make deals with the devil, one of these things is you can become bonded with your weapon or your armor or your boots or any of that shit. You can just become bonded with it, and it's like your soulmate now, and it works for you better than it does for any other boots in existence, right? So you have like boots of expeditious retreat forever because your boots are bonded with you. So whenever you run, it's like watching Usain Bolt run, you know? And sure, that's great, but my advice to you is not to bond to a fucking two-dimensional object that doesn't have a soul. That is evil, and you shouldn't do it.
Which means you're more likely to hit with a melee weapon.
I know you like that shotgun, and I know you want to have sex with your shotgun. I know you do. I know you want to have sex with your shotgun and marry it and have children with your shotgun. But you shouldn't bond with your shotgun. It doesn't have a soul. It won't kiss you back.
By picking Pact of the Blade. But in addition to this, while it didn't outright mention it in the tooltip, Pact of the Blade will also grant you proficiency in any weapon you use it on.
Jesus Christ. So no matter what, the Warlock is a master Hattori Hanzo fighter, because whatever weapon he picks up, he's a Grand Master at. The fighter looks over at the Warlock and it's like, what? How are you better at fucking polearms than me? And the Warlock grins and says, the devil. The devil taught me how to be better at the polearms than you. I'm better at the polearms than you. I have a pact with the devil. Fuck Warlocks. Gonna tell a World of Warcraft joke here, guys. It's a hypey one, but it's funny. How are a noob and a rogue similar, right? Gonna repeat it. How are a noob and a rogue similar? They both pick locks. Don't ever pick Warlock.
On top of giving you extra...
By the way, I'm gonna take a Warlock on this run. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna take a... Well, yes, I am. I'm gonna take a Warlock on this run. So don't do as Donnie Skycat doesn't. But I'm going to bring a Warlock on this run, but I don't recommend it. They're generally Satan-worshipping assholes who have a pact with the devil. Don't fuck with Warlocks, people. Warlocks are bad people.
Extra attack at level 5, which means that despite there not being a very popular subclass for...
Nobody likes Warlock, but I mean, they're extremely fucking powerful, though. They just tell the devil to cast a greater doom on a target. And the devil does that. You know, greater doom is fucked up. You get, in 75 turns you die. Doesn't matter what you are. It could be the last boss of the game. In 75 turns you die, bitch. I cast greater doom on you. You're dead. In 75 turns, all we have to do is live that long now. That's it. Cleric, get to work. I just cast greater doom on the last boss. So cleric, keep us alive while I run. right? And in 75 turns, the last boss is going to die, but you need to keep me alive. And the cleric's like, I'm out of spells. I'm out of spells. I can't keep you alive. And the warlock goes, but I put doom on the boss. He's going to die. And the cleric goes, I'm out of spells. I can't help you. And the warlock goes, oh, right. Satan doesn't help you when you're in trouble. Satan won't help you when you're in trouble. God will. Satan won't help you when you're in trouble.
For the warlock called the Hexblade, you can still do basically that with what they did with Pact of the Blade. So it's a nice sort of compromise, if you will, for them not being able to add every subclass.
Good players don't pick warlock. And I've said that for 15 years.
On a slightly more mechanical level in terms of combat, it's obviously turn-based, which I'm sure you've seen on screen plenty up to this point, which is also how the tabletop version works. And while the previous games were real-time with pause, they've done a lot of work into speeding this up and making it as quick as possible. And while it will occasionally drag...
When 125 gigs come on down the pipeline, it takes about half an hour to verify that all that 125 gigs is exactly what it should be. That is the experience. I'm sorry. That is the state. That is where we currently are. We're at about 40% verified. It'll be another 10 minutes. About another 10 minutes, I'd say.
Here and there. For the most part, I can confidently say, as someone who plays loads of turn-based games, this is the best implementation of turn-based I've experienced. It is remarkably smooth. And that's just one example of something they do all the time. So broadly speaking, I think they made a really impressive amount of smart changes to things to make them work in the game. Probably my personal favorite for the Warlock class is that they changed the Pack of the Blade class feature at level 3 to allow your Warlock to make a pact with their weapon, essentially, or bond to their weapon, to give them extra effects. However, in the game here, they've changed this to work off the Warlock's primary ability score, which is Charisma, which means you're more likely to hit with a melee weapon by picking Pact of the Blade.
So if you Pact of the Blade Warlock, because you're a melee Warlock, your melee damage is based off your Charisma, which is so technical and so crazy that I'm thankful that he told us about it, because I had no idea. Now, you can read this in the tooltip of the ability in the game, but you might miss it. You might miss it that the Warlock, if he stacks Charisma the entire game, becomes an incredibly good melee fighter on top of his crazy devil summoning, godless bullshit. Devil summoning godless bullshit. He's also, he's also Jet Li. On top of it, your Warlock is also Jet Li, and he's incredibly good at melee fighting.
But
and he has 20 charisma, so every woman in the land wants to have 10,000 of his babies. And it's like, Jesus Christ, Satan really blessed this Warlock now, didn't he? He's a Jet Li fighter, he's a terrible summoner, he's a crazy black mage, and he fucks every woman in the land on top of it. Fuck the Warlock, I'm jealous of him. I'm a drow bard, and I don't get as much pussy as the fucking devil-worshipping Warlock Jet Li guy does. Fucking Dungeons and Dragons humor. Our Jet Li Warlock keeps fucking all of our maidens before we can get to them, because he's got 20 charisma and he's got 20 damage every time he melee swings, and on top of it, he summons a crazy imp every time he takes a fart, and every time he summons a crazy imp, he also explodes for 10,000 black damage on everything around him.
in addition to this, well,
including us. So every time he nukes us, our cleric has to res us, but he also kills everything around us. He kills Satan. He's Satan's spawn, but he can kill Satan by dying. And when he dies, an explosion of dark energy like Sauron wipes out the entire battlefield and kills every guy on the battlefield. And our cleric shrugs and respawns with re-raise, casts re-raise Gaw on the entire fucking party. And the Warlock gets up and looks around, and there's 10,000 dead bodies, and he's like, shit, did I do that? And they look around and they're like, yeah, you did. You killed 10,000 people when you farted, when you died.
didn't outright mention it in the tooltip.
Dungeons and Dragons humor, and I shit you not, this is in the game. This is in the game.
The blade will also...
That stuff's in the game. It's right in front of you. Soul Breaker, great sword on a warlock, and he's wearing heavy plate, and he's got the most caster damage in the game, and he's got the worst pet damage in the game. He's a summoner, a black mage, and a fucking warrior all at once. It's a summoner, black mage, warrior. We don't say summoner, black mage, warrior. We just say warlock.
Grant you proficiency in any...
He's got 3 sub jobs, and they're all level 75, and they're all black mage, warrior.
weapon you use it on top of giving you extra attack at level 5, which means that despite the...
So you love your warlocks, right? We don't like warlocks because they don't make a lot of sense. They don't make a lot of sense. Nobody knows how to play a warlock. It's experimental. Do you sick the pet? Do you keep the pet back? Do you keep the pet to guard you? Do you sick the pet on the boss? Do you sacrifice the pet and get a full health bar? Do you sleep and use the pet to seduce your target? Like warlock is very technical. It's extremely technical, but it's extremely powerful.
There not being a very popular subclass for
not very popular subclass. No, notice he says subclass. Nobody likes to sub warlock because warlock is not a sub, it's a main, bitch. Warlock is a main. You would never sub warlock? No. You would never sub warlock? No. What, for a half-level pet that dies in 1 hit? You would never sub Beastmaster. I mean, you never would. You would never really sub Beastmaster. You would never do that.
The warlock called the Hex.
You could try it, and it's fun. I've done it, but you would never main it. You would never main Beastmaster. So you would never go. You would never go 75 Thief, 37 Beastmaster. That's not how that works. You're a 75 Beastmaster or nothing. Right?
You can still do...
Same with Warlock. You never would be a 75 Warrior, 37 Warlock. You would never do that because the pet dies in 1 hit. The spells don't do anything. The CC don't land. They just resist. And the Warlock gets his ass beat because he has no main abilities like I have sex with my weapons, so I one-shot you. Or anything like that. The Warlock doesn't get all this good stuff. So you would never sub a Warlock. You would never sub Beastmaster. You would never sub certain mains. No.
Basically that with what they did with Pact of the Blade. So it's a nice sort of compromise, if you will, for them not being able to add every subclass. On a slightly more mechanical level in terms of combat, it's obviously turn-based, which I'm sure you've seen on screen plenty up to this point, which is also how the tabletop version works. And while the previous games were real-time with pause, they've done a lot of work into speeding this up and making it as quick as possible. And while it will occasionally drag here and there, for the most part, I can confidently say as someone who plays loads of turn-based games, this is the best implementation of turn-based I've experienced. Plays loads of turn-based games. This is the best implementation of turn-based I've experienced. Plays loads of turn-based games. This is the best implementation of turn-based I've experienced. Plays loads of turn-based games. This is the best implementation of turn-based I've experienced. It is remarkably smooth. It also has a few hiccups here and there, to be sure, just so I'm not overselling it here. There were times where enemies like across the map would suddenly aggro for some reason, and then I'd have to wait for all their turns. So it's certainly not perfect, but it is very, very good. And I think with a little bit of polishing, this system could be fantastic. Even here, though, we see all sorts of choices and reactivity. Though right here at the beginning, when you're targeting something with an ability you're about to hit them with, it kind of shows you a general % chance to hit, and then some general modifiers under the enemy's name and health. However, one thing I would like here is a detailed breakdown of the % chance to hit, or at least an option to toggle that on, because while I know the system well enough to adjust it to a point where it's really not a big deal, things like getting to high ground, making sure you're in a well-lit area so you can see the enemy you're trying to hit, not trying to hit them with a bow when you're right next to them, that kind of thing. But it would be really nice to get a proper full breakdown of how that calculation is being made, because for me, someone who really likes numbers,
this is a really valid, wonderful complaint that Mortismo makes here, that a lot of us have on our minds right now. Is if you're gonna be this good, you should probably do it perfectly, and that tooltip is woefully underdeveloped. The tooltip in this game is woefully underdeveloped because you got to understand, when you take a melee shot at someone, just like Final Fantasy XI, it takes into... I've seen it before. I've seen the actual math, right? FFXI, DPS for dummies, right? FFXI is on my mind because Mr. Rogers came in, and he's a Final Fantasy XI private server friend, so FFXI is on my mind, right? So we're going to go through looking for a DPS dummy. Oh, no, wait. No. We're looking for an old article that somebody wrote for Nozomi. Damage Dealing 101, a light read, right? So when you do a melee swing in Final Fantasy XI or Dungeons and Dragons, first, your weapon damage is your weapon's damage rating, and the basic that's the damage number on each weapon. This then gets added into FSTR, which is F strength. We'll look at that in a moment. That number is then multiplied by a percent C diff to establish the base damage that will be dealt. But what is FSTR and CDIF? Let's first define FSTR. The basic principle of FSTR is that for every 4 to 6 strength you have over the mob's vitality, your damage rating will be increased by 1 up to a limit. That limit depends on the weapon, but for general purposes, you understand how really technical a melee swing in Dungeons and Dragons actually is. It's a bunch of dice rolls for the mob strength, for your strength, for the mob's dodge, for your hit, for your... I mean, like, when you do a melee swing in a good RPG, there is a lot of calculations to take into fucking... And it's true of real life. If you make a swing at somebody, the mathematics of the physics of a melee swing in real life is actually extremely complicated, and the same is true of RPGs, right? So the basic principle of F strength is for every 4 to 6 strength you have over the mob's vitality, your damage rating will increase by 1 up to a limit. That limit depends on the weapon, and the more heavy the weapon is, the more damage you'll do. So so a big great axe is going to do a lot more damage than a one-handed sword. But for general purposes, no matter what weapon you're using, you won't likely hit the cap unless you're fighting something very weak, which is something else that he's saying is also, it depends on what the level of the mob is too. If the mob is 5 levels lower than you, its chances of dodging your melee hit are very low. It's gonna get hit, you know. It's 5 levels lower than you. It's a piece of shit compared to you. It's smaller than you. It's weaker than you. It doesn't move as much. It's an armadillo, and you're a human. It can't run fast. It has a lot of armor, but a human can kill an armadillo pretty fast, you know. Just stab it a bunch of times. It's gonna die like anything else. And, you know, and so it's an armadillo. It's got it can take a lot of hits, but it can't hurt you. It can bite you. And if it bites you, you might lose a limb, you know, but you shouldn't, I mean, you shouldn't really fear it, because if you stab it a bunch of times before it bites you, it's going to die. So it should be noted that 4 to 6 strength for 1 point is a lot in comparison. So F strength equals player strength minus the mob vitality divided by 4 to 6 damage, or the C difference is also actually broken up into 2 parts. This is the math on a Final Fantasy XI and Dungeons and Dragons swing. It's actually crazy. Do you see it? This is something that most people have no idea is in Final Fantasy fucking 11. But it is true, and I'll drop this in the chat for those who do care to actually actually absorb this information. This information is extremely, you know, yeah, Pally Bubble, right? So anyway, this information is extremely valuable when you get down to it, because it's like, you know, accuracy and evasion, hit rate, right? Haste is a factor, right? So what Mortismo is complaining about is when you look at when you mouse over a mob in this game, what's happening is 22 dice rolls all depending on what choice you make. And those should be reflected in the tooltip, all 22 dice rolls and what your chances are on those dice, what the dice are, what their numbers are, and all that stuff. But instead, it just says 62%. And he's complaining about that because what really is going on in the background is this shit, right? And I'll show you the end, coefficient looks. I'm sorry, the end algebraic, the end sequence looks like something of this, right? It looks like something like this. The 85 weapon damage plus 30 strength, which is 30% of 100, is 115 times 1.75 equals 201 damage every time a warrior swings a two-handed weapon, right? Now, that's not very technical in and of itself. There's also a lot of other hidden stuff in that multiplier, but that is actually what the math is of a melee swing in a fucking, in an actual RPG. And he's complaining about this because they did oversimplify, and we take points away from them because of this. We take like 2.2 away. So what was going to be a 10 gets lowered down to like a 9.7, 9.8. Because it is not perfect. It's not perfect. They went for perfect, but they left really important things out, like the actual math of a melee swing. If the kid, he's a kid. He's like 15 years younger than me, or something like that. If Mortismal, if the kid could see his dice rolls on his melee swing, he would jizz in his little nerd pants, and that's what he wants, and that's why he brought it up. And honestly, I would too. I would jizz in my nerd pants if I could actually see the coefficient of what it was I was looking at when I choose to swing at something. You know what I'm saying? Because it looks like something like this. It looks like something like it looks like something like there. The C diff equals the P diff plus 0.5 times your level minus the mob's level. Something like that, right? And instead they give you some number like 68%, and that's not good enough, and he's right about this, and it's important to make the distinction. If you want to be a perfect nerd and make a perfect Dungeons and Dragons game, you probably better show those dice rolls instead of just saying 68%. And we deduct points because of this, and Larian knows it too. But Larian doesn't want to bore the people who don't like Dungeons and Dragons, so they just say 68%, right? So we say that's cool, but I mean, why not bore those people who don't like Dungeons and Dragons? They don't like Dungeons and Dragons. Why not bore them, right? You should show us the dice rolls on the melee hit.
I would appreciate it.
I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you showed us the dice rolls on a melee hit. I don't care if it bores the public. I don't care.
And most people won't care. Beyond that, though,
Thank you so much for the follow, Mr. or Mrs. The Real Range Marcian. The Real Range Marcian. Thank you for the follow.
Well, being in combat is pretty straightforward, as it is simply a move and action system where you have a set amount of movement, and then you can take an action, a bonus action, and a reaction. You can also do a lot of really fun stuff with it when you start thinking outside the box, because while you can charge in and fight enemies that way, you can also...
By the way, guys, we're close, but when you download a 120 gig game, it takes like 15 minutes to verify, so we're getting there, guys. We're almost to the end here. We're in the last 5 minutes, I promise. We're in the last 5 minutes of this process of installing this game.
So get more.
I didn't think they were gonna make me do a 120 gig download on launch day, but they did. They wiped the old one act delivery, and they completely replaced it with a 120 gig game, which is insane. And most of that is voice. It's 7 languages of voice. Like 1,500 hours worth of voice acting, right, in 7 different languages, which takes up like 100 gigs. The game itself is only like 25 gigs or something like that, but all the voices are like 100 gigs.
Creative.
That's something that proves that Steam is still sort of incompetent in 2023. They should give you a choice like the torrents do between one of the things you could say in defense of torrents is at least they get the game install fucking perfect down to the last little patch and the last little fucking DLC install, all of it in a nice like contained package with only the voice language that is your native language. That's it. So something like Skyrim on fucking Steam with English as the main voice language is only actually like 19 gigs or something like that, but the download itself is 67 gigs or whatever, or 27 gigs, whatever it is, 37 gigs, because you have six foreign languages worth of Skyrim sitting in a file there that you don't use. This is another example of how they look and act like they're perfect, but they're far from fucking perfect. These billionaire software despots, they're far from perfect. They burn us on download bandwidth over languages that they easily could put in the front end and say, what's your languages that you speak? Oh, I speak English and Russian. I speak English and French. Or I just speak English, and Steam goes, oh, well, you're only ever going to need the English voice language for Skyrim, so here's a 19 gig download instead of a 67 gig download, but we still have 120 gig downloads in 2023. I don't know why, but I mean, we do, and this is something about you guys all want to suck on Gabe Newell's dick. I know you do, but that guy's not too good at his job. He's not too good at his job, and that's proof of it. That shit about, oh, I'm downloading 120 gigs instead of 67, that's direct proof that Gabe Newell is not that good at his job. You guys want to suck his dick all day. I don't really understand it.
You can set up fights.
He's not that good at his job.
Beforehand, set up.
I'm sorry, but he's not.
Bushes, throw bombs, traps, other items you can find. You can throw.
I never would have gone live on Steam without a selective voice download thing. But I don't know how he did that. I know because he just had to. He had to go live. They launched and they went. You know, it's like Steam. They went live. They went live. They tried to push Half-Life 2 and Counter-Strike Source and 1.6 and all the stuff that Valve had done. And they ran a launcher and it turned into what we see today, right? But it's still not very competent. And I know you guys want to suck on Steam's dick, but trust me, Steam is incredibly incompetent.
Improvised weapons. You can throw your teammates if you have the strength score to do it and get them in melee.
So is
range.
Microsoft, so is Bill Gates, so is goddamn fucking Apple and fucking Steve Jobs. All these people that you want to suck their dick, they're not too good at their fucking jobs. A working man never would support them. Anybody who's ever worked their whole fucking life would never support these assholes. They're not too good at their fucking jobs. They're not too good. They're bad at their gerbs. They're bad at their gerbs. You know, it's like they're bad at their gerbs. They're software despots. They're fucking rob us with their time sync bullshit ineptitude. And it's time sync bullshit ineptitude. It actually is. I'm not angry at them. I'm just calling it how I see it. They're not too good at their gerbs. You know, they're not too good at their gerbs. You know, they're not too good at their fucking jobs.
Game is a stealth character.
I'm sorry, but they're not. They're not fucking good at their fucking jobs. Watching them waste my time like this is unacceptable. And there's the launch, guys. We're going to get off the toxic bullshit, and we're going to get on the good game. Here we go. There's our launch. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! They're not too good at their gerbs. If I had been bad at my taxi job, I might have killed someone. I'm not allowed to be bad at my job or drunk or anything like that. I had to do my job 110% all 13 years that I did it. This guy gets to jack off on Steam and force 85 gigs of a download that you don't need. I don't know why he's allowed to be bad at his job when he makes $1 billion, but he is. And so he's bad at her gerb. He's bad at his job. He's bad at his job. I'm sorry, but he is. Like, Gabe Newell is bad at his job. Stop fucking venerating him. He's not fucking good at his job. You know, he's not. I'm sorry, but he's not. You know, he's not. Oh god, skip this. I don't want to do this. Yeah, here we go. Sorry guys, I thought I was gonna have to put some data in, but I don't. They're like look at the launcher bullshit. The launcher bullshit is proof that they're not too good at their jobs. You know what I'm saying? Larian doesn't need a fucking launcher. They're not fucking Steam. They're not too good at their jobs. I'm terribly sorry, but they're not. Like, you know, I know you guys want to say they're the best out there. They're not. They're not too good at their jobs. You can directly prove it in front of a court of law. They're not too good at they're not too good at their jobs. They sit there and they phone it in like everybody else does. They're half-assed at their jobs, and you guys want to venerate them like they're perfect. They're not too good at their fucking jobs, and I can scientifically prove it on a whiteboard in front of a jury. They're not too good at their fucking jobs. Understand it. That's not too good for humanity when you're not too good at your job. That's not too good for humanity either. You know, especially on a big billion-dollar fucking big execution of an entertainment fucking mogul empire. If you're not too good at your job, that might actually be really bad. That might be bad for humanity. You might force humanity to do 1.7 million downloads of Baldur's Gate 3 with 85 gigs of extra download that they don't need. And that makes you incredibly bad at your fucking job. Get better at your fucking job. I was always good at my jobs. I never fucked around. I never drove junk. I never fucked around. You know what I'm saying? But you guys fuck around, and you force me to do 120 gig download on a 67 gig execution. And it makes no sense. Fuck you. You're bad at your jobs. And that's all I have to say. What's going on here? We have a blank screen. You're not too good at your jobs. Do you see it? You're not too good at your fucking jobs. You're not too good at your jobs. You see it? Did you launch, or what are you doing? It's a single player game. I'm sorry, it's not a single player game. It's a multiplayer game, and it has a live service, so it's complicated. But I mean, you know, but still, man, like, I don't know. Seems like you're already failing on initial launch, and I'm sorry, but you're not too good at your job. I knew I was going to say it when I launched the game. You're not too good at your fucking job, and you better launch this game for me. I know you're bad at your job, so you better launch this game for me. I'm dead serious. On launch day, you better launch this game for me, or I'm going to demand a refund, and I'm never going to touch it again. There we go. Never mind, I take it back. They finally launched. Here we go. This adventure contains mature and sensitive subject matter. You can moderate some of this content by toggling the option below. This option, among others, can be changed anytime in the options menu. Show nudity, no. Barely visible. Adjust the slider to match the symbols' visibility to their respective descriptions. It seems good. Press any key to continue. Activate cross-save. Cross-save activated. Accept. Options. Video. Oh, I'm sorry. I screwed up the opening. Here we go. Cool. I haven't seen this. Beautiful. It's a big day. It's a big moment. I love that you guys are here with me for this. I love it. Thank you for hanging out. Fuck mind flayers. Fuck them. Fuck the mind flayers. Lysel. Oh god, Lysel. Lysel is an alien mind flayer egg. I don't know if you guys understand what's going on, but Lysel is captured, and so am I, on a ship full of mind flayers and alien bullshit. Aliens seem to be very on people's minds. Mind flayers are on my mind. Yeah, nope, it's a mind flayer worm, and she knows what it is. It's a mind flayer tadpole. It's a mind flayer tadpole. It goes in your eye, and it kills you. And it turns you into that thing that's putting it on her cheek. Oh, and it's going in her eye. Oh no, no. Yeah, and it turns you into that. That's what you become. It's not too good. Here comes the tadpole. We got a bad problem, guys. Yeah. Man, I'm pulling 780 FPS right now. God damn. That's optimized. Enable tutorials. Who are you? I am a drow. Wow. It's generating characters. Look at it. Entire characters, everything but the name. Isn't that beautiful? Look at it. It's just generating characters. It makes me cry in joy. It's a real RPG. We don't get too many of these. It's a real RPG. Thank God. I'm sick of the bullshit they phone in over the last fucking 10 years. Those aren't RPGs. This is an RPG. Yep, she's a Seldarian Drow bard. See her? Beautiful. She's beautiful. There she is. Vicious Mockery. Blade Ward. Mage Hand. True Strike. Friends. Dancing Lights. Light. And Minor Illusion. Yeah, it's good. Hand drum, flute, lute, lyre, and violin. I'm gonna go with violin, I think. Yeah, sure. I have a criminal background, but I was always, I would say, an entertainer. I was always an entertainer before I had a criminal background. I was always an entertainer. I was an entertainer when I was 14 years old. You know what I'm saying? I was always an entertainer. I was always a bard. I was always a bard. You live to sway and subvert your audience, engaging common crowds and high society alike. That's me. Preserving arts and bringing joy to the hapless and downtrodden heightens your charismatic aura. Charisma is something I never struggled with. Never had a problem with. My charisma's high. It's high. Oh, you can heal, right? Ooh, they can't move. Ooh, animal friendship, huh? I could just become immune to animals. That's kind of cool. Ooh, charm person. Charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. For 10 turns, you gain advantage on charisma checks and dialogue. Ooh, charm person might be a lot better than dissonant, or well, Tasha and disguise self, dissonant whispers, fairy fire, featherfall, healing word, heroism. See, I have heroism as for 4th. That's not good. I don't want heroism. Sleep, right? Sleep. Yeah, I want my bard to be a Mezzer. So she's going to get sleep, Tasha's, dissonant whispers, and ooh, she can get speak with animals, but I'm going to get that from somebody else. I guarantee it. Thunder wave. Release a wave that pushes all creatures and objects. Thunder wave. And yeah, Thunder wave might be better than dissonant whispers, I think. So we'll run that. Yeah, Thunder wave is going to be better than dissonant whispers. Tasha's hideous is good, and so is sleep. So Tasha, so she's got faux lullaby. 10 turns. She's got stun, and she's got thunder wave, which is boop. She's got a boop, a stun, a sleep, and a heal. Because she's not gonna be in battle. She's gonna be in the background. She plays her song, she runs out, she casts a heal on whatever, she starts mezzing things. That's mesmerize, which means that she, you know, that's a EverQuest term, but it's like she starts mezzing things, and that's what she does. That's everything she does. So proceed. She's a crowd control buffer, right? Yep. Wow. I like that one more than that one. I like that one the best. I like that one the best.
Where to next?
Yeah. Send her back.
What was that? Let's hope the locals are friendly. Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Is she Aussie? She's a Sheila. She's a Sheila.
Be wary.
This
place is trapped.
Or she's a Kiwi.
It's opened.
She's
what's back there?
No, she's British. She's British.
More of those wretched things.
Yeah, she's.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
Yeah,
I can feel its aura.
I believe it. I believe she's.
Where to next?
Okay, I like 2.
Let's hope the locals are
Nope.
Hells. Something just woke up down here. Be wary. It's opened. More of there's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
It's the same girl.
Where to next?
Let's hope the locals are friendly. Health.
Another British lady.
Something just woke up down here.
Much older, much more baritone.
Be wary. More of those wretched things.
She's gay. She's a lesbian.
There's magic.
Where to next? What was that?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hell, be wary.
I like her
This
the
place is
best.
trapped.
No, I like 2 better.
It's opened.
More of those.
There's magic. Where to next? What was it? Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Yep, there it is. Now, skin color, dust tone. Nope, I want white. Very tan. Yep. All skin colors. Yep, there we go. Wow, cool. Yep. Oh, cool. I can go a light shade of blue like that, or purple. That's a good color. I can get an orc, but I want a white girl. I'll tell you right now, I want a white girl. I'll tell you. Cool. Damn, she tatted up like Yellow Wolf. Be right back. I gotta go get Canada wet. I'll be right back. Music is exquisite. Oh, I have to check my titles. Oops. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Hopefully I'm under the right title right now. I have no idea if I am or not. So let's see. We have Twitch and we have 4 viewers. Hello, Twitch viewers. We love you. We love you. We love you. And then we're going to come through. We're just going to pop here. And then we're going to go here. And we're going to check our kick. And we're going to see that EVE Online is on my kick, which is no good. We have no kick people, but that's all right. Kick is incompetent, so we love kick, but it is very incompetent. So then we save, and YouTube is also incompetent. We'll see if no, YouTube is competent, very good. But we do come in and we edit and we take a look at. Also, I need to understand if the display adapter is going to be glitched or not when I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, so that's the next thing I'm going to take a look at. But mainly, we want to come down here, we're going to show more. Mainly, we're going to say Baldur's Gate 3, right? Gaming. And also, I wish to add my thumbnail. There we go. And then we save, and we're good on the streaming front. We are good on the streaming front. Yeah, I actually like that tattoo. It's good. So now how... Oh, no. Okay, so we go to game capture, I guess, because... yeah, the video is glitched. I'm sorry. So there we go. Now we get a good... so sorry about the display capture thing, guys. I don't make these piece of shit softwares, and I never would have let this software go live like they did. I just never would have, because... Streamlabs is a piece of shit that barely functions, and I don't know how they went live. I don't know how it's legal for them to go live. I hope one day it's illegal for Streamlabs, companies like Streamlabs, to become famous. I hope it's illegal, because when they steal like this and they provide a product that barely works 1/10 of the time, it's really bad for everybody. So why is it legal for them to do that? I like that one. We're gonna do that one. Then tattoo color should be red. Wow, there's a singer? It's a singer! Listen to her, she's beautiful! Woo! Down, down by the river. I love it. Yep. Ugh. This is such a good game. Down by the river. Down. Down by the river. Yeah. I can't believe the production value of this game. It's... There it is. I think I want that one. Luskin Plume. Or Luskin, excuse me, Luskin Plume. Oh, that one's interesting. I like that one a lot. That one's good. That's Orc Screws. Yeah, Orc Screws is good. Lone Wolf Bun. That one's good. Neverwinter Scarf. Might go with the Neverwinter Scarf right now. The color is screwing it up for me, so... Music is so good.
Hells. Something just woke up down here. Be wary. It's opened. More of those There's magic. Where to next? Let's hope the low...
Be wary. It's opened. More. There's magic. Where to? Let's hope the
Hell, beware. More. There's magic. Let's hope. Health. Beware.
There's...
Where to next?
Let's hope the Be wary.
It's open. More of those
Let's hope... Be wary. It's open. More of those wretched things.
Heterochromia. I didn't know that was a thing. Hug trees. For nature, they said recognize plants and animals and hug trees. That's funny. Fucking anti-hippie fucking thing there is kind of conservative, yeah. Oh, cool. I can't be slept. Wow. I'm immune to sleep. That's really cool. Drows are immune to sleep because they don't sleep, they meditate. I love drow. Here we go. Fuck the Mind Flayer. Oh shit, this thing died. Yeah, oh man. Not funny. At about 1 o'clock, I'll pop on Rust. 1 o'clock my time, I'll pop on Rust and see if the server's up. If it is, I will switch over to Rust at 1 o'clock. That is in 1 hour. I get 1 hour, maybe. But if my Rust server's up, I gotta get on there. Actually, I should technically check it now. When I get into the game, I'll quick save and I'll go check Rust. But yeah, we'll watch the opening at the very least. It sucks that Wipe Day was, they shouldn't have done the launch on Wipe Day. They should have done it yesterday. They're dumb. There's 1 million players on Rust live service. They should have taken that into consideration. I would have. Come on, Lysel, break free! I'm gonna do Bard, Cleric, Fighter, Mage. All of them melee. All of them. Oh God. Demons in the night, yo. Hell's men. Not good. What's gonna happen to Neverwinter and Baldur's Gate? I don't know. That's not good. Neverwinter, man. Neverwinter can't handle a bunch of demons and shit. I mean, they can, but it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, she's a badass. Look at her beautiful violin.
My head.
Yeah, I feel you, babe. I feel you. Okay, so we gotta go to the options. Apparently, a couple of my keybinds got erased, but everything else got saved for some reason. Yeah, she looks awesome. I can't believe I finally made it to Baldur's Gate 3. I've been waiting for this for 4 months. You know what I'm saying? And I'm alive on arrival. I am happy.
Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Yep.
What's inside?
A bloodstone. Anyone can squeeze blood from a stone if the edges are sharp enough. It's actually very funny.
Dead. Good.
Yeah, good. Yeah, fuck that guy. So that guy who put the damn eyeball tadpole in me, he died, which is cool. I actually really like the writing of that. The guy who fucked me is dead. So there's no vendetta, right? There's a vendetta against the Mind Flayer race. But there's no vendetta with some asshole. You're not chasing some asshole your entire life. Which is something that I always kind of really disliked about like Fallout or whatever. Like Fallout always has you chasing some asshole who killed your father or whatever. And like, or whatever, and like, I don't know, like, or who shot you in the head. And I actually like this a lot better. This Mind Flayer that infected me, he's dead. So we can blame his race for doing this to us, but I mean, are we racist? Not really. We just think of these people as evil. Like, we blame the evil on the Mind Flayer race for infecting me with the tadpole, but it's also really awesome that the fucking Mind Flayer that did it is full-blown dead on the floor, and I'm not. I actually really, really like the writing. It's like, and some players might not even think about that, but I definitely do. As I stand here over the corpse of my worst enemy, I think I have won! I have won!
Someone else got out.
So Lysel got out. Yeah. The nursery is a thing.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Cool, I can do a skill check on the pool, huh? Some dialogue options require a skill check. A dice roll that must meet or exceed a target number. Your character skills add a bonus to this roll. Ooh, I gotta meet a 10. I get a little bit from intelligence, but I'm not that smart, so... Caught it! Yeah! Oh, no, I didn't. No, I did not. Oh, well.
You notice nothing more than meets the eye.
I think you can learn something about this. Oh, shit. Yeah, that wasn't too good. Well, so now I must take a long rest, short rest, right? Yeah.
That took the edge off.
Yeah. That sucks. Well, what else can I do?
Moving ahead. Might be other survivors.
Oh, I don't want, so I guess I gotta look at all this stuff, right? Oh, cool. I can... Oh, cool. They can vote on dialogue choices. Fucking sweet. You guys can vote on dialogue choices if you want. Fucking awesome. Vote on dialogue option. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. Okay, so at this point, though, I must go save the game. New save. A nautiloid in hell. Save. And we did a lot of work already. Save successful, right? And we say F5. And then I want to also go... I think this game had a weird thing about keybinds. And quick save, I think it had F8 as the quick load, and I really don't understand that. I think it would always be F9. So, see it? There, I knew it. There, see, some weird thing about that. I don't understand that. I mean, it's never been F8. I don't really understand that. So, yeah, yep, and then, yeah, I don't want to mess with a lot of this. I begin to understand that. I don't really want to change a lot of this, but yeah. Good, good. NVIDIA DLSS, yeah, quality. Accept, yep. Sharpness up, anti-aliasing, DLAA. Oh, yeah. Ambient occlusion, yep. Depth of field, none. Depth of field quality. God rays are good. Bloom and subsurface scattering. Yeah, sorry, I thought I had dealt with that, but I guess I didn't. I thought it had, but... Yep, LG TV, 3060. Audio is good across the board. The chatter volume, adjust the volume of ambient gameplay dialogue. Oh, cool! You can kill the chatter. Yeah. Point and click voice frequency. Never. Inclusion of quality high. Censor cinematic audio. Enable to play cinematic audio or dialogue audio at equal volume through each speaker or headphone earpiece. In surround sound, if a central speaker is available, the dialogue audio will play through the central speaker. Okay, force mono audio. I see. So wow, this game is so awesome. It has like such really considerate things about what it wants, what it wants to do. I think I want a north-facing minimap because it throws me off otherwise. Show ping, show tutorials, display recent activity, show full tooltips, always. Right, yeah, always. Show subtitles, show speaker, show text background, no. Text background opacity. Dialogue text speech is fairly big, I believe. It's like 48px. Overhead text speech, right? Oh, yeah, yeah, what would that bigger? Yeah, and then... Yeah. Add arrows automatically, nope. Nothing automatically, no. Add nothing automatically, no. No. So, actually, torches, yes. Torches, yes. Anything else, no. Always show item stack splitter. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, that'd be great, yeah. Accessibility, right? Input mode. Controller. Oh, cool. You can play this game on controller. That's fucking awesome. I kind of want to play this game on controller. But no, I don't know. Longer press and hold. Enable to increase the time to activate and press and hold mouse button action. This makes it easier to use dragging actions with sticky button binding and stone sources. Okay. Show genitals. Show cinematic nudity. Camera shake. Auto rotate camera. There's fucking in this game. There's definitely fucking in this game. They have sex scenes in this game. This is a great game. There's no censorship or anything, any bullshit. Dungeons & Dragons is an adult game. It's always been, always will be, and it has no qualms or issues around sex. Never. Auto-rotate camera, like all the Republican idiots, like who are hung up and fucking puritanical or whatever. Like, they don't have hang-ups about sex, and I tend to agree. I don't have hang-ups about sex either. I don't think Puritanism is a good thing. I think it's a really bad fascist censorship thing. Auto rotate camera speed. Okay, when it rotates to fall. Okay, I don't know. Show text background, dialogue text size, audio. Okay, so good. And then we come to gameplay. The only other thing, yeah, I think I got everything. Yeah, cool. Okay, so back. Resume. Save. Yep. Look, the frame rate's great. The graphics are great. Looks good. No motion blur or any of that stuff. Restoration. Oh, shit. Okay, well. I have one short rest available until a long rest, but I can't do a long rest. Yeah, but I can't do that right now. So, okay, whatever. I didn't know there was restoration. Oh, well. A brine bulb. Can't reach this. Okay. What else is in here? A sphincter. It's a sphincter. Sphincter. There's a mind flayer, but I think I looted him. Yeah, I did. There's a cartilaginous chest. Cool. Hey, loot. Silk gland, a alchemical ingredient. Combine 3 of these to create a suspension. Whatever suspension is. You can make a web grenade with this, which is this tangle of webs pulses with expectant magic, eager to unfurl at a moment's late notice. So one of the big things I was excited about with the launch is oh no, that's no good. I must have V as my keybinds. So let's see here. The open the inventory menu. They were saying I or whatever. Yeah, the inventory. Where is it? It's the party screen. The party screen is what I want. Oh, cool. You can do various characters and stuff. That actually seems like a better system to me. So I'm gonna try that. Yeah, I don't care about binds. Yeah, that's fine. We'll rebind them if we need to. It's okay. Yeah, I can put those on number keys like jump and throw and all that stuff. Yeah, here we go. Inventory and equipment, right? But I don't think it's the party view. The party view must be on V. Apply. Yes, and then jump should be up on the camera forward. You want to remove the previous bindings, yes. And yeah, and then the map should be on tab, apply. And then the party view is on V, yeah. And then, yeah, reactions and shove. Yeah, shove should be right on the numpad, yes. And throw should be left on the D-pad, or sorry, on the arrow keys. And that's good. And then toggle sneak should be shift. Toggle climbing, hold to split item stack, show sneak cones. Do you want to remove them? No. And reactions, yeah, reactions and stuff. Shove is right. Yeah, very good. Shove is right on the thing. Yeah, there we go. And then we get all those actions and stuff. Yeah, so cool. And then ping I want on middle mouse button, right? Yep. And interact I want on left mouse button. And highlight characters is grave, but I don't like that. I don't think grave should be. I don't think tilde should be highlight characters. I think that should be control. Is prepare main attack, toggle info. Do you want to remove them? No. So prepare main attack. Oh yeah, prepare main attack. I don't know about that. We'll try that for T. Pin tooltip. Oh cool, you can pin a tooltip? Do you want to remove previous bindings? No. Mouse scroll down, mouse scroll up for rotate item. Yeah, that's great. And I think we're good for now. We got a whole bunch more settings done, which is really good towards forward movement, you know? Yep, there we go. We're going to pop out here, and we're going to see if the rust wipe started. We're going to see if the rust wipe started, because it might have. If he didn't run into any problems, the rust wipe may have started, at which point I will switch over and switch my titles and all this stuff. But first, before we do anything with a Rustlo, we come to Shadowfrax, And weapon racks have arrived. First look, I've already watched that. So, what's coming this wipe, I guess. While we're doing the load, we'll watch this video again.
As you can imagine, plus this interest.
So here we go. And, let me pop over to... I don't believe my server's going to be up, guys. So don't bail if you're here for Baldur's Gate 3. I might be right back on it. I'm warning you, I might be right back on it for another whole hour or something like that. So if you're only here for Baldur's Gate 3, have some faith in me. Give me just 2 minutes, like 2 seconds here. Just give me just 2 seconds. I'm just monitoring to see if my main server is up. Oh, no, I must update the game. Shit. Oh, never mind. That's not going to take long. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, that's going to take like 10 seconds or whatever. Oh, yeah, patching shouldn't be too long. It's on the SSD, so... Yeah. So here we go. So yeah, I got to patch Rust, and I got to go check my server. If my server's up, which it won't be. I'll tell you right now, my server's not up, but I must check, you know? I must check. It's just something I must do. If I wish to get my place on this server well on day one, I must compete with these fools. And that means getting on, but I don't think the server will be up because all the other servers are finally up right now, but I don't think my server's up at all. It's never up this fast, but we're definitely gonna check. It's been about a half an hour since all the servers went live, so it's like 12:15 on a Thursday, so all the servers went up like half an hour ago. So I cannot miss out. I can't do that. It's just not a luxury I have. So we will go see if my server's up, but I don't think it will be for like another hour or even 2. So I think, like, if you're here for Baldur's Gate 3, hang around. I don't think we're done with it yet. I don't think so. But I mean, if it is, I'll switch the titles and I'll convert to Rust. But I don't believe it is. So we're just gonna go check the server and check it out. So. I don't know why my game capture isn't running, so we'll remove an ad. Yeah, we'll run a game capture here. I don't know why it's not running. Yeah, looking for a game. Damn it! Like once the game loads, it should do a little better, like loading engine UI and all that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So close and drag down. Sorry, I just couldn't get a game capture. I don't know why. It's something with the UI, I guess. Yeah, so my server's not up. So we definitely but we come and check. So yay, we get to do more Baldur's Gate 3. It's just, I'm just trying to be a streamer and a Rust streamer and all this stuff. And so a good Rust streamer checks to see if the server's up. So now in 45 minutes at 1 o'clock, it's 12:13 right now. At 45 minutes at 1 o'clock in PST, I will go check it out again. But I mean, I believe it'll be at least 1 o'clock before this server's up. So while we consider that a blessing, we get to play Baldur's Gate 3 on launch day instead, which is also really good. So yeah. Oh, and I'm offline. I'm online, but I'm not really online. So we're just gonna update New World in my D drive anyways, because it's like one more thing that I don't have to do later if I ever want to play it. New World is on my D drive, and I always forget that. Like just a click away is New Worlds, and I like New Worlds. I put 800 hours into it. I believe New World is a good game, so it's good that it's just sitting there. Yeah, play. Yeah. No, I don't want compatibility risk. I just started. I just started over. I don't care. I wanted to do a different character. I liked my cleric, but I began to realize that she's unnecessary. The game's cleric is good enough. She's good. She's a shadow priest. She's a shadow priest, but she's a good priest. She's got problems. But I want, like, my last playthrough I had a clash because my cleric was like a totally worthless character. She was like totally worthless to me because I was a cleric, and a better cleric than her too, because I was a light cleric. She was a dark cleric, and she just didn't have the heals to keep the party up. So this time around, we're gonna run with her, and we're gonna take her dark cleric, and because she worships Shar, which is a dark death goddess, and we're gonna let her be her RP. But I didn't realize, but my main character actually went against the story flow of the game. So I started over today, which was unfortunate. I lost like fucking 20 hours that way or something. But I can always go back to that. I can always go back to that save. You know, I can always go back. There's no problem. I can always go back to that save. It's living there. It's not going anywhere. It's on the cloud. It's good. So that save is good, and I might come back to it again and be like, oh, this is an interesting character that I did, you know? Oh, yeah. Look how beautiful it is and random and cool. What? Way! That Skyrim shit. My god. Anyways, let's open canisters. Ooh, I got a panda pen. It's tropical train wreck. I'm a total tropical train wreck guy. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh yeah, we're gonna pop this bitch. Pop it, loose, lock it, pop it, drop it. Pop this bitch. Now, you aren't coming off, which is a little weird, I must say. You aren't coming off of this. Ugh. What is this? Oh, it doesn't come off. I see, I see. There we go. Give me this. Yep. Oh, cool. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, cool. And this is my next cartridge. It is Strawberry Cough. I mixed them up in a little container, so I don't know what's what, and it surprises me. And I love that. I love that. It's like a little stylistic thing. I love it. Right? Yep. And, oh, here comes the next one, which is Strawberry Cough. And then here comes the next one, which is, I guess I already opened the other two, and I busted one, which isn't good. I lost $20 last night for some reason. Mint. Oh, I need center. I need center camera on something, and I don't know what it'll be. Q? Yeah, I think it is Q. Options, keybinds, center camera. Where is the camera? Zoom in. Center camera. Here we go. Apply. Yes. Toggle tactical camera, which should be E. Yes. And then, yep. And then we go Q for center, E for tactical. Yep. Cool. So. Yeah, she is. She is. So. Yep. And then we get out of this. Oh, so I guess there's a keybind that I don't have, which is, wow. So what, I mean, how do I get out of that now? Oh, there's a combat log? I didn't even know. Oh my god, I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh my god, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. How did I not know that? Like, what? Okay. Well, yeah, but I can't see anymore. I can't see in 3D. Like, why don't, like, how do I get out of it? Oh no, oh no. How do I do that? Oh no, I'm gonna have to find the button, I guess. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Toggle tactical camera, but it's not toggling back. Oh, there. Oh, yes, it is toggling back. I'm sorry. It's like, I was like, why is that fucking around? Like, okay, like, oh, cool. So there's a whole bunch of cameras, right? There's this one, and then there's this one. Oh, no, there's only two. Never mind, there's only two. There we go. Cool, cool. I was like, what the fuck? Shit, that was like really bad. I was like, oh no, but now I get it. I smoking what they're putting down, you know, I get it. So did we check all these Mind Flayer pods? I don't know. Oh yeah, she found out yeah, those are the two Mind Flayer pods, and I checked out. Yeah, so they're not, it's not important, but what else is here? Ruptured. It might even be like 4 hours of this game until the zombie server goes up, or even like a day. It might be like a whole day. So we just chill, you know? We just chill. I don't do Rust wipe angst. I just don't do it anymore. I don't care about that. Oh shit, no! Wait, oh, okay, never mind. Well, okay, can I go back down? Okay. We are trapped. Wait, Mernath. Wait, what the fuck? I didn't do this on my first playthrough. What? This guy's dead, but he's moving.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. From this place, you'll free us.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return. They return. A newborn. Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the Mind Flayers who abducted you.
The enemy. So many enemies. Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
Oh, her intelligence is low, which sucks, kind of. She's gonna fail all her low. Oh, no, never mind. No, it's just random. It's fine. I won. Good.
You notice edema, a swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull.
Wow. Ooh, situational. So for some reason, she happens to be good at medicine because she's like a bard. She's kind of a cleric a little bit. And so we're going to attempt brain surgery here if I get the roll. And I bet I do because I've got 2 dice because of an advantage because of a situational. For some reason, she's good at brain surgery for some reason. Which makes no sense, you know? Like, I don't really understand that. Like, you know? Just going to check what's going on here with my titles and all this stuff. I'm so sorry, guys. Going to move forward. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're doing good here. 14. Cool. I got it. Success. Oh.
The brain
What
lifts
the
from the
fuck?
skull. But you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature, making it more subservient, should it prove a threat.
gonna mutilate the brain. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh well, that's okay. I failed at it, and I probably killed it. I'm gonna kill it. That's okay. Oh well, that's alright. Oh, what the fuck? Wow. And it dies. It probably died. Okay, that was very... Wow. So I don't have a bar, or sorry, I don't have a inventory because I don't have a party yet, I guess. A brain jar. What the hell is that? A humanoid brain alive and suspended in cerebrospinal fluid. What the hell? All the assets are so cool. Well, it sucks that let's go back. I think I want to... I don't think I want to... I did a lot of work here. It's okay. I think actually I'm okay with the way that went. I'm okay with the way that went. I don't want a fucking Mind Flayer minion. I don't want it. I hurt the things, so now it's easier to kill when I see it. The quick save is much better. They got the quick save much better. I had a big complaint about that. It doesn't interrupt the game at all. That's good. What?
Abomination. This is your end. Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes. Ugh. My head. What is this? Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive. Who am I? Your only chance of survival. We carry Mind Flayer parasites. Unless we escape, unless we are cleansed, our bodies and minds will be tainted and twisted. Within days, we will be Geich.
So cool.
Mind Flayers.
like a movie.
First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
That's weird glitch. There we go. Cool. Get ready to fight. Combat happens in rounds, and each participant gets a turn to act. The game pauses around you during combat, so you have time to do your actions. I want her to hamstring shot that guy. Hamstrung, not bad, not bad. And then I want her to run here and pommel strike him. Dazed. Save failed, and I knocked his ass down. Yeah, he got knocked out, bitch. Affected entity can't move or take actions, bonus actions, or reactions, right? So very good. So we end the turn for her. And then she comes to the, well, let's see how big the Bardic Inspiration is. Oh, it's huge. Yeah, yeah. So good. So she can just run and switch to crossbow. Very, very good. I love it. I'm a bard. I'm a bard. I've always been a bard. They don't make my class in modern games. My class was killed by the triple anus. The triple anus killed my class, and I miss it. And here's the first representation of it in a long, long time. This is my main. I'm a bard. I've always been a bard. Fuck Rust. Fuck fucking clan bullshit. Fuck door camping, stream sniping. Rust assholes. What I actually am is a bard. You know what I'm saying? You guys can get it twisted and have your own weird little mental fucking defects about what reality is, but this is the actual reality. It's what's always been. Reactions respond to events and triggers even outside of your turn. You can toggle them on or off and whether they automatically trigger or ask for input. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, cool, wow. Wait, I can loot him while he's knocked out, but I don't want to do that. I just want to range attack his ass, yeah. Yeah, he missed. Fuck yeah. Oh, oops. Rush attack. Oh, yeah. Satisfying. Nope, wait, no. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt. Just end the turn. Nope. Just get out of it. Nope. Just end the turn. Right.
This'll be me. You sis. You misshapen flesh
Save. Woo. Oh yeah, look at all the loot. Potion of healing, not bad. Caustic bulb. a hand axe, which will go to her. A crossbow, which will also go to her. A scimitar, which is maybe really good for me. She currently has a scimitar. There, cool. Now she's got a cool scimitar. Fucking sweet. I think scimitar. Oh, I'm not proficient with scimitars. Never mind. Okay, never mind. So okay, it's at least better than nothing. Wait, what is this now? Oh, sorting options. I see. Type, latest value. I think I want to sort by type. Yeah. Or well, value. Right, value. Yeah. Ooh, a rapier, fucking sweet, and a simple robe, nice. All of that stuff is good. Short sword, what's got more damage, right? 3-8, 310. The rapier is my shit. The rapier is real good. That's going on her. So all that stuff goes to me. These are my two weapons, but rapier is the one I'm gonna. I do get proficiency. I do have a proficiency with this weapon. 1d8, 2 piercing. I want to inspect the tooltip and see that I have flourish. Possibly throw your enemy off balance. Piercing strike. Deal. You know, I think the music. I'm sorry, the audio is slightly aggro. We're gonna turn it down a little bit. The ambient and the music are a little bit aggro. We're gonna turn it down like a little bit. Yeah, like 60 for the ambient. Yeah, I can hear it, but it's like, man, it's like pretty loud, and so is the music. So we tuned that down a little bit, yes, because it's just like a little aggro. So, what were we? We were looking at the rapier, yeah, and inspecting the tooltip, and we see that we have flourish, which throws your enemy off balance. Piercing strike, deal regular damage and possibly inflict gaping wounds is the really good one. So she gets a bleed, which is awesome. And weakening strike, which causes extra damage on attacks. Yeah. And then weakening strike, this non-lethal attack possibly inflicts weak grip, hindering the target's attacks. Creatures without weapons can't have weak grip, and it lasts for 2 turns. So when she gets in melee range, she has these really cool debilitating rapier moves, which is also really fucking cool for Lizelle. So she's also a competent melee person. When we look at her character sheet, we see that her con isn't amazing, but it isn't bad either. You know, her con isn't amazing, but her dex and her strength are good. She's gonna hurt, you know, she's gonna hurt. So. Oh, interesting, okay. Gold, sweet, yeah. Gold is always good. There's another one. That's some cool Paphos stuff. Look at that stuff. It's an entirely different route, I guess, than I've ever seen before. I didn't really realize. You can maybe jump this gap and perhaps put this fire out with, if you choose wizard, you can perhaps put this fire out and then have one of your party members maybe smash this or something, right? And then you can go that direction. But I don't think I have the abilities to do that. And you can probably skip a lot of content by just going down this hallway, but I don't think I have the yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's gonna be anything. So oh wow, what? They're sapped. Okay. Oh, shit. Last time I had a playthrough, these guys weren't here for some reason. No, I guess that is the path. That's the path. Yeah. I don't know if I fully explored that last room, actually. So we're gonna go back down again. I think this body glitched. It sucks. Wow, okay. So, I guess, rather than going this direction, we will go, initiate the cleric. I just wanted to see what this direction was, but I fear that it will commit me. I guess I'll quick save here, and I'll load after I figure out what's in here, I guess, is what I'll do. Yeah. Wait, maybe I've been here. Yeah, I think this is where I came from. Yeah, it is where I came from. So yeah. So we're backtracking. That's okay though. I just wanted to fully investigate, you know.
Isn't dead, but he's totally unresponsive.
You! Get me out of this damn thing! We have no time for stragglers.
The construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
This ship is crashing. Do you intend to die for a stranger? Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in. Hurry! Please!
Ooh, an agate. Base of volcanoes, huh? Yeah, that's cool.
console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first. Then you spy an empty socket.
Uh-oh. Oh, she's already got it or something? Oh, she's already... Oh, okay.
Sharp as a pig's testicle.
Save.
The console appears dormant.
I'm gonna pause here and I'm gonna figure out how to free the cleric. Sorry guys, you will see what I'm looking at now. How to free Shadowheart from the Mind Flayer pod in Baldur's Gate 3 is very easy to do and requires no risk on the player's behalf. Here's the basic process that anyone can complete. Examine the console. Just to the right of Shadowheart's pod, you'll see that there's a socket there. Something can be placed inside. Head through the sphincter to the room east of the one with Shadowheart in. On a death roll, there is a gold key. Eldritch Rune. Take the rune back to Shadow's console, and something you have will trigger. Select the Elithid Wisdom. Will the pod to open. Okay.
A dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
Dark Ring. It's worth 14 gold. Cool. I love her. I love the way how she wears the longsword. It's so cool. Yeah, I like that better. Simple jerking. Nice.
The console appears dormant. The console hums to life.
Oh, yeah.
The pulsing glow and organic lines of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod. Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head. A parasite. Then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
Come on, me. Yeah.
You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command and yield to it. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Sorry, guys. Just alt tab for a second. There we go. Oh, why are...
Lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness, because you have a gith with you.
You keep dangerous company. More that Gith have a problem with everyone else. But there's more important matters right now. Survival. Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way. I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us. But that'll have to wait. Are we going to help each other or not? Shadowheart. One moment.
What was that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
She's right. Lead on.
Ah! Very good. Cool. They gotta do something real quick. Bear with me just a second. Oh, there is no guide. Wow. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I failed that, but... Okay, so... I think I've done everything here. Ah, okay. Onyx and 13 gold. A lithium manuscript and a burnished necklace. I'm sorry guys, I still feel like the music is still too aggro. It's still too aggro. It's gotta go down to like 60, like 50, man. That music is too aggro. It's coming on too strong. I'm sorry.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod, commanding the person inside to change.
Uh-oh.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
Ceramorph.
The newborn mind flayer stares at you, weak and dazed.
Disgusting. Mind Flayer horticulture. What's that look like? Fucking weird. Yeah, what the fuck? Mind Flayer horticulture. Wow. Yeah, what's the tank itself look like? That's so cool. Fuck yeah. So cool.
We are nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say.
Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
Cane Yank.
I'm the leader of the party. I'll do as I say. I say, understand? I am the leader of the motherfucking party. Always. So, a Mind Flayer just ate the brain of a demon dude. Or a devil dude, or whatever they're called. I forget the name of the race. I used to play him in Neverwinter. Yeah, I forget the name of that race, but yeah.
Connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
You're gonna be. Yada bada da. Oh, you can't. Okay. Go 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 bugger war. Blah 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 blah. Yes, she burned the imp to death. It caught a really good 20 roll and murdered his ass somehow. I don't really know how, but yeah. Dragons are attacking the Mind Flayer mothership. It's so cool. It's such a cool fucking epic thing. Hark, a dung golem. Cambion Lieutenant. Ooh, oh, I didn't see the loot. Oh shit, I had no idea. Fuck me. Well, at least they can get that loot, I guess. Yeah, so I'll go loot that thing. Yeah, I had no idea. Oh shit. Okay, well, okay. So she's gonna get everything forward. They're gonna get everything behind because I had no idea. Shit. Look at all of that. I think I can cheat. If she reaches the console in time, the rest of them can just go loot while she reaches the console. Okay, I think so. I saved it at the halfway point, which is okay. And so I guess we'll go loot, right? Yep. Okay, Shadowheart will get all that stuff. She'll get this stuff. Axon TD Uprising. Onyx. Oh, there's their buffs. I see. I was like, where are the buffs at? And they're right there, right there. I didn't really realize. Yeah. All right. It's a shame, but I can't. I just don't have enough, or I don't have enough resource actions yet. Ooh, short sword and leather armor, nice. Good, good. We're gonna save. Concussive smash. Nice. Disengage. Oh, okay, so you can disengage by just putting your weapon away, I guess. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, she can perform. Cool. What's up, Hopkins? How you doing? So let's check the time here. It's 1:15. We have about another like 15 minutes, and I'll check the Rust server again. But the zombie server is still down, so we're playing Baldur's Gate 3 on the Baldur's Gate 3 launch day. And so if you're wondering why I'm not on Rust, it's because the server is down. So. No, wait, I saw items there, but not anymore. It's weird. Oh, there we go. I know, I was straight wasted, yeah. I drank like a quarter handle or something like that, yeah. I broke a $20 vape cartridge by mistake because I was drumming on the table with my pen. And I was an idiot, but I mean, I don't normally act like that. It's good to tie one off once in a while, but I don't do it often. Good, good. My advice to you, Hop, is don't start. It's an adult thing doing that, but it's a complete waste of your time, money, resources, and brain. I had a very good brain before I started doing drugs and alcohol, and I have destroyed it. There's holes in it. Big black hole from brain damage from a concussion when I had a moped accident, as well as all the drugs and the alcohol. And my advice to you, sir, is do not start. It is a very wise decision to not abuse drugs or alcohol. If you like your brain, just don't start. And if anybody peer pressures you, you say that. You say, I'm sure drugs and alcohol are really fun, because they are. But I value my brain more. And that's what you tell them if they peer pressure you. And they're going to respect it if they're worth keeping around. If they're like, you fucking pussy, you're pussy or whatever, don't be around them, because the peer pressure is unacceptable. Yep. Don't bother with it. It's complete waste of time. It hurts your health. It hurts your mind. It hurts your body. It makes you dumber. It kills your brain. It has costs. It dehydrates you. It makes you dumber. Sometimes it can be appropriate. Like, I would say it's okay to get drunk at, say, like a wedding with your family. If, say, your brother or sister or your mom or dad is getting remarried or something, there's times and places when I feel like getting drunk is appropriate. I'd say for all of mankind even. And it's celebrations. That's it. Otherwise, it's inappropriate all the time to be drunk or high. It's inappropriate. I'd be the first one to say it. Don't do as Donnie Skycat does. You know what I'm saying? Don't do as Skycat does. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just a complete waste. You know, it's a choice that you must make. And my advice to you, sir, is it's not wise to ever be drunk or high. It can't lead to good things. Maybe once in a while, it's good for getting inhibitions out of the way. Once in a while, it's really good for social celebrations like weddings. Maybe a wake, you might have a drink. Say if your father died, like when my father died at the age of 28, I had a drink. I hadn't spoken to him in, 15 years. Hadn't spoken to him since I was 13 years old. And I got the news through the grapevine that my father had passed away. And I had a drink that day because I loved my father. Despite disliking him, I loved my father. I never saw him past the age of 13 because he was a deadbeat, no-show fucking dad. Like all the other pieces of shit out there. Not all the other, of course, but not all dads are deadbeat dads at all. But he was your average deadbeat fucking dad. He just wasn't there. Past the age of 13, he never sent a cent. Not a cent. My mother had to raise me, single-parent family, from the age of 13 until I was 16 by herself. And then even past that, all my life, she's taken care of me financially when she could. Because it was really hard having no family. They were all dead or gone or something. So yeah, like there's appropriate times, like say when your parents inevitably die, which will happen. Your parents will inevitably die somewhere around the age of when you're like 50 or something. I'm about to go through it myself. My parents are going to die in probably the next 10 to 20 years between my age of 40 when I'm 40 or 60. That's an appropriate time to have a drink, you know? Mark Twain can be quoted as saying, beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. It's a very American thing to have a drink when something really bad happens. So I won't advise you to when somebody says, oh, your father died, we're at the wake, let's go have a drink. You probably go have a drink. It's not good to have social mores that shut you out of social situations where camaraderie is common, and it's common to go have a drink on the day you go to prom. It's common to have a drink the day of your wedding. It's common to have a drink the day a family member dies, and it's common to have a drink when no, that's it. That's like about it. That's very common. So those social situations, Hop, I wouldn't suggest you have some kind of Puritan, and you've had drinks before, so you've already gotten over that hump. And it's good to be pure and not adulterate your body with toxic chemicals and shit like Skycat did. You know what I'm saying? It's good to keep it pure, but it's not good to have social mores that shut you out of social situations like, oh, I'm not gonna like for instance, if you ever go into the service, it's appropriate to drink with your buddies before you go in battle. It's not appropriate to be drunk all the time or spend a lot of money on alcohol, but it's appropriate to have a drink when you go to war, right? Or when you drink it. It's important for camaraderie to drink with your buddies. I wouldn't suggest, if you're ever in the service, don't not drink with your buddies. I had a friend who did that. It didn't go well for him. It did not go well for him. And also I had a buddy who did do it and caught a dishonorable discharge because he lied about his age to the bar that he was drinking at in, I believe it was Puerto Rico. He was at an American naval base with his buddies, and he had a naval tradition going back 4 or 5 generations in the American Navy. I'm talking his great-grandfather was in the original fucking American Navy in like the 1800s or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, like, he had a long naval tradition. And you can also fuck up by drinking that one time, too. You can fuck up by drinking that one time. And he wasn't normally a drinker, just like you. He wasn't normally a fucking drinker, but he drank with his buddies when he was at a naval base in Puerto Rico. And to do so, he was underage. And so what you don't do is not drink with your buddies. And he knew it. And he told me this. And we all knew it. You do drink with your buddies. When they ask you to go, you say yes. You just don't do it a lot. You know what I'm saying? But you do say yes. If they say, hey, we're going to go get a beer after work because today sucked and somebody died or whatever, you say yes. But you don't do it often. You don't go once a week. You go once a year. You know what I'm saying? And you keep it real thin. And you don't turn them down because you're puritanical. You turn them down because it's wise to, right? And you know, and you do say yes once in a while because it's important. Certain humans won't give you an opportunity if you won't drink with them. It sucks, but it's real. It's a real thing. Some humans really don't trust people who don't drink. So, you know, just like understand, it can also really affect your, you know, I don't trust people who don't drink. You know, I don't. I think they have pent up rage and issues and puritanical stuff with their father and mother and stuff and weird social mores that I don't agree with. I don't agree with sobriety really, but I also don't agree with overly drinking or overly getting high or smoking too much weed or any of that stuff. I smoke too much weed. Don't be like Skycat. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the reasons I do this is on stream is it's to show you how much of a loser it's made me. Look how fat I am. Look how much of a loser I am. I don't talk to anybody. I don't have a girl. Well, I don't really have a girlfriend. I don't have love in my life beyond my family and all this stuff. And that's what drugs and alcohol will do to you. It'll take the love right on out of your fucking life. If you overdo drugs and alcohol, the love in your life, it'll go away. And that's the secret that all the drunks and the fucking tweakers and the drug people will never tell you. The minute you start super abusing alcohol or drugs, pretty much overnight, the love in your life goes away. And that's the takeaway from this conversation. The love in your life goes away if you overly abuse pretty much any drug but marijuana, and even then. So it's like and alcohol is the worst drug, by the way. Alcohol is the most legal drug, but it's also the most destructive drug. This is drunk driving, it's killing, it's murder, it's stuff like that. More crime is committed while drunk than any other state. So understand, the most legal drug is also the most dangerous one. That's humanity for you. It's alcohol. Alcohol kills, alcohol wastes. I love alcohol. It's great. But understand me, it's not a good thing. It doesn't do good things to people. It takes away their reasoning. It hurts their fucking logic. It makes them impulsive, which is also harmful, and all these other things that you must stay away from if you wish to have a good, happy, productive life. So, that being said, when your homeboys say, hey, we're going to go drink at the bar because we're in the Navy and we're trying to, have a cohesive crew, you fucking go and you drink one or two swallows and you let them have the beer when you're done. And you say, yeah, I just didn't feel like drinking. Turns out I didn't feel like it. They're going to respect they'll respect that. They'll respect if you take one sip, that's enough. That's the other bit of social advice, boomer, old guy wisdom, right? One sip is enough to earn their respect. I've learned that too. Often it can be very not beneficial to be drunk. So often you want to turn them down, often you want to accept, but you just take a sip and leave the glass on the counter. When girls seduce you, they're going to try to do it when you're drunk. They're going to want something from you, just like men will. Men will want something from you, money-wise or otherwise, and they're going to look for when you're weak and you're drunk, and they're going to take advantage of you. Women do it, men do it, they all do it. It's not some sexist thing, but women are particularly good at it. When they see that you're weak and your logic and your reasoning isn't good, they'll convince you to cheat. They'll convince you to ruin your marriage. They'll convince you to lose your kids. They'll convince you to do all kinds of crazy things. So you take the sip and drink with them, but you put the motherfucker back down and you don't finish the glass, and that's enough. That's the little secret about social peer pressure, right? When they say drink with us, you say yes. Okay, let's go to the kegger. Fuck yeah, let's get laid or whatever, right? But you take the beer he hands you, and you take one fucking sip, and you carry that motherfucker around for 4 hours. I've done it 100 times in my life or something. Carry that motherfucker around because you're trying to get laid, and trust me, girls don't like it when you're drunk and you're trying to fuck. Girls don't like it, boys don't like it. It's just, trust me, when you're too drunk and you try to fuck, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have a bad time. So you nurse that motherfucker all night, one beer, and everyone's gonna think, man, he's a badass. He's got a beer in his hand, but they don't think about how you didn't finish it. They just don't think about that. They're too drunk. They don't care. So that's the secret. Accept the social drink when they offer it to you. Just don't drink the motherfucker. Nurse it for 5 hours. I've done it hundreds of times, and it'll get you out of bad situations, and you'll get the camaraderie from them. What you don't do is ever do drugs. You don't ever take the one hit. There's no such thing as one hit when you do drugs. There's no such thing. Don't ever, trust me, they're gonna be like, take one hit so you know what it's like. Off like cocaine or something. Don't ever do a line of cocaine. They're gonna offer you tons of lines of cocaine. They're gonna offer you speed. They're gonna offer you methamphetamine. They're gonna offer you heroin. They're gonna offer you dope. They're gonna offer you pills. They're gonna offer you all kinds of things, and it's gonna look really fun when they're high. It's gonna look really fun for them to be high, and they're gonna be giggling. They're gonna be attractive. They're gonna be hot. They're gonna be cute. They're gonna want to fuck you, but only if you get high. And the answer to that is unequivocally no. Don't ever accept it. Don't let the girl convince you. Don't let her offer you pussy in return or any of that. Don't ever fucking, like, trust me, don't ever accept the offer when they say, do you want to get high? You say no, because I know where it leads, a loveless life. And that's the one thing all the fucking addiction commercials can't say, because it's like this weird, like, third-party emotion thing that can't be proven scientifically. But that's what actually happens. Is if the commercials were, competent, they would say, and they're getting closer to this too, you will have a loveless life. If you get high all the time, no one will love you. If they do, it's because they want something. Like Johnny Depp, he can get high all the time. And he does get high all the time, specifically because, and he can skate while doing so, probably like I'll eventually be able to do, right? I can probably get high on heroin without getting the judgment if I'm super rich and super successful, which I won't do, but I'm saying, like, you get social leeway with this stuff, and people don't judge you if you get high, if you're successful and you're rich and you brought them joy, like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean, right? So, but this is also a slippery slope. When you get that social permission to fuck off and get drunk and high all the time, which you'll get if you're a successful human being, that is destructive too. Don't take the slippery slope and take that first line of cocaine. Don't ever do it. It's a slippery slope. You will do more lines of cocaine once you've done a line of cocaine. Trust me. Once you cross that initial barrier, it's a lot easier for you to do. So just don't accept the offers when it comes to drugs. Don't ever accept the offer. Don't be like, boy, all my heroes like Kurt Cobain or whatever was on heroin, so maybe I should try heroin and see what all the fuss is about. Don't be doing that. The true fucking truth of it is, not if you were girls won't sleep with you if you're a junkie. Not if you were the last junkie on earth. They just won't. They won't sleep with junkies. They won't do it. And on top of it, and on top of it, it makes you a loser financially and all this other stuff. And on top of it, you end up using needles and shitty shit. You might tell yourself that you're not going to use needles like Skycat, and I didn't use a needle my whole fucking life, but boy, I had 4,000 offers or something like that. And I was like, nope, no needles ever my whole life. I only ever smoked anything. That was it, only ever smoke. No lines, no needles ever my whole life. That's another rule with drugs and alcohol, right? Don't ever do lines, don't ever do needles, don't ever let somebody convince you. It might be the love of your life. Doesn't fucking matter. Drop that B. She's not the love of your life if she wants you to shoot up a needle. Trust me. And all that information, it has to be said. It needs to be, drugs can be a fun thing to do, but understand it has huge costs, especially if they're illegal. So if you're gonna do drugs, stick to marijuana, and don't do it a lot, because it makes you a fucking loser and it leads to a loveless life, as you can see. There's no one here sitting in the chair next to me telling me that they love me, and that is specifically because I do drugs. It is a very verifiable fucking thing. There's no girl in this chair next to me telling me, I love you, Skycat, I'll suck your dick tonight, or any of that stuff, right? Particularly because I like the drugs. They all know it. It's a loveless thing. When you choose gonzoism or drugs, you will will very much so verifiably kill the love in your life from everybody but your family, and your family will be tortured by it. They will be tortured by it. So we're gonna move forward now. That's all the advice in the preaching and the proselytizing that I have for you. It's just like, understand, I'm very conscious of the negative influence that I might have on the youth that might be in my stream. Don't do as Skycat does. I am not your role model. I didn't make wise choices with my life. I am here to try to educate you how to get through this terrible battlefield that is life. Life, you think life is going to be easy because you have money. It's not. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump's life was not easy. It was not an easy life. I have some sympathy for Trump when it comes to his life. He actually didn't have a good life, you know, and money doesn't fix your problems. It doesn't save you from it or any of this other stuff. So, like, you know, understand, don't make those choices that take you down those paths that you can't come back from, drugs being one of them. You know, and so I missed what you said. Sorry, let me pull my chat here. You said the only tobacco thing I've ever done is like one of the Zim packets. Don't even do that. Tobacco, I have spent $100,000 on tobacco in my entire fucking life, right? $100,000 on tobacco. And what did it get me? That's what it got me. That $100,000, it got me this. Don't ever touch tobacco. There are 6 million unknown carcinogens in tobacco. Unknown carcinogens sounds like unknown poisons, and that's exactly what it is. They're not fucking around when they say that. There are 6 million unknown poisons with unknown antidotes in fucking tobacco. This is why you don't do it like Donnie Skycat did. Don't be an idiot like Skycat and smoke cigarettes for 20 fucking years of your life. It leads to this. And a loss of $100,000 fucking dollars. And you have to smoke. You have to. It's not like you have a choice. You have to smoke. That cigarette, it's your boss. You have to smoke it. It is not like it doesn't matter if it's 4:30 in the fucking morning on the night that you have to take an SAT or something like that. You will get up at 4:15 in the fucking morning and you'll go out there in the fucking dark and risk getting kicked out of your fucking house and get busted by your parents and shit to have one fucking cigarette. And you're gonna get kicked out of your house the night you take the SAT. And they also tell you they're gonna kill you, physically kill you if you don't go the SAT. This happened to me, and I went. This happened to me, and I went to the SAT, and I scored 1490 because I had the cigarette, right? But the point of the story is you have to have the cigarette. You can't just not have the cigarette. It's like it becomes your fucking leader, your boss. You become a slave to it. Don't make yourself into. And the same is true of any addiction: video games, tobacco, alcohol, all that stuff, right? Don't be a slave to a fucking addiction, be it video games or otherwise. Don't be a fucking slave like Donnie Skycat does to video games. It's not an advisable thing to play video games for 14 hours a day. You want to know what happens? I love doing this on stream. It's a lesson, you know? This is what fucking happens. You can see it, right? Yeah. This is what happens. This is what happens, you know, when you become a slave to something like video games or tobacco or alcohol or drugs. I don't advise it. Smart people don't do it. Don't fuck around with this one. Don't fuck around with this one. It'll destroy you. It'll destroy you like it did me. No love in my life, no money, no hope, no job, no prospects, nothing because of drugs. And I'm the living fucking reminder not to do it. You know what I'm saying? Reminders are good. They get you out of problems. Living reminders that, you know, that the garbage will kill you. The garbage will kill you. The video games included. So, and that's all the lecture and dad moment shit I want to go through right here. You know? That's all I want to talk about. That's it. So, whose turn is it? Oh, not too good. Not too good. Yep. Yeah! I got an achievement! The game's live! Descent from Avernus. I got an achievement. Yeah! Dragon! 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 Run! It's a dragon. What is it? It's a dragon. It's a dragon. Dragon! Come on, Skycat! Live! Skycat live! Skycat live! Come on, Skycat live! Come on, Skycat live! Skycat live! I'm alive on arrival, bitch. Like motherfucking Wu-Tang Clan. I'm alive on arrival like motherfucking RZA or whoever wrote that lyric. I can't remember which one of it is. Like, I'm alive on arrival, but I'm alive on arrival. You know what I'm saying? That's like my favorite lyric of all time, basically. Is fucking Wu-Tang. I'm alive on arrival, and that's what matters. I'm alive on arrival, and that's what matters in life. Don't make the choices. Don't do the drugs like Skycat. Don't do heroin for 2 years like Skycat, because look what it does to you. It wastes you out. You're 40, you're half bald, you got a fat belly, no love in your life, and a bad body, and a broken mind, and a fucked up life, and a weird reality, and all this other shit. Don't be like Skycat and do heroin and methamphetamine and end up like a garbage person, a garbage crab person with a bad life, no love, no humans, no friends, and no reality. Don't be like me. It's the direct fucking result. Loveless life. Alcohol and drugs equals loveless life. That's the takeaway. Alcohol and drugs equals loveless life. As I drink my vodka and I smoke my marijuana and I fucking, you know, I hypocritically tell you how bad it is. Understand, I'm not lying to you about the result. It's a loveless life. I embraced it. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that. I was an idiot. Regret. No, I mean, no regret. I have no regret about it, but I mean, because I have fun. But understand, it was incredibly destructive to me, and I wish, the one regret I do have is I don't have regret about it. I should regret it. I don't, but I should. You know what I'm saying? It was not good for my life. They're gonna say, don't do drugs, cause blank. They won't know why. I'm telling you why. 2 words. Loveless life. Loveless life. Drugs, alcohol equals loveless life. Loveless life. You want love in your life? Don't be doing alcohol and drugs. You won't have it. You won't have it. It's the one thing all the counselors and the commercials will never tell you. Loveless life. It's the only thing you should worry about with it. Not the addiction or the money or any of that other stuff. It'll lead to a loveless life. You'll be a broken shell of a human being with a loveless life. That's the reality of it. All the rest of it is complications on top of it. But the reality is a loveless life. You will be destroyed. You can't hang around and do heroin with other people very long. You'll die of an overdose or you'll fucking have a loveless life. One or the other.
As you wake, the tadpole squirms in your skull.
Oh, that's not too good. She got an infection of an alien brainworm in her skull, and I don't know how the fuck to solve that. We're gonna find out. We're gonna play and find out. After this, I have to go check the Rust server, but I doubt it's up yet.
Other than the infection, you're more or less intact. A miracle, given everything you've been through. But it'll all be for nothing if you don't find help soon. The tadpole is a death sentence, and the clock is ticking. You need a cure.
Goddamn right. Fucking parasite in my fucking head called software development. Goddamn tadpole in my brain. Killing me with misery. You know what I'm saying? Software development. I got over all the other problems. Drugs and girls and love and all that other stuff. I solved all my other problems. But the billionaire software despots definitely do steal hours of my time every single day. And so now we get that parasite off our fucking back next. And maybe we won't have a loveless life. Which is what happens when you do drugs. Okay, so we're going to save here. We see that the game has started. This is the initial opening scene. Despite all the prologue and everything, this is where the game actually starts. And so, hey, cool. I thoroughly kicked the prologue's ass, I think, thoroughly. I got every inch of it done. I don't care about completionism for the rest of the game, but the prologue, you kind of want to get all the loot out of the lockers, like Fallout and all that. Kind of want to get all the loot out of the prologue, because you'll have a bad start if you don't. So, quick game. For now, we're up or not, because I can't let these other guys get like a 2-hour lead on me, or they'll be running around the same forest or something like that with a gun, and I won't be, and I'll lose like 500 scraps. So we do need to stay with the curve when it comes to the zombie server day one of wipe, because like those guys, if they get an advantage over you in terms of time, they'll be roaming the woods looking for kills, and they'll take 500 scrap from you when you aren't expecting it. It's happened to me twice in the last 8 months or something like that, and I've done it to other people like 6 times. Almost every wipe day I take between 100 and 500 scrap off some scrub. It's last wipe it didn't happen, I don't think, or no, it did. I did pull 500 scrap this like last month. I absolutely did. I did. Day one I pulled 500 scrap, absolutely. I didn't do it when the server reset 2 weeks into the wipe, but I did it day one when the wipe happened. And so understand, if you don't want that happening to you, you must get out ahead of them and get a base established and all that. This and a New World is patching and Rust is launching, but I don't like, so it doesn't want to launch Rust while it's synchronizing Cloud for some reason, and it doesn't want to do that while New World is patching, and I don't really want this process to go right now. I don't want you to do this right now. I want you to go about your business to my downloads and stuff and launch this fucking client. I don't care about synchronizing the fucking Cloud. One of the problems with Baldur's Gate 3 is it's religiously careful about your fucking saves. So it won't let you play another game because it knows that might kill your save. It just won't do it. Like Baldur's Gate 3 literally has a power gameplay struggle thing going on with other games on Steam, where you can't fire up another game until Baldur's Gate 3 makes the fuck sure that your save is backed up. And I respect it, but it's also incredibly fucking like it comes on strong. It comes on too strong. It should ask you if you want that to be the case, and I think you can change it in the Steam options, but the default thing is it sends the save to the cloud before it lets you launch another game, and it takes a while for Baldur's Gate 3 to sync all of its saves and everything. So as you saw, I caught like a 3-minute fucking wait. Yeah, see, my server's still not up, but see, we went and checked like a good Rust player, you know? My server's not up, I don't think. I'm looking through this whole list and I don't see it. Yeah. Nope. So, yep, so we come in and we go back to Baldur's Gate 3 and we start the game. Sorry, guys, for the interruption. It's just, you know, just being careful about my executions, you know? I'm not trying to be a scrub in front of a bunch of people on stream. I'm trying to actually win, like all the rest of those boys in this game of life, and I take it seriously, so I go and I look, you know? And I take it seriously. I mean, this is my job, and succeeding is not my job. Content's my job, and the content is logging on Rust when the damn server wipes. So, I should have bought the Digital Deluxe. I like this game a lot, and I wonder, yeah, I kind of want the soundtrack. It's very, very good, but also I can just get that somewhere else for free. I don't feel like I need to spend this extra 20, extra 30, extra 50 bucks. Yeah, don't forget to change titles, and server isn't up yet. What's up, Steph? Yeah, I am very aware. Yeah, I'll change the titles. Thank you for the reminder. I love it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, the server's not up yet anyway, so we're just going to BG3. Yeah, zombie server can sometimes be 5 hours, guys. It sucks, but just be aware. If you're waiting around for it, you might catch some Z's for like another 2 hours or something. Like you, Steph, if it's the middle of the night for you and you're kind of exhausted and tired because it's not normal time for you, you might consider getting a nap right now, because I doubt the server is up for another couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, Steph. So if you're living your life around the Rust wipe, that's cool. I'm not trying to discourage that, but understand it's probably going to be like another 2 or 3 hours. So if you want a nap, this is a good time, you know. Zombie server has 100 mods, and that takes time. He has to check each and every one of them, make sure they're not causing bad problems and breaking the server. And he also might be doing something else. Like, for instance, I noticed that there wasn't trains this wipe. no train tracks right, and that's not normally how the hardcore server is. He likes trains, I think, just like me, but he took them out because they were causing some kind of compatibility thing. So I think Admin Rick right now is fighting a battle against the train situation, and I think he wants us to have trains because it's a good way to explore the hardcore servers, the trains. So I think he's trying to get trains online and running again because Face Punch wants trains on Rust, right? It's not natural for the hardcore server to not have trains. That's not the rule set. But he took it out last wipe to experiment with it, or perhaps it was causing an issue. So we might have like a 5 to 8 hour downtime right now while Admin Rick full-blown fights the train problem. I think he's got a train problem is what the insider guess is, I would say. So hopefully he gets the trains running, because that's my favorite thing in Rust, is the trains, right? The trains are really powerfully important to me, and he took them down last wipe, and it was a different wipe for me. Trains are how I get around, you know what I'm saying? I use trains as my main method of travel, frankly, on the hardcore server, because it's the one way you can get around without getting a bite, you know what I'm saying? You can go out and not get bit. I mean, it's entirely possible, but is it likely? Probably not, because the fucking zombies spawn on top of you and bite you. You know what I'm saying? So the only way to really avoid that is like a train or a mini heli. That's it. And even on the train, you can catch a bite. I have hundreds of times. And even on the train, you can catch a bite, even if you're moving super fast. So it doesn't, I mean, you can't catch a bite if you're moving at full speed, but you can if you're moving in low or medium. You can catch a bite going low or medium on the train. You can't catch a bite if you're going high. I know, because one of the things I used to do for content over the last couple of months on Rust that really is good content is I gather 200 fuel, I take 200 scrap, I go out to the trains, I ride a train around till I see a gambling car, I get on the gambling car, and I make bets of like 5 scraps, so I'm there for a while, and I gamble on a moving train all night. Like for 5 hours I'll do that shit. For 5 hours you just sit on a fucking gambling train like some kind of fucking vacation in the real world. It's like my favorite thing to do in Rust. And he took it off the server, so I think he's battling with that today, is what we're looking at here, Steph. So thank you for the update. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I think we got like a bit of a wait here, I think. Like check in like 90 minutes, take a nap or something, because it's not going to be fast. This is gonna cost me. Yeah.
What are you doing? Well, that's honest of you. Don't do it again. I'll give you a pass this time, considering I owe you my life. With you. And speaking of, how are we alive?
I get a bard response here. That's awesome. I'm going to do all the bard responses. I'm going to memorize them. Perhaps it was some dramatically timed divine intervention, but don't.
The divine tend to keep their interventions close to the chest. So, I suppose it's not impossible.
No, it's not.
You might want to reconsider calling her a friend. Looks like she ran off without us.
Why? No. Friends are people who I love, who I haven't who I haven't met yet, who I don't know. Friends are people who I love, who I haven't met yet, who I don't know. Everyone is my friends. Even the fucking stream sniper is still my friend in the end, I think, because it's like, I've never not had a friend. Anybody who wasn't my friend, I put in jail.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement
I would read,
on where we
but
just
I don't
came
need
from.
to.
First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little...
I want to see what Twitch looks like on this, let's see. What does Twitch look like on Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, I have the wrong title on the stream somehow? Come on, you piece of shit. Come on, man, I checked this like 7 times. Why do you do this stupid shit, Twitch? Why are you so incompetent? How did you get that money? And I hope you do die. Like, straight up, man, watching you fumble a title change on Twitch makes me sick. Fucking sick. Sick, you know? It makes me sick watching you fucking fail at title changes, Twitch. And I can't wait until you die. I don't care about my 1,100 follows on Twitch, because I know that the platform's dying because they can't get a title change correct, much less anything else. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, fuck you, Twitch. You affect my career way too much. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that. I can't wait till you're dead. Like, straight up, get a better fucking platform out there now. I don't care if it's rebuilding. I'll rebuild over and over and over again. I don't care if it's if I go back to 0 followers. If it means that I don't have to fuck with bad title changes for the rest of my life. I'd rather Twitch die and I get a new person that actually is competent and lose my career than deal with what I've been dealing with. I'd rather restart than deal with the horrible piece of shit software development theft problems that I deal with every single fucking day. I'd rather restart my career than deal with the problems, honestly. So I do hope Twitch dies. I hope Twitch dies. I hope YouTube dies. I hope all of them die. We don't have good relationship. They waste so much of my fucking time with their inept fucking title changing and their problems. They waste so much of my time. I can't wait till they fucking die. I can't wait till, you know, I'm not in love with YouTube, Twitch, or fucking Kick or any of that. I'm just gonna fuck them until someone better comes along. Because they can't handle anything. They're not competent. The YouTube is the most incompetent piece of software almost I've ever used. It's like, come on, man.
We need each other. And we both know what's at stake.
Yep.
Can't think of better company.
Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, let's get moving. She likes me, which is good. Last time she didn't like me because I was a light cleric, right? My main character was a light cleric, and she's a shadow priest, so she really didn't like me. She like, it was the one role that I could have made, light healer, where like, so Shadowheart is built to dislike you if you're a light healer, because it makes her useless to the party, which of course would make her not very happy, right? She's like useless to the party if you're a cleric, and that makes her unhappy. And on top of it, you worship the light goddess Alunadora, which is her worst enemy. So she also doesn't like you if you're a light priest, because you follow her worst enemy, and you tend to not like her because she follows your worst idea, the worst thing you've ever heard of, which is a death goddess. Right? She worships Shar, the death goddess of night, and like, you know, and that's, you know, that's not too good for a light priest. You know, that's the enemy. that's Satanism. That's the devil, right? So I like Shadowheart. I won't lie. I like Shadowheart. I like a bit of the Sith. I've been Sith in my lifetime before. But like when I was a drug dealer, for instance, I've been Sith before when I was a drug dealer, for instance. But I don't generally gravitate towards those sort of paths unless there's some reason to do so, like fun or money or profit or survival, right? So I wouldn't normally ever align with a shadow priest ever. And parts of me she doesn't like. Like, for instance, she actually likes me because I'm a cleric like her, kind of. I have the ability to heal people, so she likes me. And they wrote this into the game a bit. Like, certain characters have responses to you depending on what your build is, and she likes me. Like last time I played with her, she didn't like my main, and I kicked her out of the party, and we had a bad problem with each other, and she was redundant in the party because I was the cleric and all this. But this time I get to embrace Shadowheart, which is RP that I did want to see. I think Shadowheart is a very faceted character, and I wish to see her backstory. So this time I get to be friends with Shadowheart, and so she said something different than what she said last time, which is, I can't think of better company, because she's like, oh, you're a cleric too? And it's so cool that they wrote the game like this. She's like, oh, cool, you're a cleric too? So you follow the same path that I followed, which I dig. She digs that I'm a cleric, right? We have something in common when it comes to that. She digs that I'm a healer, buffer, support type. She's down with that because she's one of those too. And she likes that I don't have any religious, like, problems with her, which is that she worships a death goddess, And I would never have any problem with that anyways. As a person myself, I respect people for whatever they're believing, and even if it's snake handling or Scientology, even if it's an incredibly toxic thing to believe in, I don't care what their belief is. I respect their right to believe in Scientology if they want, even if they are idiots, you know, who believe in Xenu, the fucking alien who came down 65,000 years or 65 million years ago or whatever and created humanity or whatever Scientologists actually believe, or whatever Mormons actually believe. I still respect Scientologists and Mormons entirely as much as I respect anybody else, right? And this game is a lesson about that. Your religious differences. If you're a Christian, you're gonna have a lot of religious differences with the rest of the fucking world. It's literally scientifically provable. And I will say this, I don't like saying it, but it's an incredibly shitty, toxic thing that I'm gonna say here, but it is scientifically provable in a court of law that being a Christian can affect your ability to deal with others. You know, certain things like Christians, being a Christian will make it impossible for you to talk to certain other walks of life. This is unwise. Am I saying Christianity is bad? Absolutely not. Christianity is a force of good in this existence. It absolutely is a force of good. It's a good thing. I'm not speaking out against Christianity. I am not Christian. But I will say that, you know, but I will say it is a driving force of good in this life. It is, right? But understand, if you make the choice of Christianism, if you take that choice that your parents gave you, usually it's your parents' choice, not yours. If you take that Christian point and you take Christianism to heart, that's a good thing. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with church or Christianism or anything at all. That's a good thing. Faith is a good thing. Understand, it will lock you out of large swaths of fucking society, though. It will lock you out of large swathes of society. A lot of people in society won't talk to you if you're Christian. Understand it. Now me, I'm just whatever, right? That's the answer. It's like clusterfuck or whatever. I'm just a whatever. I don't know what I am, right? That's a better answer than saying I'm Christian. Because trust me, half the world hears that and immediately dislikes you. Now you might have delusions about how, oh, you think the world loves Christians or whatever, but that is just not the case. It will automatically make like half of this world dislike you. Am I saying God's bad? No. Am I saying Christianity's bad? No. I'm saying the reality is, I'm not trying to prove that Christianity's a bad thing. I'm saying that the reality is, if you are a devout Christian, like her, she's a devout anti-Christian, right? Like this girl in this game. Her name is Shadowheart, because she did embrace the heart of Shadow, which is Satan. Normally, I wouldn't roll with somebody like that, and I'll replace her if I get a light cleric coming along. Absolutely, I will replace her. I don't hang out with Satanists, and I don't believe in Satan. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in it. I don't believe in what she believes in as a core personal person. I don't believe in Satan. I don't believe it exists. Never have, never will. Like you know, just like backing down, and for me, it doesn't really exist. Never have, never will. Just the same, you know, just like God. I don't believe God exists. Now that's my own personal belief. Can I prove it? No. And I hope that God does exist. I really do. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe Satan exists. I absolutely do not. So to me, she comes across as a fucking feckless idiot who believes in fantasy things that underneath the ground. And she's an idiot, and I wouldn't, like a flat earther. She's an idiot. She believes in idiot things, and I wouldn't ever normally support her. But she does have a cute personality. She is an interesting character. She is faceted. She plays like a Tolstoy novel. She's got a lot of depth to her. But I mean, I don't like her, though. I don't like the things she believes in. I don't like her. You know, I don't like her. I'll be the first one to admit it. She likes me. I don't like her. So I'm going to replace her. The minute, just like, and this is a lesson about life. When you got people around you that you don't like, fucking replace them. Don't put up with them. Even if they're family. Get out of that house. If your parents abuse you or mistreat you, get out of that house early and fast. You know what I'm saying? And get away from them fast. You do not have to put up with them your whole fucking life. Don't put up with people that you just don't like. You don't have to. Like, I have to do it because of the stream snipe, but that's one of the rare situations where you just can't control it. Oftentimes, you can control it, and you don't have to be around shit that you don't like. And I don't like her. I'll be the first one to say I like her, but I don't like her. I'm conflicted. And that's an interesting thing for me when it comes to a video game character. Generally, I like video game characters, but I mean, she worships fucking Satan. So what am I supposed to do? I mean, what's my response to that? I'll fuck you until someone better comes along, just like Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Just like Twitch, I'll fuck Twitch until someone better comes along. I'll fuck Shadowheart until someone better comes along, like a true light-oriented healer who can give me prayer of healing. One of the things that happens when you embrace Satan is you don't get divine intervention or prayer of healing because you don't have prayers. You worship Satan. You don't have God or prayers, you worship Satan. So you don't get prayer of healing, which is the AoE heal, right? She doesn't have AoE, she'll never have AoE heals because she worships Satan. The only place you can get AoE heals or lay on hands is God. And that's an argument for Christianity. You know what I'm saying? A master debater will argue both sides, right? There's an argument for Christianity. It's godless not to be a Christian.
One thing. Just before we go, I wanted to thank you again for freeing me.
Absolutely.
It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't.
Fuck yeah.
I'll remember that.
Fuck yeah, we did it right this time. I did it wrong last time. I did it right this time. She likes me. The girl likes me. I'm seceding, and the girls like me. You know what I'm saying? The girls like me. I played it well at this time. I didn't have something about worshiping a loon or any of this other shit. Let the clerics do that. My character has no base, no class, no history, no hang-ups, no religions, no problems, nothing. She's chaotic neutral. If you guys don't know what chaotic neutral is, I'll show you. It's very difficult to describe chaotic neutral, but we will attempt to do so here. I just have to make sure that my display adapter is on. I'm sorry that my display adapter was on and the video was bad. I'll fix that in a minute, right? So, what is chaotic neutral? It's a very hard thing to describe a chaotic neutral person in their alignment. And we're talking about alignment in D&D. There's fast ways to do it like this, which is somebody who will just profit off of whatever for fun, right? Somebody who here's a video of chaotic neutral, right? I'm a chaotic neutral person. I don't care about the vendor. I don't care about the robber. I'm not judging the robber. I've been in that situation. I've never been in a gun robbery, excuse me. But I've definitely robbed people who I've never met before, and like digitally. And I've been in the robber situation, and I've been in the person carrying the gun. I've never pointed a gun at a person ever, but I've definitely been the person who's had a gun. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid of guns. I like guns. So vendor is cool. The robber's cool. They're having their exchange. This guy's desperate, so he's robbing this guy. This guy doesn't make any money and shouldn't have a gun in his face. And I have some sympathy for the vendor, but I have some sympathy for the criminal too, because, So the guy in the back is me. I'm chaotic neutral. I'm robbing the vendor and laughing and walking away from both of them because neither of them realize that I'm there. And that's a chaotic neutral person for you. They have no hang-ups, no commitments, and it's impossible to be chaotic neutral. I'm 1 in a million or something. It's impossible not to choose a side. It's very, very difficult to not choose a side in this life. And you know what they're going to say? If you don't pick a fence, if you don't pick a side on a fence, you're just an idiot, right? That's what you're going to hear your whole life. But I mean, I am chaotic neutral. I'm not judging this guy. I'm not God, right? One of the things I hate about humanity is I feel like they judge people all the time when that's God or judges. That's God or a judge's place to judge, especially the Christians. You want to talk about Christians? One of the reasons I dislike them is they tend to judge me a lot, and and by their own reasoning, that goes against God. Now, doesn't it? A lot of Christians like to judge me for doing drugs or fucking girls in the ass or any of this other stuff, right? But like, I don't care what they think. That's God's job. You know what I'm saying? That's God's job, not theirs. They're breaking the commandment when they do that. They're breaking God's law, which is don't judge people, turn the other cheek. They know what the Bible says about it. They do it anyways, and they go against God, and I fundamentally believe that in their weird belief system, they're going to hell if they judge me for doing drugs or having ass sex with girls. You know what I'm saying? So whatever, like let God judge you then. Let's see if you go to heaven if you're judging other people as a Christian. Let's see if you go to heaven while you're doing that. That is not not your fucking business. That's God and a judge's job to do. So I'm chaotic neutral, like the guy in the background. I'm gonna rob the vendor and walk out that door, and I don't care if he shoots the vendor or not. I didn't cause him to rob the vendor. I didn't cause the vendor to be a business. I didn't cause the business to be here. I'd have no causality in this argument. I'm not there really. And if I can escape out after stealing from the vendor, I'm gonna do that because I don't care. I don't care about the robber. I don't care about the vendor. I don't care about crime. It's not my job to judge them. That's a smart way to be, by the way, but it's impossible for most people to do it. It's one of the things that makes me diamond in the rough. You'll never meet a chaotic neutral in the fucking wild. It basically doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Everyone always chooses a side, always. It's very difficult to be chaotic neutral without meaning to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to intentionally be chaotic neutral, right? But I've never intended to be chaotic neutral. I just am. I have no argument in this battlefield of life. I have no position, nobody to defend, nobody to protect. You know what I'm saying? Nobody to attack. That, you know, I'm a chaotic neutral person, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people attack me all the time. They can sense that I just won't choose a fucking fence, side of the fence. I just won't do it. So, you know, I don't care. I don't choose things in life. I don't care. I want random. I want somebody to choose what food I eat. I want somebody to RNG roll everything I do. I want somebody to choose what car I drive. I don't want to do it myself. The chaotic neutral is extremely insane. I don't like choosing things. Like for instance, I like it when girls pursue me because I don't have to pick them, right? But I also don't like it when girls pursue me because it's not very manly. But I mean, that's what happens. Every girl I've ever slept with pursued me unless I had an ad on the internet for sex, right? Every girl I've ever slept with pursued me. And so I'm just saying. Like, that's weird. And the reason they do that is they know I'm chaotic neutral. I don't reach out to other people. I don't go seeking anything. I just let it happen to me, and I roll the dice, and if I pull a 3 on a 17 roll, then I lose the dice roll, and I walk out of the store, and I don't even try and help the vendor by the way, this guy's a fucking asshole, but chaotic neutrals fucking assholes, right? So I pick up the hardest thing on the fucking shelf. If I'm a good, lawful person, I pick up the hardest thing on the fucking shelf. I come over and I clock the motherfucker really fucking hard. I smash him like the axe guy, like the smash that like button, smash that follow, right? We like it when the axe guy fucking smashes that motherfucker who's threatening somebody. We really like heroes, don't we? But I'm not a hero. I'm not here to be a hero for you. I'm not comfortable being in the hero position. I've been chaotic neutral my entire fucking life. You know what I'm saying? It's very weird. It's not normal. I'm the guy in the back who's gonna rob you while you're being robbed at gunpoint because I don't have a argument in this fight. I don't have a say in this fight. I don't have any play in it. I could sway this fight, right? But I'm not going to. I'm going to walk out the fucking door and talk about how fun the whole thing was because my entire reason to live is fun. You know what I'm saying? Fun. That's it. It's the whole reason I live. Girls just want to have fun. You know what I'm saying? I just want to have fun. So it's not fun for me to come clock the motherfucker. It's more fun for me to rob the motherfucker and leave. I didn't tell the guy to rob him. I'm not going to tell them I'm there. I'm the Metal Gear guy in the back who's stuffing a backpack. This is chaotic neutral. It's incredibly evil. Being neutral and chaotic is incredibly evil. It's a lot more evil than it is good, but it's not either. It's just I'm out for me. I'm out for whatever the fun is. If it's fun to rob the vendor while he's getting robbed, then I'm going to rob the fucking vendor. You know what I'm saying? This kid isn't doing this because he wants to hurt the vendor and he's not defending the vendor because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. That's the other thing. I make no commitments in my life. It's very difficult to have a long-term relationship for me because that means like admitting that I care about the person, and it's difficult for me to care. It's like difficult for me to care. It's not difficult for me to love someone wholeheartedly and love them and care about them and watch everything they do and put them above me and put them on a pedestal. Shout out to one of my best friends. Shout out to one of my best friends there, by the way. It's difficult for me to it's not difficult for me to full-blown love someone and treat them like they're the greatest person ever made because they are, or I wouldn't love them, right? Very easy for me to wholeheartedly love someone like stranger in a strange land, you know? But Am I inclined to do so? No, because that means commitment, and commitment is very difficult for me. That means it's choosing a side, right? And I don't like choosing a side, because if you lock yourself out from the evil side of life, you're gonna miss out on a lot of fun, which is why I'm alive. So if you miss out, you know, like, I hate the stream sniper, right? But I understand why he does it. It's because it's like wallowing in crapulence and visiting the dark side of life. I've been there many times. I don't judge him for that. I judge him for attacking me. You know what I'm saying? I've been on the dark side of life before. I've been Sith, I've been Jedi, and almost nobody can say that. Nobody can say, oh, I went Sith and Jedi, I can stand stance at will. Sometimes I throw the Palpatine in the pit, sometimes I am the Palpatine, you know? Sometimes I throw Palpatine in the pit. Sometimes I throw Darth Vader in the pit. Sometimes I throw Luke Skywalker in the fucking pit. It depends on what the situation is and what the most fun is. And you don't want to be like this. Trust me, you can't strive to be like this. It just is inherently in your personality. Some people have called me a sociopath before, but I've never done a sociopathic thing in my whole life. Never harmed anybody, never done anything sociopathic in my whole life. But I've been called a sociopath a bunch of times because they can sense that I just won't choose a side. I'm on my side, which is taking the vendor's loot and leaving. It's the only way I can benefit from this situation. So I do it, right? Just like this kid. It's very rare in the wild to be the kid who's robbing the vendor in the back. It's very rare. Usually you see somebody run because they're pussies, or fights because they're heroes, one or the other, right? Bad and good, right? Bad is running away from the situation, or leaving the vendor to die, or not trying to help the guy, right? That's bad. Comes up in Dungeons and Dragons all the time. You got to have more morals and ethics in a man code or a woman code or whatever code to get through this life. And my man code is a man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to his partner, his children, his partner's children, and the children in the community. And I'm going to say that again. My man code is very specific. It's a man should be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to his partner, his children, his partner's children, and the children in his community. If you're doing that, you're a good man. Even if you're Hitler, doesn't matter. If you're doing that, you're still a good man. If you're doing that still, you can be John Gotti and be a good man. It's possible, right? So I have a man code and I follow this, right? So it would be very difficult for me to walk away from this situation, so I would choose on the side of good here. I would rob the vendor, right? But I would also clock the robber and take the pistol from him, which is what I would do, right? I would take not only do I want the loot on the counter, and then I want the loot off the shelf. I want the pistol. Pistol represents attracts weird, chaotic, neutral personalities that and it's not very common. You know, chaotic neutral is not common. So this is chaotic neutral for you. It's a good way to describe it. Yeah, I'm the guy in the back stuffing his backpack while you get robbed. I don't give a shit. I don't have some say in this argument. I didn't tell the robber to rob you, and I'm not the vendor. So I'm gonna do whatever profits me that requires no commitment. Now, if I'm a particularly crazy chaotic neutral, I might find it fun to pick up a really hard object like a can of soup or something on the fucking counter or on the fucking shelf, right? And just kind of sneak up behind him and go thwack fucking hard like the axe guy, right? I'm inclined to do good things, just like I'm inclined to doing the evil thing. But I don't know. Until the moment happens, I don't know what's going to happen. I know that if I walk out of the store behind both of them, right, I can just walk out with the backpacks. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Taking a stance on the fight is not very chaotic neutral of me. I'm just going to walk out of the store. I know what he's going to do. He's going to walk out of the store while the robber stays there too long, because the robber's an idiot. So, you know, so...
Well, now what?
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco.
Right? And they take the pistols. They take, like, right, this is chaotic neutral. They take the loot, they take the backpacks, they take the pistols, they save the vendor's life, right? The vendor isn't going to shoot them. He stopped the robbery, right? There it is, right? And so the robber deals with the real problem, which is the criminal, and he lets them run with the loot. And he doesn't report them. He files no complaint against them. He sees that they aren't gonna. They tell him, "We're not gonna shoot you. We're just here to take his shit and some food because we're starving." And the vendor goes, "Okay, leave." And they leave. And he doesn't report them. He doesn't report the theft, and they walk out of that store with the most loot possible, which is the robber's pistol, the shotgun, the fucking loot in the backpacks, and the skateboard that they brought in, right? That's chaotic neutral for you. It's an opportunist. It's somebody who will just do whatever it is for fun or opportunity or profit, right? It's a nasty, nasty thing, but it is a reality. It's how I see that. Like they were crazy with it. They were crazy with it though. They're chaotic neutral, and they know they're chaotic neutral, and they're doing something chaotic neutral when they did it. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy. So you know, so this is the best video I've ever seen on chaotic neutral. I watched it a lot of times. So here we go. Dungeons and Dragons content during a Baldur's Gate 3 stream is appropriate, I believe. Understand your Dungeons and Dragons. It matters.
Today's video is not so much a lesson kind of video.
It is a lesson, though. It is.
More of my attempt to...
I love that map in the background. I remember that map, and I love that map. That map is fucking dope. I want that in my background.
Correct and injustice.
I don't want all the other girl repellent here. Actually, never mind. It's not girl repellent. It's not girl repellent. Look, it's not girl repellent. It looks like a good, normal nerd. It's not girl repellent. It looks tasteful. He's an actually skilled artist, and it's the tools of a trade. It's not daddy's money for video games. It's tools of an artist's trade. And trust me, this, you want to make the girls twerk? You want to make the girls twerp and go beep beep, come in, right? This is what you do. You have tools of the trade. They go gaga for people who have tools of the trade. You don't have 10,000 video games in the back, even if you're a video game streamer, because how'd you get that money? Daddy's money, right? But you do have paintbrushes, because trust me, twerk twerk, the women go beep, they go beep, come in.
Just that has happened in the world. So we're going to talk about chaotic neutral, and is it really that bad?
Paintbrushes, right? When you actually use them, it's like liquid panty remover, because it's the tools of the trade. A real artist gets tons of play. Trust me, real artists, I've been one. Real artists get tons of play. If you're a poet or a fucking like a singer or a creative or an artist or a pen and artwork person or a drawer or a pencil artist or any of that, right? The girls go twerk. They go twerp twerp, and they go tweet tweet, and they go hey come over here. Trust me, the girls really love that. They do. It's called legitimacy. If you're living a garbage crab person life, stalking somebody for 10,000 hours, and you have nothing in the background in your life because you have no depth and you're a garbage person, nobody will ever touch you. Which is why it's not wise to spend 10,000 fucking hours stalking someone. It's better to take care of your own life, you know? Is chaotic neutral bad? Yes. Yes, it is. It's bad. It's really bad. Somebody whose only fucking motivation is themselves is incredibly destructive to the world.
Hello, Game Masters. I'm Richard Quiner.
Is it really that bad? Yes, it's very, very bad. You saw the video. You saw how bad it can be. You saw the video we just watched. It was incredibly bad. He robbed everybody. He robbed the robber. He robbed the vendor. He walked with all the loot, and he walked out of there. And that's chaotic neutral for you, and it's incredibly fucking bad. He threatened the vendor's life by saying, "I'm not going to kill you," right? But if you try to stop me from leaving here, I will shoot you, right? Which is exactly what I would have said. I would have said, "Look, man, you're the vendor. He's the robber. I don't have play in this. I'm going to take my food because I'm starving to death, and I'm going to take the weapons because I can sell them, and you're going to deal with it, and you're going to let me walk out of here, and you're not going to fucking report me, or I'll show up and I'll kill your ass later with the weapons I stole, okay? We're never going to see each other again. Have a nice life. Have a nice life." You know, and you go running out the door, and the vendor hops over the counter and puts the gun on the criminal, right? That's chaotic neutral for you. Is it good? No. Is it bad? Yes. Is it as bad as evil? No. But it's not good.
Back to the RPG Daily.
It's not good.
Daily dose of all things.
It's not good to have no commitments, no say. I don't care if Republicans win. I don't care if Democrats win. I don't care if third party wins. I don't care if it's a fucking democracy or a fucking royalty or a whatever, a fucking hegemony or any of this other stuff. I don't care about your fucking class or your religion. I don't care about your fucking music or what your identity is. I don't care about your sexual fucking orientation. I don't care about your fucking education. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care if you're God. I don't care if you're Satan. I don't care if you're Hitler. I don't care if you're Usain Bolt. I don't care. I don't care. I have no play in this. I have no say. I don't care who the fuck you are. As long as you don't fuck with me, we're good. You're good. I don't care if you're a criminal that rapes children or whatever. As long as you don't fuck with me, I don't care who you are or what you do. And that is bad. It's very, 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 very bad when you don't care if evil wins. Don't be like Donnie Skycat does, right? And be chaotic neutral and have no play or say in the fucking fight. You don't care if America lives or dies because you don't care about America. You have no commitment. You know what I'm saying? You don't care if the government turns into a piece of shit. I mean, I care because it fucking fucks with me. It fucks with me all the time that the government is a piece of shit. They steal all my time. They try to put me in jail. They waste my shit. They tell me drugs are illegal and they tell me what I can and can't do with my fucking life, and I can't fucking stand it. So I actively work against them all the fucking time because they actively work against me all the time. There's a commitment that I don't normally make. I don't normally make commitments to fight the government, but I made the commitment to fight the government my entire fucking life because the government fucking fought me my entire life. And trust me, if you're chaotic neutral, the government can't stand you. They can't stand that you won't choose a side. They can't stand you. They go after you. They target you with I'm up to 7 false assault charges that the system dropped because they like to toss charges at you when you're chaotic neutral because they know that you aren't their friend. You believe in anarchy. You will vote for a criminal in a jury because you don't believe in the criminal going to jail. That'd be a commitment. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want to be fucked with and live your life. It's a very simple thing, being chaotic neutral. It's kind of like being, what's that political party in America? I can't remember. I always forget. It's like being a libertarian, but in your core beliefs, not your political beliefs. Your core beliefs are don't have a dog. Sorry, don't have a duck in any fight or whatever. Don't have a dog in or don't die on any hill. If you want to know what chaotic neutral is, it's don't die on any hill. No hill is worth dying for, right? That's chaotic neutral for you. So you don't ever, like, your reality is I'm never gonna be those guys carrying that fucking flag and that American bronze sculpture that they have down by the White House, right? Where they're planting that flag in Iwo Jima or something like that. And we support our troops and we say, yeah, fuck yeah, America, fuck yeah, right? But also, I don't care about America. And it sucks when people realize how bad that actually is. I don't care about America. I don't care about Britain. I don't care. I don't care about the government. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm just trying to live my own life. That's it. And trying to stay alive. I wish people would stop fucking with me, but they won't. So, and I don't fuck with them. I don't ever fuck with them. I don't actively, I mean, I go out of my way to actively speak out against the government, the American government. But I don't I don't really make much money off that or profit from it in any way. I don't relish doing it. I don't want to kick the government when they're down and they've been assholes and robbing people and telling us what we can and can't do. You know, I don't want to kick the government when they're down, you know, whatever. They're trying to help us, I think, you know. So, whatever.
Playing games?
Whatever is chaotic neutral. The word whatever is the definition of chaotic neutral. It's whatever fucking suits me at the time. I don't care. Sometimes it's evil, sometimes it's incredibly good. Like, for instance, one time I knew that I was running a problem with a couple of druggy friends that I had, because I went with them from Denver, Colorado to Casper, Wyoming. That's Longmire territory, right? Really bad methamphetamine corridor with, I think I had 16 ounces. And I sold all 16 for, I think it was like $5,900, and I was the only one that had the money, right? And we spent some money on the trip. We stayed in a hotel. We bought gas. We fixed up the car, and we ate food, and we bought drugs, and we used the drugs. So a lot of that money went towards us. But we also walked with about $2,800 in profit, right? And at the end of it, my friend A's sister, they're both female, right? My friend A's sister, S, steps to me because she's not stupid, she's smart, right? I don't hang out with stupid people. She knows that I'm chaotic neutral and I'm inclined to help people as much as I am inclined to hurt them, right? I have no say in the fight. If it's entertaining or fun for me to help someone a lot, I will do so. I will put the work in to help somebody. I've saved lives before. I've definitely like physically saved lives before. I will save your life, for instance, because it's fun. Not because I care that you're alive. Even if you're my best friend, I don't really care that you're alive. It's a sick, sad thing about Skycat, but I don't really care if you're alive. If you're gone tomorrow, that's fine for me. I'm chaotic neutral. I don't care if you're in my life or not. And that's one of the reasons why I have no friends. Is this really insane? When it's actually your personality by default, it's actually really fucking bad. It's like really bad, right? So to finish the drug deal story, at the end of it, my friend S steps to me and she's like, you know, we have this 8-month-old toddler, and you know that we have no place to live, and you know that we need rent, and you know that we need a deposit, and you know that we need drugs. We're drug addicts. She said it verbatim like this too, and she's like, you know all of these things, yet you're going to walk away with that $3,000, and what are you going to do with it? You're going to buy food and drugs, and you're going to go to a casino, and you're going to lose it all. And she was like, you should give it to us and do the right thing. And I was like, are you seriously right now asking me for $3,000 fucking dollars? And she was like, yes, I am, for the baby. Right? And this is one of the ways that chaotic neutral can get really taken advantage of, because immediately I think in my fucking crazy brain, I immediately think, how fun would it be to give this girl $3,000 right now for no reason? And she knew it, and I did it. I was like, here you go. And she was like, no way, that worked. And I was like, yeah, here you go. And she can verify it. She's still alive. She can verify what I'm talking about if I need her to. This isn't some lie or some story. She's alive. She can verify it. I gave a girl $3,000 one time on a whim because she had a baby. And if I have the money, I help them. Not because I'm some Captain Save-A-Blank, because it's fun for me to do so. Last night, I handed 100 million ISK to some e-pilot I don't even know. Not because I like philanthropy, but because it's fun. Now, I don't respect Bill Gates for being a philanthropist. I don't give a living two shits if Bill Gates gave $100 billion away. I don't give two shits about money, and I don't give two shits about Bill Gates. I don't give two shits about Elon Musk. I don't give two shits about Fox executives. I don't give two shits, right? I don't give two shits about Bobby Kotick. Go on and rob him. It's funny, and I don't care. You know, it's fun for me to watch you rob the Blizzard people. So whatever, you know, and it's fun for me to watch you steal breast milk from the... It's not fun for me to watch you cause a suicide death, but it's fun for me to watch you fucking steal the breast milk from the fucking employee lounge. That's fun for me. I enjoy that story. So I don't judge you for it. I don't care if they stole the breast milk. I just think it's hilariously funny that they did.
When you build your world.
You know, and so stay away from chaotic neutral. When girls step to me and they're like, hey, I twerked for you. You want to fuck me in the ass? Hey, you want to date me for the rest of my life? I'm like, sure, yeah. If you understand that I can't ever make a commitment, I'll marry you, but I'll exit the marriage in a single second because I don't make any commitments. So any commitment, understand, is something that I just don't do. So sure, we could be married and fuck each other in the ass or whatever, you know, but it doesn't matter. Like in the end, I'm gonna be about as supportive as a stranger. I'm gonna be about as supportive to you as a stranger would be. If I'm inclined to enjoy the fun of helping you, which I generally do. I like helping people. I think it's fun, not because it benefits them or makes their lives better. I don't give two shits about them. I care about the fun that it is for me to give somebody 100 million ISK or $100 million. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I've never had money my entire life. Anybody with a brain would never trust Skycat with $1 because I'm as likely to give it away to a stranger as I am to spend it. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a living shit about money. That's also something that nobody on the entire fucking planet can understand. But I just literally don't give two shits about money. You want to know what I think about money? I think of it as you need it if you don't have the skills to survive. Which is why people brag about it when they have it so much and all this stuff. You need money when you don't have the skills to survive. You have to buy your survival, right? I don't need to buy my survival. I can walk out that, and I've done it like 50 times before. It's not like some fucking story or some lie or exaggeration or something. I can walk out, and I'm likely to do this too. It's a problem in my life. I'm liable to walk out that front door and drop my streamer career, drop my fucking life, drop my family, and drop this home that I bought with air conditioning and nice life. and go homeless, smoke heroin, and try to fuck girls in the ass, because that might be fun, right? I don't give a shit about what I have or loot or any of that other shit. I am absolutely insane. It is a fairly insane way to be. It's not sane. When I went to the madhouse, I was like, well, that was inevitable. You know, it wasn't some depressing thing for me. You know, when I went to the madhouse for 2 years, a men's health dorm for PTSD, I was like, well, it was only a matter of time, you know? It was only a matter of time till that happened, and it happened, you know?
And like I said today.
And so people either love me or they hate me, but the general reaction is they hate me, because when they see it, when they truly understand somebody who has no dogs in the fight and just doesn't care if you live or die, I care about what's entertaining and fun, right?
Talking about the chaotic neutral alignment. And if it's really that
Stay away from chaotic neutral people. They'll throw an empire away on a whim. They'll throw a base away on a whim. I did it yesterday. I threw a base away on a whim yesterday. An entire base that took me like 6 hours to make or whatever, right? Like, I threw an entire base away on a whim. I mean, it's the end of the wipe. It doesn't matter. But also, like, I did that in the middle of the wipe, too. I gave a base away. I was like, hey, you need a base? And I just straight up gave it to him. I unlocked the doors and gave it to him, you know? Like fucking like I'm chaotic neutral. I'm a greater fool, which is that I believe the value of the people and the value of the fun is greater than anything money could ever represent me ever, including survival. Because in the end, I have the skills to go out into the Colorado Rocky Mountains with nothing but the shirt and the pants on my back and survive for the rest of my life, because I've done it. I did it. You know, I'll get it somehow. I'll get a sleeping bag somehow. I'll get a tent somehow. I'll get a fucking, you know, I'll get the clothes somehow. I'll get the food somehow. I'll do it. I have the skill to walk out that fucking door with nothing but the clothes on my back and survive entirely well, too. Entirely well. Like, live a good life. I've done it before. And so nobody can bribe me with money. It's one of the reasons why I always thought I should be the president, right? Nobody can bribe me with any money. I don't give two shits about $500 billion. I don't give two shits about $500 fucking billion. I don't care about the things that can buy me. I have no interest in it, and it's intensely crazy. And Dungeons & Dragons appeals to me because I can actually be myself if I want, like Rust, and just do whatever is fun.
Bad, or if it's just getting a bad reputation from people misusing it a little bit. And we're going to talk about how we can fix this problem in our community. Of course, I want to know your opinions on this.
It is not a problem. Being chaotic neutral is not a problem. It happens naturally in the wild, or I wouldn't be alive. It's not inherently bad unless you provide bad opportunities to it, like drugs.
Let me know your feelings about chaotic neutral in the comments
like
below
drugs.
As we dive into this topic. We know alignments are
Where's
kind
my
of
drugs?
a relic of the past.
Where's my drugs at? Gotta go find my drugs.
Tabletop
I'll be right
RPG games
back.
In general, they aren't really as used as they used to be. I know for me, I haven't used my alignment seriously in a game for a pretty long time. I usually...
That music in the background sucks.
They say if I'm either good or evil or just kind of in the middle. I don't really fixate on any one or other alignment that much. I try to make my belief systems of my characters a little more in-depth and a little more nuanced than...
Me too. I don't give a living shit about morality. I don't care. I have no dogs in that fight. I know that I don't care what happens. I just want to be entertained.
The alignment...
Everybody's got a little bit of chaotic neutral in their personality, though. That's another secret about it. Everybody's got a little bit of opportunist in them. Opportunist is probably the closest word to chaotic neutral beyond whatever. The word whatever, right? Chaotic neutral is whatever is fun. Whatever is fun, you know? So the other phrase would be, of course, you know, no commitment or whatever.
Is possible, but there seems to be this stigma against people who like to play chaotic neutral characters.
Yeah, there's this stigma because they don't pick a side, and people hate that. I am just as likely to pick Hitler's side as I am fucking Gandhi. It sucks. I don't care. I am half Sith. I've been half Sith. I've been a drug dealer and a crazy person for a long time. I'm not a drug dealer right now, but I mean, like, I've been a bad person. I've been a very bad Sith in my lifetime. I never harmed a living thing or raped or did anything sexually inappropriate or anything to end up in jail. I just, like, lived a chaotic neutral life where I was as likely to hang out with bad people as I was good people. And I have good people who love me, and I have bad people who love me. You know what I'm saying? But generally, the usual response is love. It doesn't matter matter. Like bad people in particular tend to kind of like me because they know that I'm not judging them. I think that's God's job.
They're the jerk. They're the asshole that.
Yeah, I'm a jerk. I don't commit. I don't give a flying fuck whether you get your plus 5,000 purple sword of butthole rape or whatever, right? I just I just like whatever. I don't care about your loot. I don't care about your +1 to whatever. I don't give a living shit about that. I don't care about the chest that you got to go loot or any of that. I don't fucking care about that. I care about things that mean my survival, so I'll go loot the chest and sell the shit if I need to or whatever. But also another really, really bad thing about Chaotic Neutral is they don't value anything at all. I don't value anything at all. I can't think of anything I value except love. That's about it. I don't value video games. I would be just as fine without them. I don't value people. I would be just as fine without them. I don't value, I don't value the government. I would be just as fine without it. I don't value help. I'd be just as fine without it. I don't value compliments. I'm just as good without it. I know that I'm the best person that ever lived or whatever in my own deluded, chaotic, neutral mind. So I just, I go on with it. And trust me, you don't want to be like this. You can't be like this. It is impossible to be chaotic neutral. It's impossible to create chaotic neutral. It can only happen in the wild. It's like a diamond in the rough thing. It's not something that you can fundamentally understand unless your personality actually is chaotic neutral, which is it fun, right? That's something that most people aren't able to understand about chaotic neutral. The only question you need to ask about any fucking moral situation for a chaotic neutral build is it fun? Is it fun? Is it fun?
Likes to go off and do their own thing, hiding behind the statement, it's what my character would do.
Like somebody asked me why I had a 110-inch television screen the other day, and I told them the answer, whenever you ask me something, is always invariably gonna be because it's fun. If you're asking me why I'm doing something, the answer is always invariably because it's fun. So I'm going to do it. Masturbate, smoke weed, smoke heroin, I don't care what the fuck it is. I'll do it if it's fun. Fuck girls in the ass. I mean, I don't care what it is. You know what I'm saying?
So, as you're thinking about your character, why would you pick chaotic neutral?
Yeah, the only time you would ever pick chaotic neutral is if you've done all the other ones so much you're bored of them, or if you're like me and you're actually chaotic neutral in your actual fucking reality. That's the only time you would ever voluntarily play the center of the chart. You want to pick good or pick evil. You don't want to be chaotic neutral. It's not a good place to be. Trust me. Both sides rape you. Both sides rape you a lot. They just walk all over you. Both sides. They just walk all over you. If you don't pick a side, both of them attack you.
In general, people tend to pick this because it comes with the idea that you're acting in your own self-interest.
Nope, it's not that. It's that you don't want to act in any interest that isn't fun. It's actually fun. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to theorize what chaotic neutral is. I'm an expert because I'm naturally chaotic neutral. If it's fun, I'll do it. Honestly, if someone were to hand me like I'm a scary person, because if somebody were to hand me a remote to a piece of dynamite, I might press the button. I would never do it if it would harm any living thing, because that means a commitment to harm living things. I don't have that, so I don't harm him. I don't ever harm. I've never killed anything voluntarily, not even a spider. It just wasn't in my personality. I've never killed a bug even. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't in my personality. It's one of the reasons why I don't like Rust that much. Stealing from people just isn't really in my personality unless it's fun. That's it, you know?
You're not really bound by a code of ethics.
Yeah, I don't have a code of ethics other than, is it fun? He doesn't know how to say it because he's not actually chaotic neutral. I know how to say it. Is it fun? And I'm a madman. I'm basically Junkrat. One of the reasons why I hate Junkrat so much is he's basically chaotically neutral. He doesn't care who dies. I don't either. I mean, I care that they live, because I believe that life is good, and I believe that all living things have a right. All life is sacred, and all living things have a right to live, including flies. So I've never killed a fly. I mean, I've killed flies when I was a baby, when I was like a kid, when I was like 6 years old. But there was this point when I had the thought that I believed that all life was sacred around the age of 6 or something like that. I just stopped killing anything in general. I don't like eating meat because it means murder. You know, it means murder. It does. I don't like eating meat because it means murder. That means a commitment to wanting to kill animals. I don't like that. So I don't, you know, so I try to avoid it if I can. I try to avoid eating meat, but I kind of get sick if I don't eat it. So I'm so big. I'm like 6'4" and 380 pounds. If I don't eat meat, I get kind of sick. You know what I'm saying? If you're Andre the Giant, you eat meat. You know what I'm saying?
To play.
It sucks, but I mean, it's a reality. If you don't eat a lot of protein as a really big giant person, you're gonna have a bad life. You're gonna be sick all the time. You're gonna be pale and unhealthy, or fat like me. You know.
And do what you feel like in the moment.
Like, if I had the guts, I would live off just meat. I wouldn't put ketchup or taste or salt or anything on it. I would just eat meat all the time that I cooked, but I don't have the balls to do it. That's committing to murder. So I only eat meat when I feel like I'm gonna get sick. That's it.
Based on your
that's the least amount of commitment I possibly could about meat murder, right? So one of my best friends is a devout vegan who has been full-blown vegan most of her life, right? And her and I get along like peas and carrots, unlike her and everybody else, because she thinks anybody who eats meat is evil. But when I explain to her that I'm so big, well, she knows it too. She knows it's a reality. Like when I explain to her that I don't like eating meat and I avoid it at all costs, and I haven't eaten fish since I was 6 years old. I full-blown cut fish out of my diet completely. You know what I'm saying? And chicken, basically. I mean, I eat chicken once in a while, but I don't go looking for chicken. The only meat I'll eat is beef, and that's it. And the only reason I eat beef is because I get sick if I don't eat it. And she was like, "You get sick if you don't eat meat?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man. When you're 6'4" and you're 350 fucking pounds, and you look like Andre the Giant, you have to have protein. Vegetables won't get you enough protein. It just won't do it. Vegetables won't, like I was full blown devout vegan for 3 years, and I got so sick. I got so sick at the end of it. Because I was just like, man, I can't do this anymore. I need protein. I'll get sick without it. Been sick for like 3 years. I can't do this to myself anymore. And I went back to meat, not because I craved it, but because I was getting sick without it.
Personal interest or your character's best interest.
I don't care about eating. I don't care about most things. I don't value most things. So I don't care what a meal tastes like, for instance, which is something that's really alien to most women. Women like cooking and food. Generally, because it's like in their DNA imperative to like cooking and food. It's a sexist thing, but it is true. Women like security and stability and cooking food because they've got a DNA imperative to do so. They're like God or whatever you believe in, nature or physics or whatever, Xenu, the alien god, or whatever you believe in, told women a long time ago that if they don't get in, you know, if they don't take care of the cooking while the men go hunting, the meals don't get made. And if we eat raw meat, we die. And the man can't go hunt for the food and cook the food at the same time and expect a meal before you starve to death. So there's a DNA imperative for women to stay home in the cave. It sucks. We want them out of the cave. I believe in them. I love women and I want them to get out of the cave, but we kind of put them there with that expectation of understanding that the meal needs to be made. It's an actual reality. It's a life, you know? So it sucks. So, but like, I don't like cooking and I don't care about food and I don't care about almost anything, honestly. I value almost nothing except music and love. Video games. That's about it. The rest of it, I could take or leave. Drugs, I like drugs. Video games, music, and intellectual conversation and fun. And the rest of reality, I could take or leave.
And like I said, a lot of people like to say it's what my character would do in defense.
No, you would never know unless you actually were a chaotic neutral what a chaotic neutral person will do. You know, you're gonna see it here when I play the game finally. You know,
of something time or a moment when they're being a jerk to the other players. I hope we can correct this issue by talking a little more about chaotic neutral and some of the actual nuance that can be found within this one alignment. It's actually kind of interesting. So we talk about how it's defined as characters that take their...
So, okay, when he speaks about chaotic neutral, to me, that is like literally somebody literally telling me what the meaning of life is. It's like this sacred information for me. because understanding what chaotic neutral is so incredibly powerful to unlocking my actual potential as a human being. So anybody willing to talk about who and what I actually am, I'm a freak of fucking nature. I'm about as likely to back the fucking stream sniper as I am Zelly. You know? Honestly. And that's a reality that Zelly probably shouldn't fucking accept. But I mean, like, that's the reality. I'm just as likely to back the stream sniper as I am Zelly. That's a fucking reality about me that people need to understand. If you think you have security through friendship with me, yeah, I'm loyal and I'm not likely to toss you to the fucking wolves. I'm just not like that because that's not fun for me. If it was, I would. But it's just not fun for me to hurt you, right? I don't get, if I did find it fun to hurt people, I would. I don't find it fun, so I don't, you know? So, but it sucks to support Zelly more than the stream sniper because that's taking a side. You know what I'm saying? And that's something I don't do. So I believe in the stream sniper's, like, reality. I believe in his ability to do whatever the fuck he wants to do. I believe in his choice to do whatever he wants. I'm not going to tell him to do anything or not do anything. I mean, I tell him all the time not to do it because it's annoying to me. But I believe in his God-given right to do whatever the fuck he wants to whenever he wants to, because that's how I live my life. I would be a hypocrite to say otherwise. So I'm as likely to back him, even my enemy, as I am to back my friend if it means fun for me in the moment. If it's fun for me to back him and see what damage he can do, I can empower him and give him mod, you know, and see what he does to my stream. And I could do that because I could, and I just thought about it, and I could do that, and I'm likely to do an experiment like that sooner or later in my lifetime, where I just give the power of my entire stream to my worst enemy, because that would be fun for me. And you begin to understand how really crazy and bad it is. It empowers bad people, it depowers powerful people, like good people, excuse me. It depowers good people, and it empowers bad people. And it also empowers good people and depowers bad people. It's a crazy, crazy thing, chaotic neutral. It's an asset if you're actually a chaotic neutral person. If you aren't, then don't bother trying to roll chaotic neutral. You'll never be able to make the decisions correctly. It's whatever's fun. It's an easy one, but a lot of people can't actually understand the concept. Is it fun? They can't live their lives like that. They think, oh, whatever is worth doing takes work. So but you'd be surprised how much of all of humanity is against fun. You'd be surprised how many humans believe that fun is a bad thing, because it's usually like too much, or like a lack of moderation, or too much indulgence or something, right? It's not enough work, too much play, or that kind of thing, right? Most humans are actually really anti-fun. When you look at it from a chaotic neutral perspective, you begin to understand it. A lot of humans just plain don't want you to have fun at all. They just don't like it. They don't want you to have a smile on your face. They view that as some kind of lax, some kind of lax, shirking of duty or work, right? They think if you're having fun, then you must be fucking around, and they literally are against it, and they will actively try to make you not have fun. This is one of the reasons why drugs are incredibly illegal. Is it because most of humanity actually doesn't want humanity to have fun. They want you to work like serf dogs until you die to benefit the entire human race, not yourself. And so you'd be surprised how hard it is to view the world like that, unless you're chaotic neutral, because you think, oh, good people are good. Right? I just think good people are good too, but beyond that, I end there. I think good people are good is like a statement about how you can predict their behavior, right? It's going to be good, right? Good people are good, so you can predict their behavior. But what good means to me is just not actively hurting anyone. You know, that's about as close to a definition as I can get about good. It's just that you're not actively hurting people. So, you know, I can be an interesting friend because I'll give you $100,000 on a whim, but I also don't value the money. So when you see a pile of money, you expect me to steal that for you, or go get that for you, or value that pile of money. I don't value a pile of money. Like, we can see the picture from Breaking Bad, right? This was everybody's favorite scene from Breaking Bad, when Huel Breaking Bad, Huel, Money, right? And I'm only going to show 1 second of this because I am not attempting to, I'm not attempting to commit a DMCA. I am just trying to pull an image. That's it. See it? So I don't give a living shit about this. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was lying or telling you a fib or something. I could give 2 shits about that. It's a pile of paper to me. And my mother, for instance, she can't stand that. My mother hates that about me. She's told me my entire life. She's like, you and Money are fucking stupid. You are stupid, stupid, stupid with fucking money. You support women. You're a greater fool. You're a Captain Save a Blank. You do whatever with your money if it entertains you. That's the only usage it is for you, is entertainment. That's it. You don't care about money. You don't care where rent's going to come from. You don't care where your next meal's going to come from. You just get that whenever you need it, right? And that's how I live my life. My mother is the exact opposite of that. She makes a plan for every single thing that she's ever done in her entire life, and her entire fucking specialties was system specialist, and she ran a successful 40-woman company, honestly, 40-woman company in the 90s when I was a kid. And she made about, $7 million personally, and her business thrived until she lost it during a recession. AT&T, her biggest client, couldn't afford to pay for her services anymore, so her system, her business that she built went tits up, right? And I feel shame and sorrow for her that happened, and I feel pity, and I'm sorry, but I don't care about her business. I don't care about her money. I don't care about what happened to her, and honestly, she hates that about me. She hates it. She hates that I don't care what happens to her. I don't care what happens to any of my friends. I don't care what happened. Like my friend, he shot his father in the head and killed him, and then he shot himself a second later and killed him. And I was sad about that, and I was fucked up, particularly because it's fun for me to be sad and fucked up about it. But I also could have just as easily been like, well, oh well. One of my closest friends, I easily could have. I knew it. I knew when my best friend called me on the phone that my choices here were gonna matter. I knew when my best friend told me, because I was inclined to say, "Oh well, sorry, I haven't seen him in 7 years. Don't care." And I know my best friend was expecting that answer. He was expecting it when I called him. And I didn't do that to him. I wanted to keep the friendship with him. I would have lost the friendship there. But I wanted to keep my friendship with my best friend. I do value friendship for some reason. I don't know. I don't value it like in terms of its power or anything like that. I just value friendship. I think it's fun. It's fun to be friends with people. It's a lot more fun to be friends with people than it is to be enemies with people. I will say that. So I think it's a lot more fun to be friends with people. So I kept my best friend. But I easily could have tossed him to the curb on the worst day of his life and said, oh well, sucks to be him. And that was my actual response when I heard that my best friend had shot his father in the fucking head and then himself a second later. I was like, oh well, there goes that. That was my first response. And I listened for like 25 minutes, dead silent, while my best friend told me what happened, right? But in the meantime, I was running a battle plan in my head of how to keep my friendship with my best friend and strategically planning how to show him that I care when I actually don't care if one of my best friends is alive or dead. I actually don't care if my best friends are alive or dead. I don't care, honestly. I mean, it sucks. I care. I love them, and I want them alive. It is fun for me to do so, to care that I want them alive. But I don't truly care, and they know this about me. My mother knows this about me. She knows that I'm actually really fucking crazy, like full-blown crazy, like crazy genius guy who just doesn't care about the outcomes of anything. I'm very close to Gary Gygax, who I think is like the original chaotic neutral guy. Gary Gygax is the original chaotic neutral guy, right? So for him, Dungeons and Dragons was a very natural thing to do, because he was rolling a pair of dice when he was deciding what meal he was going to eat. I would do the same thing. I'd be like, well, tonight, am I going to have a burger? I don't like the choice. I don't like choosing. I want somebody else to do that for me. And you can't get anybody to make your choices for you. It's something about humanity that I've never understood. They might want to and enjoy to do it, like a wife or something like that, but it doesn't come naturally. It doesn't come naturally for humans to want to make your choices for you. So I know why he made Dungeons and Dragons. He started rolling dice for everything that he did. And I would do the same thing because I don't fucking care if it's good or bad. I don't care if it's good or bad. I don't care what it is. I don't have a play in it. I don't choose a side. I don't care. I'm just as likely to go jump off a fucking plane one day as I am to sit here and do my stream. The only difference is I can't afford to go jump out of a plane yet, but I'm trying to get the money to do it. When I will, I'll take the fucking stream on the fucking road and I'll show you what it's like to jump out of a fucking plane live. You know, the only reason I don't do that tomorrow is my heart is too fat, so it'll be bad for my heart, and I'm older, and then also I'm too fat to wear a parachute. I would just fall and plummet to my death. 380 pounds, and you'll just go plummeting on down. The parachute can't stop it. Parachute, you'll go, bah! I mean, it can stop it, but I would need like a professional, like, you know, $20,000 parachute, which I just can't afford. So I don't do that, right? But when I lose the weight, I'm going to jump out of a plane, and I'm going to do it live on stream because I'm chaotic neutral. I'm just as likely to jump out of a plane as I am to sit here and play goddamn Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I really am. You know, it's kind of crazy. I might disappear one decade while I go lobby the government to formally legalize and enable me to pay taxes on gaming currency and all that. So I might not be on stream for a couple years while I go form a lobby and attack the government. I'm just as likely to attack the government as I am to play Baldur's Gate 3. It's crazy when you're like this. It's just crazy, you know? So yeah.
Own best interest.
And so any insight towards it, it's like unlocking the Godco particle for me. Because I can't explain who I am. I've never been able to explain who I am or why I do the things that I do. It's a dice roll. It's random. When you understand random, because you are random, you're able to understand random, and you prefer random. And so another struggle that I had in my lifetime with this, right, is my best friend who's I have two best friends. One's a woman, one's a man, right? And they're both, well, they're both bi, but they orientate straight. They're both in really long-term relationships and have been for years. They're straight people in relationships, but they're both bi in the respect that they've slept with the other gender, both of them. So, but I'm straight, and so we don't see eye to eye on that. I don't see eye to eye with bi. I would never touch a man, but I don't judge them for it, right? I have no dog in that race, because I have no dog in any race. I don't give a living shit. I don't give a, like, gay people tend to really love me. I'm talking really, really love me, because I don't give a living shit about what your fucking sexual orientation is. I've never judged somebody for their fucking sexual orientation once, ever, and I'm never gonna start. Never have and never will judge somebody on their sexual orientation. If you want to have sex with shoes, please do. I don't give a living shit about that. As long as it doesn't harm children or harm people, I'm good. I don't care what you do. I don't want to judge you for that. I don't care. And so furries love me. Gay people love me. All these other people love me, and it's not because I love them. It's because or value them. I don't value anything at all. It's just because I don't dislike them, right? And everybody dislikes them. Everybody dislikes gay people except me. I'm the only person I've ever met who actually doesn't dislike gay people, really. It's kind of crazy when you really see it in straight people, especially. You'll really understand most straight people are actually very homophobic. They actually really are. They can't handle gay kiss on television screen or any of that other stuff. I don't give a living shit about that. I don't enjoy it, so I don't watch it. It bothers me because I'm not gay. But like it doesn't bother me. Like I don't have some kind of innate homophobic tendency to dislike gay kisses. I just don't. You know, I don't care about that. So often gay people will be like, you're in the closet, and I'm like, no, I'm chaotic fucking neutral. I just don't have a dog in that race. Other than that, I know I like women. You know, that's it. I know that. So, you know, I definitely think women are fun. I think they're fun to live with. I think they're fun to be around. I think they're fun people. So I like them, you know. I don't think men are fun, so I don't ever want them around me. That's sad, but it's true. I don't ever want men around me again, I don't think. Not even my best friends, really. So I kicked my best friend to the curb permanently, and he knows it, and he really dislikes that I did this. But he also knows who I am. They all know who I am. And almost nobody can actually handle it. So we were blessed to get a 20-year friendship as it was. Because, you know, the only reason we're friends is it suits me because it's fun. If it didn't suit me, I would never speak to him again, and that's basically what happened. When it didn't suit me to speak to him ever again, I stopped doing it, and I never spoke to my best friend ever again, basically. We talk like once a year. I don't talk to him anymore, and he knows why. He knows why. It's because he's a crazy intellectual as well. He knows he has the same idiosyncratic fucking craziness too. So, like, not the same stuff, but the same sort of crazy idiosyncratic genius stuff that I have. So he knows that we were lucky to get a 20-year friendship as it is. If I were to ask him about it, he would say the same thing. He would say, yeah, we were lucky to get the run as it was. And then my life got too busy for you to be in my life every day, and your life got too busy for you to be in my life every day. So, you know, and so we were lucky to get the run that we did. And so I tossed him to the curb on a whim because it was no longer fun for me to try and be in his life. And this is something that my best friends understand, or they wouldn't, or because I'll treat them the worst anybody has ever treated them. But they still love me because they know that that I just don't have any dog in the race. I just don't have any commitment. I don't know. It took me a long time. I'm talking 35 years in this lifetime to understand who I actually was. It took me a long time, and it was, in the end, it was Dungeons and Dragons. So when that happened, when Dungeons and Dragons saved my life by helping me understand who I actually was, right? I immediately got a friend for life with my friend Ailey, who runs her life is literally, she runs a Dungeons and Dragons shop in the South, and she runs Dungeons and Dragons campaigns professionally as a DM for her entire life. She's a GM and a DM, and she runs her Link Shell. She runs her Dungeons and Dragons campaigns like a tight ship, and she runs her parties like a tight ship, and so do I. And her and I get along like peas and carrots, and we're going to love each other for the rest of our lives. I know we will, because we get along just fine, because she knows exactly who I am. She's the only other person I've ever met who actually understands what chaotic neutral is, because she spent her entire life studying it like some kind of fucking college professor. She knows what chaotic neutral is. She knows that it doesn't occur in the wild, that it never occurs. Almost never occurs naturally. It's almost always somebody trying to be chaotic neutral. But I'm a natural one in the wild. And when she encountered me, she was immediately fascinated with me. She was like, "You're a full-blown chaotic neutral person." And I'm like, "What is that?" And she's like, "You're an idiot. Go learn what chaotic neutral is." And I was like, "Okay." And I did, and she changed my life, and shout out to motherfucking Ailey for saving my life. Once in a while you save a life, and you know, once in a while your life gets saved. And that day my life was saved. When I finally understood what it was, I had no idea. I thought it was some mental sickness, but it's not. It's just an inherent, like, personality flaw. It's like it's a flaw. It's a flaw. I have no dog in any race.
Art. And follow that.
It's insane. It's quite literally insane. I'm as likely to rob you as kiss you. You know, it sucks. It's not good. It's not a good person. I'm not a good person. I'm not a good person. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a good person. It sucks when you're not a good person. It sucks when you're not a good person.
Instead of any other.
But I'm not a good person. I'm not a bad person. I'm just a person. That's it. You know, I don't have a dog in any race. If I harmed anybody, I paid the price. You know, I paid the price wholesale. I lost everything that I loved. Everything that I loved. When I harmed other people, I learned that I can't, right? And what happened was I lost everything that I loved. Even my best friends. Lost everything. Lost it all. Lost all the people on my Facebook. Lost all the people on all my profiles. Lost all the friendships in my life. Lost the woman, the woman I love most, the love of my life. Lost my home. Lost my sanity. Lost my family for like 5 years. I mean, I lost it all. The minute I started doing anything that wasn't chaotic neutral, I lost everything that I loved. Every last thing. For no good reason at all. That's the worst part about it. When you fucking fuck up as a chaotic neutral and you try to dabble in good or bad, what happens is, and it took me a long time to figure it out until she saved my life with that, like, right? It took me a long fucking time to figure it out, right? Until you realize that as long as you stay chaotic neutral, you're going to be okay. The minute you put your dog in any race, you're going to have a bad time, and you lose everything that you love. It's happened to me so many times, like 15 times now. I've lost everything I've loved, like full-blown death. Like either death or worse, like threat of death, which is worse than death. Threat of death is worse than death. It's worse. It's worse to live with. It's not worse than death, but it's not. It's almost as bad. It's almost as bad. The threat of death, and I lost the love of my life over that. And the reason is I harmed somebody by selling drugs in my community. I know what it was, right? And so then when I dabbled in bad, right, trying to see what it was like and see if I could make the money by cheating, right, it immediately destroyed me and everything I had. Everybody I knew stopped talking to me. Everybody I knew, like that, pretty much overnight. I had to make an entirely new set of friends, an entirely new set of family, an entirely new set of morals, an entirely new body, an entirely different reality, entirely new drug, all this other side to rebuild an entire new personality, an entire new life, an entire new state, an entire new country, an entire, like, just entirely. I had to redo my entire fucking life from the ground up, and the only thing that I kept was my mother. That was it. The only thing I kept was my mother. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's not true. My mother and my two best friends were the only things that I kept. I didn't even keep Ailey. I don't even talk to Ailey. And Ailey saved my life. I don't talk. I mean, I could talk to Ailey. She would love it if I did. But she knows I'm chaotic neutral. I don't reach out to anybody. I'm not good. I'm not bad. I've never reached out to somebody. They always have to come to me because if I did, if I reached out to somebody, it would mean that I was putting a dog in their race, and that's just something that is not inherently in my personality. It sucks. It makes me a madman. It makes me dangerous. It makes me incredibly impossible and stubborn. It makes me incredibly set in my ways, but also incredibly loose as well. It's just
game world. They don't follow.
Like, I'm incredibly promiscuous. I'll sleep with any girl. I don't care what she looks like because I have no dog in that race. I'll fuck any girl. I don't care. I won't ever touch a dude, but I'll definitely fuck any girl, fat, thin. I don't care. Quadriplegic. I definitely fucked a one-legged girl one time. The first girl that I ever kissed had one leg. One leg. I've kissed two girls with one leg. I kissed one girl. The first girl I ever kissed was a girl with a letter starting with S, and her last name started with an M. And like she in high school she had spina bifida, which is how I know what that word is, right? I would never learn what spina bifida is unless somebody had it around me. She had spina bifida, and they had to extract her left leg, or I'm sorry, I believe it was her right leg. I forget. Right leg, I think. And so out of pity, the first girl I ever kissed, I kissed out of pity. She was in love with me, and she wanted me to kiss her. And I didn't like her, and I wasn't into her. And I would have fucked her because I'll fuck any girl. But I was so young that I didn't have those kind of morals back then. Back then, I believed that it was bad to just randomly have sex for some reason. But then I learned that it just isn't. It's just not bad. There's nothing inherently bad about sex as long as you're not harming somebody with it, you know? So there's nothing really wrong about having sex with that one-legged girl. But back then, I thought it might have been really bad for at least our friendship, if not our friendship circle. That was another reason I didn't do it. But what I did do is I pitied my first kiss. The first time I ever kissed a girl, I pity kissed her. And it was a really toxic, shitty experience for me because immediately the next day she thought I was going to do it again, and I wasn't. And so I had to, I literally, when I was like 15 years old, I ghosted a girl, a one-legged girl who was my first kiss, right? And I never spoke to her again. Even though she went to my 65-person high school, I never spoke to her again because I just have no dog in her race, just like every other human in my entire life. I have no dog in any human's race. It's incredibly sociopathic and crazy, but that's the actual reality. I don't actually care about anyone at all. I love them, and I want them around, and I think it's fun to be around them, and I love my friends, and they know that I would die for them and take a bullet for them because I don't value my own life, right? Because I don't value anything at all. But I mean, and that was that. So I can tell interesting stories like this. I've kissed two one-legged girls, and I fucked one later when I was 34. I fucked a one-legged girl off the internet, and she was like, I have one leg. And I was like, that's fine. I've kissed a one-legged girl before. And she was like, no, you haven't. And I was like, yes, I have, when I was 15. And that's how I ended up fucking a one-legged girl. And it was really fun because her left leg wasn't there. You know, it was really fun. You know, And I definitely fucked a one-legged girl. And I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm really proud of that. I don't know why I'm proud of it, but I am. I'm proud of it because it shows that I just have no dog in anybody's race. I just don't care. As long as it fits my sexual orientation, I don't care. And I'm not cheating. I don't care. I don't care who they are. I don't care what the girl is. I really don't. I have no dog in their race, you know, and that's a really crazy thing. So fat girls really love me. Asian people really love me. Black people really, really, really love me because I talk like them. I think like them, and I have no inherent bias, and they've never gone around a blue-eyed devil before who actually really isn't racist in some inherent way. And so black people go out of their way to introduce themselves to me all the time, like African American, whatever the proper, you know, African Americans or any Africans. When I was in the madhouse in the asylum, my best friend D was an Ethiopian who didn't speak English. And I played Fortnite with him for 8 months. I sat with D, and an Ethiopian who didn't speak English, and he was my best friend for 8 months because I don't care who you are. I'm inherently crazy. I'm inherently chaotic neutral. And if you want to know what the defunct and the broken damage is, it's a combination of a truly chaotic neutral brain. We don't know how I got it. I just did. I want to do studies about it. I don't know. I want to do studies about me. I always wanted to go to Stanford to pass the bar and become a lawyer so I could sue the government for the RMT thing, right? And also my aunt, because she destroyed my family, but she'll be dead by the time I ever do this, right? But I wanted to sue the government for destroying my life, right? And take their money because I thought it would be fun, right? So one of my life goals is, and I still intend to do this, is go to Stanford, pass the bar, and sue the government. Because I think it would be fun, not because I have like some dream. I don't have dreams. I've never had a dream in my whole life. I've never had a nightmare. I've never had a dream. When I go to bed at night, it's like passing out for a second. I wake up in the morning and 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 hours passed, and I have no idea what happened. Sleep to me is like a 1 second pause. I've never had a dream. I've never tossed in my sleep. I've never had a nightmare. I have them because girls tell me that I toss in my sleep and I fight people all day. They're like, you're a warrior. You fight in your sleep all day. You toss and you fight people and you throw fists and you punch me. Not hard, but I punch girls when I'm sleeping because I fight in my sleep. I know that I dream, but I've never ever had a dream that I can remember. I've never had a nightmare. I've never woken up in a sweat or something about something I was afraid of. I have no fear. There's nothing that I'm afraid of. I'm scared of rattlesnakes. I'm scared of poison. The one phobia I have is poison taking away my life one shot. It's the only phobia I have is poison. That's it. Other than that, I'll jump out of a plane. I'll fall off a great height. I'll speak in public. You know, I don't care. Other than that, I don't fear anything at all. Anything at all. I fear people stalking me because I've had it all my life. But I wouldn't call it fear. It's dislike. It's like a dislike of it. I don't fear it, you know, obviously. So, you know, or I wouldn't have been a streamer. I don't fear it. It's more that I dislike it. I dislike it when people stalk me. And I dislike the idea of dying to poison. So I have a fear of it, right? Because I decided to have a fear of it. But anything else, it's crazy. I've been in car wrecks. I've been in high-speed chases with police. When you don't value your own life, when literally your actual reality is YOLO because that's inherently your personality, it leads to crazy, crazy, crazy things, you know? I have lived a crazy stuntman life. I've been stunting my whole fucking life. One time I robbed a video game store when I was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? I've done crazy, 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 crazy things. Not robbed as in gunpoint. I'm talking about like burglary. I definitely have committed burglary in my life and got away with it. And I've also done it and not got away with it. So understand, like not someone's house, but a business. I've been definitely busted for burglary of a business, definitely. So understand, like, but I'm just as likely to give the business $10 million, and that's something I'm gonna do when if I'm ever rich. I want money and donations and stuff. Trust me, I do. But if I'm ever rich, I'm just gonna go pay the people that I've wronged. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go pay the people that I wronged, including that game store. So money to me is worthless because it's just gonna go to my worst enemies. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go make amends for all the trespasses I ever did, so I can say that I did that because that idea to me is fun, not because I want it or desire it or care about it, but because it seems like it would be fun to do a redemption arc and go back and pay every single trespass I ever committed. I think that would be fun, so I'm going to do that. You know, if I ever have any money, if you're going to give me your money, I'm going to give your money away or use it to sue the government. It's never going to go in my bank account, you know?
Follow their heart and what they find most important. They also tend to care about their personal freedom above anything else.
Yeah, my personal freedom is my highest fucking valuable like resource and stuff, and they constantly try to take it away. Constantly. You want to know, I don't particularly like video games, right? I don't particularly like them. I think I like women and music and drugs more than I like video games, I would say, right? Despite being a full-blown, all day, every day, put me on in the background gamer, by the way, guys, put me on in the background, you know what I'm saying? Full-time variety gamer all day, every day, put me on in the background stuff, Skycat Live, Skycat.live, etc., etc. That's all you get, right? Thank you, Mr. The RPG Daily, for the excellent content for my stream that saved and changed my life, right? That saved and changed my life, right? And so, we just, like, we go back and like, I don't know, I get off, I lost my train of thought here, but...
Commonly, when people hear this kind of statement about their personal freedom and
so the personal freedom thing, the reason I do video games is not because I'm good at them or that I want to try to pass over some fib or lie or some deception onto the public, like my beloved community here, right? I don't want to pass off some lie to my community here about who I am. I want to tell you that I don't like video games particularly, except for one thing, which is the freedom. It's the freedom. The video games are the freedom that the real life just cannot permit you to have. It's just you would never have enough time to do it. You can specialize in something like skydiving one time in your life, but you can't go do it 4,000 times like Fortnite, you know? The only place you're going to get that is Fortnite. So I play video games for freedom. That's it. And when somebody comes and tries to stalk me and try to take that freedom away, I would literally kill them, maybe. I would literally kill them to prevent that from happening. Because if you try to take my freedom away, I will try to kill you. You know? So understand, the stream snipe thing is fun or whatever, and I've tolerated it for a long time. But eventually, I might kill you if you persist. And I don't like making death threats like this, and it's not because I'm a killer or that I dislike anyone or want to kill anybody. It's particularly because if you try to take my freedom away, I will kill you. And I believe that is a God-given right. I don't think anybody will cancel my stream for saying it. It is a God-given right, my fucking freedom. And if you try to take it away from me, I will try and kill you. Right? And Stream Snipe kind of does take a little bit of my freedom away. So if you think it might ever become mortal, you should believe it will. Because, like, if you don't leave me alone, it will become mortal and I will kill you to get my freedom back. That's the reality of it. So just like the fire that you're playing with is dangerous. It's best to just, trust me, take the advice and leave me alone and just enjoy the content and shut the fuck up. Then go to war with me and do some fucking troll war and try to use me like some kind of honeypot, because it might lead to your goddamn death. If you try to take my fucking freedom away, I will kill you. And that is what you are attempting to do. So understand it, and not because I'm a killer, not because I'd ever kill anybody, I've never harmed a living thing, not because I desire to do these things or have thoughts like that or any of that, but because if you try to take my freedom away by constantly squelching me and attacking me and being in my personal space all the time and door camping me and harassing me and coming across to every single game and every single fucking server and following me around, harassing me and trying to talk garbage to me into my fucking face, it takes a little bit of my freedom away, and my response to it is I will kill you. I will kill you. Anybody in the world to tell you the same too. I'm not saying some crazy dangerous thing that I should be canceled for. If you try to take my freedom away, I will kill you. And I will say this to any living thing. And my government can't punish me for saying that. They won't cancel my stream for saying it. You know what I'm saying? If you try to take my freedom away, I will kill you, and that is what you are attempting to do. So, like, understand, I'm chaotic neutral, so I don't value if you're alive or not. I don't. I have no dog in your fucking race, whether you attack me or not. I still don't care. I don't care about you. I tell you all the time, I don't care about you. The best move here is to leave me alone. Trust me, it will go to some terrible, terrible place. It always does. If I don't kill you, I will take your freedom away entirely and put you in jail for a really long time. So I mean, this cannot end well for you. It is best to just let it go. Listen to the Beatles, go listen to Let It Be, and pay attention to the fucking knowledge and learn and become a better human being. I need you to get better.
Their best interest, it tends to lead us to the ideas of being thieves and robbers and starting fights.
Yeah, I'm not a thief or a robber or a killer or any of that stuff. I've never harmed a living thing, never will, right? It's just that, you know, if you take my freedom away, I will. Nobody's ever taken my freedom away. No one's ever managed to do it. The system couldn't do it. They dropped all the charges. All of them. Right? System couldn't do it. When it came down to them trying to falsely accuse me of something, I went in front of God and the judge and the jury and everybody, and I said, I am not guilty of this crime. If you try to commit me to this crime, and you try and convict me of this crime that I'm not guilty of, I will declare a holy war jihad upon you, and I will lead the people against you, and I will show up at this. I literally threatened the judge. I did it in a way where they let me do it. I said, I will literally form a march, a whole crowd of angry, damaged people who have been hurt by the system in here, and I will take your job away from you. I was like, if you falsely convict me of this crime that I did not convict, I will lead a holy war jihad against you, judge. And I don't say this to threaten you or make you feel bad or to not sleep at night. I love you, sir. Or madam, I love you and I love what you do for my community. It's like verbatim what I said. But I will lead a fucking march into this courtroom and I will show the world what you did to me if you convict me of this crime. You must drop this charge. I am not guilty of it. And they do. They dropped all 7. When I wasn't guilty of it, they dropped them. They know what'll happen. I'll fucking lead an army up in there and I'll fucking take their job from them. I'm crazy. They can see it immediately. They can see it immediately. I'm not like everybody else. I won't let you fuck me. I'm not like that. I'm just not like that. I won't let you fuck me. Never have, never will. I fuck other people. I won't ever let you fuck me. You understand me? So, like, you know, when it comes down to it, it never goes like that. They just either go to jail or get destroyed. One or the other. You know what I'm saying? Because I've never harmed anybody. I don't deserve the treatment, unlike everybody else. In my experience, everybody else has harmed somebody, but I haven't. I've never harmed another living thing. And I really, really pointedly spent my entire life trying to do that, you know, trying to be that way, you know, like it's like a religion for me, like Gandhi or something like that, pacifism, because I know that inherently in my personality, I will go insane if I ever pick a dog in some hunt and harm somebody. You know, pick a dog in some race and harm somebody. So it's not likely to come down to me killing you. It'll just be me taking your freedom away, which is also something I don't want to do, that I don't recommend for you, because it makes you crazy. When you go to jail, you go quite literally crazy because you lost your freedom, right? So I don't recommend you attacking me anymore. I will take your freedom away. You have broken the law many, many times on record, and I will send you to jail if you don't stop. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, understand, and I've done it before. It's not some lie. I can prove all this. I can show you the fucking paperwork. It's in the drawer over there. I have showed the paperwork. I've shown all the paperwork of 14 drop cases. It's like, goddamn, like this big. The fucking file is this big. They tried 7 times for false assault charges, and they couldn't stick it because it wasn't real. I had them drop them, all of them, and they did. I didn't need a lawyer. I went up in there. I told them, motherfucker, I'm not guilty of this crime. You've gotten me for a whole bunch of other crimes that I always confessed to, always told the judge, always took the punishment, apologized and paid my time, did my service, did the community service, did the time for the crime, right? But the ones that I didn't commit, I won't take. I told to tell judge right to their fucking face, I won't take the ones I didn't do. I was like, and I'm not guilty of this motherfucking crime. I'm just not. You got to drop this one, or I'll holy jihad you. I'll holy jihad this court if you convict me of this whole. I mean, and they're like, don't threaten me, sir. And I'm like, don't threaten me, sir. I am not guilty of this charge. Do not threaten me. I will sue you. And when they hear that I'm dead serious, right? Like, this is verbatim how the conversation went. And that I don't want to threaten them. And I'm not there to threaten them or take control of the situation or manipulate them or anything at all. It's just that I'm not guilty of the fucking crime. And then I walk smiling and laughing out of the courtroom 7 times as they dropped the charge. And I didn't want to do that the first time. I don't want to tell this story. In my experience, most humans want you to suffer. You know what I'm saying? In my experience, most humans want you to suffer. So how do I deal with that? I stay away from them. You know? Most humans just want you to suffer. That's like their main reason to be alive. They want you to suffer. They're Sith. They're the system. They're the the people that keep you down, the people that put their thumb on the scale when you're facing justice and all this garbage. People put you in jail for non-violent drug offenses. Fucking fascists and assholes. You know what I'm saying? Fucking trying to control and be on top of everything. Just shit that I just can't stand.
And just kind of being a jerk and making trouble for our party.
Yeah, so people think of me as the worst asshole that they've ever met because I am. But I'm also the greatest person you've ever met because I am. I've never harmed anybody. I've never gone out of my way to harm a living thing. I've never killed a fly or any of that stuff. I mean, I sold drugs and I did the time. I did the time on that, and I paid $10,000, and I did 400 hours of community service instead of jail, and I did the fucking time on that, you know what I'm saying? And on top of it, the crime hurt no one at all, including the system. At no point was anyone hurt, which is a point that I made in court a whole bunch of fucking times when they were fixing to threaten to put me in jail for 10 years over a non-violent drug offense on a fucking violation of probation and shit. They're like, you're going to jail, you can't get a less sentence on probation violation, you're going to jail for 10 years. And I was like, well, I will holy war jihad you if you do that. I'm not guilty of anything worth 10 years of jail. And when they hear that and they realize that I'm serious, and I'll Granby tank your ass. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Granby tank, but I'm a lot like the Granby tank guy. You don't mess with me. Understand me. I will destroy you. I will figure out some way to destroy you like the Granby tank guy did. The Granby tank, right? Destroyed in seconds, right? So Granby, Colorado is only a few, like a couple hundred miles from where I grew up, right? And this guy is a lot like kind of the sort of Colorado personality like me, of don't tread on me, in the backwoods of Colorado. He was I love this guy. I love him to death. I love this guy. I don't care what he did. I love this guy. Full blown, his manifesto moved me. You ever been moved by a manifesto? I have. His manifesto moved me because the system had taken a shit on his life, just like me. So yeah, I will holy war jihad. I'll take a fucking Granby tank up in that judge's asshole if he fucking convicts me of a crime that I didn't commit. And they know it because I'm saying it to them, to their fucking face. And that's how I got 7 false assault charges dropped when they really, really wanted to see what it was like putting me in jail for no good reason at all. No good reason. All of the attacks in my entire life have been for no good reason at all. No, I've never harmed anyone. So, I mean, no good reason, no good reason at all. I mean, the times that I did harm people, it was selling drugs and stuff. I did harm somebody by selling them drugs, and I paid wholesale. I lost everything I loved except for my mother and my best friends. That's it. I lost all my friends, everything I owned, all my money, my life, my freedom, my happiness. I was homeless, broke, on the fucking streets, a drug addict, and I lost everything. And on top of it, somebody was trying to kill me with a circular saw right at the end of it. So I got bad PTSD and ended up in a madhouse for 2 years at the end of it, right? All for absolutely no reason at all. No good goddamn reason on Green's Earth. All of it, from the charges on down to the attack, the mortal attack with a circular saw. No good reason at all. No reason. I never wronged him, never did anything to him. They just attack. They're sick. They're sick fuckers, Sick, broke spaghetti brains with their broke spaghetti attack, and attacks all they know. They're just predators like Lauren Malvo. They're just shitheads, spaghetti heads. All they know is attack because they've never had a cogent thought in their life that wasn't attack, in some variation of it. Eat, fuck, torture, whatever, stalk, abuse. It's all attack. It's some form of attack. It's all they know. Cyberbullies just attack you all the time because it's all the only cogent thought they've ever had is attack. They're just beings of attack. Doesn't matter what they're saying or doing. That's just the bottom reality. You can turn off the voices. It'll never matter in the end because all they are is just some boiled down idiot who's never had a cogent thought in their life beyond their obsession over attack. That's it.
But this plan wasn't put together by
So when you call them stupid, it's quite literally true. Another weird, shitty thing about my crazy, fucking crazy, chaotic, neutral, inborn personality that nobody on this planet has is I just won't lie to people. That means I'd have a dog in their race. It means a commitment. I just don't lie to people. I wasn't lying to the judge when I said I'd take a tank up his ass if he fucking falsely convicted me, and I said it to his face. You know, I'd be like, I'll Granby tank your ass if you falsely convict me. I mean, I didn't say it. I implied it. You know, I was like, I will reciprocate if you falsely convict me of this charge. I will reciprocate against you. And they were like, don't make threats against me. I'll put you in jail for that. And I was like, I'll threaten you about this. Don't falsely convict me because you're threatening me. It is my God-given right to threaten you. If you threaten me with something that I don't deserve, you are attacking me with a false charge. You are the criminal. And then at that point, they shut the fuck up because they are the criminal.
Engineers.
When they falsely accuse somebody, they're being a criminal. So I was like, you're the criminal and you're attacking me. And I'll tell you, I'll threaten you. I'll threaten your life if I want, if you're attacking my life. If you're threatening my life with the system for no reason, I am going to threaten your life for a reason, you know, for a reason.
Construction worker.
I've threatened judges before. I'm not a good person, but they threaten me. You know what I'm saying? They threaten me with false charges and false time. So I threatened them. I was like, if you convict me of this, I will never let it go. I will Granby tank your fucking ass. I implied it, basically. I was like, I will never let it go. I will holy war jihad this. I will let everybody on this green earth know what you did, and I will never stop. I will come after you for the rest of my life, and I will never, ever stop, like some kind of Terminator, if you falsely convict me of this charge. And they know it, and they drop it.
Just received a 911 call.
Because I'm not lying. They can tell right away. I'm not lying to him. I've never lied to anybody in my life. I don't need to. The truth is always stranger than the fiction. The truth is always better than the lie. It's more entertaining to tell the truth. It's a lot more fun to tell the truth all the time. Trust me. I do it all the time. I inherently tell the truth all the time. It's crazy, but I do.
Reporting that there is an out-of-control bulldozer.
It's the brainchild of an angry man with a grudge against a lot of local people and businesses.
Yep. When the local people and the businesses attack you and try to put you in jail, you Granby tank their ass. It's justified. It's justified. Just don't kill anyone, right? Give him a warning, you know. Build the tank well like he did. He put concrete all around the tank and he drove it with cameras. So when they were shooting at him, the stone was blocking the bullets, right? And he literally was encased inside of a block of stone with a plow attached. And like 5 engines that he modified himself. And he didn't know how to do all that crap. He just decided, and I don't either. I don't know how to do that crap either. But if you fucking falsely convict me and take my freedom away from me, I will fucking figure out how to do the Granby tank in my off time. And I will run the tank up your fucking ass. And that goes to the system or anybody else who attacks me. You understand me? Or anybody else who attacks me. So just better let it go. I'm not normal like most people. I'll shove the tank up your fucking ass if you try to take my freedom away. Most humans will. What I'm saying is not some foreign, crazy, scary, dangerous thing that should be censored. It's how everybody will tell you. That's what everybody else will tell you too. You try to take their freedom away, they'll Granby tank your ass. Trust me. If it's for a reason, like you committed a crime, they'll let you take their freedom away. But if you're trying to do it for no reason that they don't deserve, like trust me, any citizen in this country can become Mr. Granby Tank. And the system's been kind of fucked up. They were fucked up to this guy. They made it illegal for him to make money in his business. You know, they sided with the good old boys on the zoning and tried to shut him down because they didn't like that he was new to town. And so the judge backed the good old boys down the street and he shoved a tank up their fucking ass and committed a terrible, terrible act that made them remember not to do that shit anymore. Don't be falsely convicting people. We'll shove a fucking tank up your ass. They know it. I know it.
Who's driving it, but there is someone inside.
The man inside this armor-plated bulldozer is Marv Heemeyer.
Go Marv!
As horrified
working class hero. I'll never hear anything else about it. Working class hero.
Townspeople run for their
Sure,
lives.
he's a crazy terrorist madman in a runaway tank bulldozer scenario that might have killed people and all this, but he had a reason. He had a very legit, full-blown reason. They tried to take his freedom and his fucking business and his fucking money away using the law, and he went after him, and he should have. And they had to go get M16s to stop him, and they should have.
Heemeyer wrecks buildings and vehicles one after another.
Yeah, he just went nuts. He was like, yeah, you're going to take my freedom away? You're going to side against me in a small, shitty Colorado town? Which, by the way, happened to one of my inner circles. He spent $375,000 on a busted-out historical site, and converted it into a marijuana farm in South Park, Colorado. Sounds like a lie, but it's not. He bought a historical site and converted it into a medical marijuana grow in South Park, Colorado. Does it sound like I'm making it up? Because I'm not. And when he tried to do this, the good old boys in the city council shut him down because he wasn't from there. He wasn't old hegemony or family or old money or any of that. They had to they had to mortgage their houses. Him and his his father and he and his two. I love my best friend, one of my best friends to death, and I'll tell his story all my life. I'll tell his story because it's a terrible, terrible story. But he's a wonderful, wonderful person who's never harmed a living thing. Well, he's killed things because he's a hunter, but he's never harmed a human ever. And so, he's a wonderful, wonderful man. I love my friend Jay. He's a wonderful, wonderful man. I love him to death. He's the most wonderful person I've ever met. He's even more wonderful than my other best friends. And I love him to death. We would all say the same, too. I think we would all say the same. Of all of us, he's the most highest value one. I love my friend Jay to death. He might see me on Facebook right now, so I gotta say it to him. I don't have the luxury of lying on camera. All my friends, all my best friends will just get on stream and start telling the truth. So everything I say is true, So, some of my friends are on Facebook right now are probably watching me right now. If I lie, they're just going to get on and tell the truth. I don't have the luxury of lying. I really don't. So my friend goes out there to South Park and he builds a marijuana grow and they tell him that he can't do it. He can't get the licensing anymore because he just isn't old money and he's just not rich. And he's brand new and they can't let all these new businessmen come in or they won't have a city anymore. They'll have a metropolis, right? And they were right, but it also sucks. It sucks for him. They mortgaged 4 houses to get the $1 million together to go start his lifelong business plan, and the fucking South Park City Council shut him down. And I declare holy war jihad on them too, but it's not my problem. I don't care. I don't care. It's not my problem. It's his problem. He knows inherently that I don't care about that. He knows, and he loves me anyways. He knows that I care about him, and I'm sad that it happened, and I'll cry for him, and I'll fight the war for him, and I'll take a tank up their fucking asses if need to. I just don't have the money for the tank, right? But I'll expose them to the fucking world too. Etc. You fuck with my friends, I'll destroy you. You fuck with me, I'll destroy you. It's just what it's always been. I'm a survivor. They've been trying to kill me my entire fucking life for no good goddamn reason at all. They've been trying to incarcerate me my entire life for no good goddamn reason at all. And I'm sick of it. I won't do it. I won't do the abuse from cyberbullies, and I won't do the fucking system either. I'm done with all of it. If it means never doing hard drugs again, then I never do hard drugs again. If it means suing and literally watching the bracelets go on my stream sniper, I will do so. I'm not fucking around. I will literally videotape them putting the bracelets on his ass. You think I'm kidding? No. I'm not kidding. Like this guy. I'm not kidding. I'm not here to fuck around. I'm here to play golf.
And he's ready to take on sheriff's deputies or anybody else who stands in his way.
Yeah, don't get in my way. It's a holy war jihad. Only idiots get in the way of a holy war jihad. Trust me, like America.
Heemeyer's an accomplished welder who spent a lot of time inside
I see a holy war jihad. I get the fuck out of the way. These idiots got right in front of it. Let it go. Let it run. It's justified. Can't stop him. It's justified. Let him wreck the town, you motherfuckers, because you done falsely fucking accused him of something. Dismantled his business. Sued him for all his money. And fucked with the wrong guy. So yeah, he took the tank to City Hall. Turns out you can fight City Hall. He did it with a tank.
Secret workshop.
Turns out truth is stranger than fiction. It turns out you can fight City Hall. He did it with a tank, and I will too if they ever do what they did to me ever again. I accepted it. I'm a good person. I'm not a good person. Excuse me. I'm a whatever I am. I'm a chaotic neutral person, right? So I'm not bad and I'm not good. I don't care about them. I don't care what they do or any of that shit. I just don't want them taking my freedom away, right? So I didn't holy war jihad, particularly because I just don't care. If I did, I would have holy war jihaded them for what they did to me, like him.
Yeah, it's all encased in metal.
I don't care though. They're lucky I don't care.
And you can't see who's driving or anything.
There, he outfitted.
I think it's a good thing that I don't care and I just let that shit go under the water. You know, I go under the bridge and I just try to do nothing, like, and commit to nothing, right? And try to get through the situation. I don't go actively hunt them. I don't go, well, I mean, I have actively hunted them. I did go actively hunt a police officer who raped one of my best friends. I did go actively hunt a police officer one time, but then I called it off. Thank God. Well, I did go actively hunting one of them one time. You know what I'm saying? These are my enemies. They've been trying to take my freedom away, just like the stream sniper, forever. And I will kill them if I need to maintain my freedom.
The dozer with 2 sheets of half-inch steel.
Or you just leave me alone and win the lottery. And I never harm you, and I never do anything but enrich you and make you more intelligent. And I might even give you money if you leave me alone. Just leave me alone, and we're good.
Lady.
It's easier. It's far easier to leave me alone than it is to go actively on the attack and catch the lawsuit or the fucking coffin.
With a layer of concrete in between.
What type do you need?
Just leave me alone and we're good. Been telling you for a year. Leave me alone and we're good. Like you're doing right now. Just keep it up and we're good.
This day, he seals himself in and takes off on a violent ride.
Yep. He didn't kill anyone, but he definitely went off on a violent ride.
Inside his cockpit, 2 assault rifles, lots of ammo.
Pig killing.
And video monitors to help him see where he's going.
I don't support it, but I understand it. He knew that they were going to try and kill him, and he might need to respond to it if he wanted to wreck City Hall and all of the town. He was going to bulldoze the entire town. He planned, it was in the manifesto. He was going to fucking foundation wipe Granby, Colorado for trying to take his freedom away. I would do the same. When I say I will put your friends and family in prison too, I'm not kidding. Like, seriously, do not screw with me. Do not try to take my freedom away by stalking me or fucking with me. Don't be doing it. Trust me, I'm not a normal person. I'm absolutely crazy. I will take it to that place. I'm trying to warn you best way I know how. You know what I'm saying?
A hardware store.
Best to just leave it the fuck alone.
A concrete factory.
And we're good. And we'll just have nice lives together for the rest of our lives. Smiles and happiness and no yelling or angriness or death threats or any stuff, right? Just like happiness. If you just leave me alone like everyone else, we're good. We're good. You know, we're just good. It's easy for you to leave me alone. You don't make the effort to come bother me, and we're good. You know, it's easy for you to do so. You just do nothing. Like self-help say do nothing, right? The reason I would never Granby tank is because it's doing something, right? I don't do anything ever. So, like, you know, I don't do anything ever except try to pursue my freedom. That's it. My freedom right now is video games. I can be more free in video games. If I could be more free in real life, I would do that. But I can't. So I just play video games and I try to be free and I try to enjoy them. But honestly, I would do other things if I had the money to, honestly. So it's like, you know, we can come and we say, you know, Granby tank and all that, right? But what was I going to say? I was going to pull another video and I forgot what it was. Granby tank guy.
Even the town hall.
Oh yeah, he was going to foundation wipe all of Granby, Colorado. It was in the manifesto because they falsely accused him of something. And, you know, I understand this. I mean, I do. And by the way, guys, if you ever want to watch a really, really, really fucking good free movie, very, very free movie. I'm talking, he never made a cent off this movie. He just believed in what the guy did. I kind of do too. You know, you ever been so fucking crazy that you believe in a madman's manifesto? Because I have. And I didn't want to, I just did. And so, by the way, if you ever want to fucking see like a really fucking good movie, watch Tread, which is all about them treading on us. I mean, they come treading on us. They could just leave us alone, you know? They could just leave us alone. It's a lot more expensive and stupid and time wasting to come attack me. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot more expensive to come attack me. You could just sit there, do nothing, and be happy. You do this for no reason at all. No reason at all. And that is sick. It's sick as fuck. You know what I'm saying? You should have reasons for the things that you do. You know? Definitely.
Police department. The one thing all of those places have in common.
Leave it alone and we're good. I've told you many times before. Shut the fuck up and we're good. You know? Don't be showing up. Don't be talking about how fat and stupid I am in the voice chat or showing up or any of that stuff. That's it, you know. Leave it alone and we're good.
He has been wronged by these businesses or the people.
Otherwise, I'll Granby tank your fucking ass. I promise you right now, I will Granby tank your fucking ass if you ever fucking show up in my personal space or my stream in any way ever again. I'm dead serious too. I will eventually Granby tank your fucking ass right in front of God and the cops and everybody if you don't leave me alone. If you continue to threaten my freedom by trying to restrict me, by attacking me all the time through cyberbully attacks, I will fucking end your life. You know, I don't know how else to tell you, but what I mean is true, but it is. I'm not kidding. I will end your life if you continue to try and take my freedoms away from me by constantly trying to fucking attack me on the internet. I will do something about it, and it won't be good. You know what I'm saying? And that's not good for you, you know? It's just not. You could just leave me alone, and we're good, and then we're best friends. Then suddenly we're good. You just leave me alone, and suddenly you're my best friend, and I think about you fondly. Remember that time you fucked up and attacked me a bunch of times? Yeah, that was pretty funny, wasn't it? And we just move on and shit, right? And we'd be brothers, and we can just move on. Or you can continue to attack me and get the Granby tank up your fucking ass.
You own them. He even
I'll get what I want. You know what I'm saying? I always get what I want.
Revenge on
in the end, I'll get you. You know? I'll get you. So, like, understand, it's not, I'm not fucking around. I didn't come here to fuck around. I came here to play golf. I've told you many times before. I'm not fucking around with cyberbully attacks. I'm not doing it. Not this time. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy to do it to. Trust me.
Former mayor.
He does have armor piercing.
I'm not normal. I don't have normal restrictions.
Deputies and SWAT teams try everything.
Yeah, like they try everything. You hear the fucking phraseology? They tried everything. They couldn't stop him. That's what I'll take to your ass if you don't leave me alone. You're just like them. If you don't leave me alone, I'll take it right to your ass, right to you, and they won't be able to stop me. So, like, understand. You know,
piercing bullets can't penetrate.
Just stop the stream, go black for a while, and suddenly I show up at your fucking front door. You know what I'm saying? So, like, just like understand. I don't want to take it to that place. I don't relish the idea. I don't want that. I really don't want this. You could just leave me alone.
Marv Heemeyer's homemade metal and concrete shield.
Leave me alone, and we're best friends. You've watched my stream for 13,000 hours. You have been the most, like, helpful person to me that in my life beyond my mother in a long time, right? So I'm going to view you like that. You have given me 350 follows. You've been one of the best people in my life. You actually cared what I did, and you actually spent the time to watch what I did, and I value you. We can leave it like that, or I could take the Granby tank to your house.
Try to box him in.
At one point, a heavy equipment operator decides to put a stop to the carnage.
While you're sleeping.
He climbs behind the wheel of his front-end loader and gets set to take on the armored bulldozer.
Or you can just let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Don't be fucking cyberbully stalking me, or I'll run a tank through your house. Quite literally.
But
I don't know how to do that yet, but I'll learn. You know, I have the fucking manual right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to do that yet, but I can learn, and the manual on how to do it is right here. You know, so, like, understand. Don't be fucking with me. I'm not like most humans. I'll straight up fucking, like, Voldemort your fucking ass and erase you off this plane. Don't be fucking with my freedom. Don't be coming around me, stalking me, or any of that other shit. Don't be doing that.
Even if unintentionally, it still leads us down that path. But if we think about some of the other best personal interests that might come up, we find there's a little more here at stake for the chaotic neutral character. One of the most primal, most important personal interests for any game and real life is the sense of survival.
You can watch if you shut the fuck up. You know, or be productive at least, and have nice comments that are actually beneficial to the community. You know, I'll talk with you. I don't care. I'm not scared of you. I'm not bothered by you or afraid of you or something. You're not some crazy mortal enemy to me. You're just some misguided, fucked up child with an idiot brain that needs a bit of chopping and screwing, who could be truly a good person if he actually worked on his life at all. And no, the cyberbully attacks just go on for months and months and months and months. No matter what I say, you're such a fucking idiot.
We all want to live long, happy lives. We want to, survive.
Yeah, we all want, we all want to survive, right? And this is the thing. You are directly threatening me. I will directly threaten you. And I mean what I say, unlike you.
Want to be dead. As a chaotic neutral character, we also have...
I don't value my life. I'll die in a hail of bullets to get your ass away from me. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So, get away from me. This is the best advice.
That we want to be alive.
Like, not get away, just don't ever talk to me again. I didn't come do this to you. Keep it the same, right? This is how people will tell you. Your own parents will tell you this. They'll say, keep it the same, right? This guy didn't do this to you. Why did you do it to him, right? Keep it the same. Your own parents will tell you.
If we find in tabletop role-playing games that it's dangerous to go alone, we need a party, it then leads us to think maybe we should want to have a party around us to keep us alive, which also can tie into maybe we shouldn't be a jerk to the party. That's acting in our best interest still. That's defending the idea of you're acting in your best interest by being a good...
Like, I grew up reading people like F. Scott Fitzgerald. Like I know that you probably saw the movie, what am I thinking of? I'm so sorry. What is it? It's Gatsby, right? I'm sure you probably saw the movie Gatsby. Almost everybody did. Like, if you didn't, go watch Gatsby. It's a really fucking good movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a great fucking movie. Great execution. Well done. I think it won the Academy Award. I mean, it's a really, really great movie. If you haven't seen it, go watch Gatsby, right? But see, the difference is, I'm like the Gatsby guy. I'll go my whole life to get you. I'll spend my whole life to get you if you don't leave me alone, right? And I read the Great Gatsby when I was like 12, and I know the story. And the other one I'm going to relate to you is the Count of Monte Cristo. And if you don't know the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, I think it would be fun to do a revenge arc, right? Which is a problem for you, because I will put you in jail. I think it would be fun to put you in jail, and that's a problem for you, because I will try to do it, So, and this is because of the Count of Monte Cristo, right? This is when somebody hurts you. They say the best revenge is living well. But see, I grew up on the Count of Monte Cristo, which is an adventure novel written by French author Alexandre Dumas, which, before I read any further, I'm going to tell you is the guy who wrote the Three Musketeers, right? Dumas is the guy who wrote the Three Musketeers. I didn't want to read it. I wanted to tell you this before I read it, right? So I didn't get that far, right? But it is the Three Musketeers, Dumas, right? It is one of the author's most popular works, along with the Three Musketeers, right? Three Musketeers is a truly, D'Artagnan and all that is a truly great literary work. And like many of his novels, it was expanded from plot outlines suggested by his collaborating ghostwriter Auguste Maquette. And the story takes place in France, Italy. I was never too much of a Dumas fan, but I read everything Dumas did. And my favorite one of Dumas is The Count of Monte Cristo. And the story takes place in France, Italy, and islands in the Mediterranean during the historical events and stuff. And the plot is, on the day when Napoleon escapes from Elba, Edmond Dantes sails the I've never understood how to say this word. It's like Pharaon into Marseille after the death of the captain Leclerc. The ship's owner Morel will make Dantes the next captain. On his deathbed, Leclerc charged Dantes to deliver a package to General Bertrand, who was exiled with Napoleon, and a letter from Elba to an unknown man in Paris. Crewmate Danglars is jealous of Dantes' rapid promotion on the eve of Dantes' wedding. And this is a parable, right? This is Dumas trying to tell a parable about jealousy, envy, and trolling, and trying to actively throw a fucking stick in somebody's spokes, right? It leads to really, really bad things. It's never as simple as you think it is. It's never that simple to attack somebody. They never forget it. They're always going to come back on you. It's a fact of on humans. I've never done anything to you, so you're never going to come back to me, right? But you've done something to me, so I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back on you at some point in my life. I'm going to come back on you, and I'm going to put you in jail or charge you money or do something to you or take your freedom away in some way or another because you did this for an entire year. I'm going to come back on you because I was raised on things like the Count of Monte Cristo. I don't want this battle with you. You want it, but I don't want this battle about you. But understand that is the origin story that I was raised on, and I will go my whole life to get it. Even if it takes me 30 years, I could show up when I'm 86. I'm still gonna get you for what you did this last year. Understand me? That's still coming. So now, I can make an offer to you and mean it and not have it not be a lie, which is if you leave me alone now, I'll let it go. But if you persist, I will come get you, and I will either destroy you or take your freedom away, one or the other. So understand, because this is the story that I have read and understood my whole life about what you do when someone does this kind of shit to you, right? And so over the next 8 years, Faria educates Dantes in languages, history, culture, mathematics. I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm not going to spoil the story about what happens to the Count of Monte Cristo. But I forget what the time frame is, but it's like in 1838, which is 15 plus 8 is 23. So 23 years. For 23 years, Edmond Dantes is wronged by somebody like you have wronged me. And for 23 years, he plans his revenge because he's got nothing else to do. The guy destroys his life like you're attempting to do to me by cyberbully attacking me and making me live in fear of cyberbullying and doxing and the threat of the security to my family and all this other shit. Right? And so I will spend the time to come back on you at some point in your life and destroy you. This was the epic arc that I've always been raised on. I was raised on the Count of Monte Cristo. It was the book everybody always tried to tell me to read, and I did. And so understand, even if it takes me 25 years, I will come back on you right now. I'm still gonna come back on you. Now you can change this by leaving me alone. And I eventually will get too lazy, trust me, to come after you. Even when I'm 85, I'll get too lazy to do it. I'll be too lazy and old to come after you. But I will, I promise you. I will come after you. Right now, as it is, you keep showing up every day. I'm coming after your ass. At some point, I'm coming back in your life. I'm going to take your freedom or your life away if you continue to attack me and try to take my freedom away. You know what I'm saying? And understand this fundamental thing about chaotic neutral. You're fucking with a different type. Most humans will take it all their lives. I won't. I'll take the war right to your fucking door. I'm not like that. I've never been like that. So, I'm the most peaceful person you've ever met if you leave me alone. I'm also the most warlike person you've ever met if you don't. So understand, I have both of those things inside of me. So he comes 9 years later after the arrest, and he does something, and I'm not going to fucking ruin that either, because spoilers are bad. But understand, I will Count a Monte Cristo your ass like 28 years from now, and I will destroy you for what you have done here. It is coming. If you don't want that, when you least expect it, long after you're like, you've had your life, and you've got your kids, and your fucking wife or whatever, and you're like in your house, and you're old, and you're fat like me, and you're 42, that's when I'll show up and I'll destroy you. And that's when it's worse, because you've lived 40 years and you've got something to lose, like me. You know what I'm saying? That's when I'll show up and destroy you. So, but if you leave me alone, I promise you, very, very much so, I promise you, I will become too old and too lazy to do that to you if you just leave me alone. And that's the bargain, and I mean what I say here. I mean, it's not some threat that I'm doing that I enjoy doing. I mean every word I say here.
Party member and...
So don't make me Count of Monte Cristo your fucking ass 30 years later. You know what I'm saying? When you've got a lot more to lose, like a house and a wife and kids. Just leave me alone now and go have your nice life. And leave me alone. And be entertained by me for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I take the fucking war to your door when you're like 40 and you got a lot more to lose. And I'll take everything from you. So, you want to see real Rust rating, I'll take everything from you. So understand. So,
helping out your other players. You're not stealing from them.
So, and I don't want to do this. It sounds like I want to do it. I'm just telling you the truth. Okay, I don't want to do this. I have no desire to do such things. This is not some sick mental fantasy for me. I don't enjoy the revenge arc. I don't need it in my life. I don't want it. I'm a better human being than that. I don't need revenge from you or a revenge arc story about you or any of that stuff. I don't want it. I don't think it's good content for the stream. I don't think most people would enjoy it. I don't want it, right? I don't want to make my living off of fucking like attacking you. I don't want to do that. So, like, understand, leave me alone and we're good.
We're not making trouble for no reason.
I'm going to say it like 50 billion times until you get it drilled into your dumb brain. Leave me alone and we're good.
To survive, so you're being a team player. If you ever want to find out what it's like to be a jerk player and not have a party, keep pushing those buttons. They can kick your
I will stop insulting you on my stream. I will never think about you again, and you will go back to exactly what was always the case in the first place, of nothing of value. You'll be nothing of value to me. I will never go see you or talk to you or reminisce about the bad times when you cyberbully stalked me that one time for 14 months or any of that shit, right? I'm just gonna like forget that you exist. And I suggest you do the same. Or stay around and be entertained for free for the rest of your life, and we can call it good, you know? Leave me alone.
Character out of the party, you can probably wander on, pick a fight with something that was a little too powerful.
Yeah, I don't pick fights, you know, but you picked a fight with me, so I come back and I destroy you because I have quite literally destroyed everybody who ever picked a fight with me.
For you, and
you'll be no different. And I'm not gonna do it fast either. I'm gonna wait. With you, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till you have money to steal. You know, I'll wait with you. I'll wait until you're nice and plump and juicy. Like Rust or whatever, until you're nice and fat in some base somewhere, right? I'll wait while you farm my loot for me, and I'll show up at your actual fucking house and I'll take everything because you just wouldn't stop, you know, and you took my freedom of expression away by constantly trying to jade my life's greatest work and trying to attack my friends and bring this bullshit, get erased and fucking raided by people I don't even know, and all this other horse shit that entertains you. And my suggestion is just to let the vendetta go before it goes to someplace you really don't want. Because that's where I took it with everybody else, and you're no different. Everybody who ever fucked with me basically either got destroyed or apologized and dropped it, one or the other.
And you'd end up being dead. And I don't mean this in like a snarky attitude, but that sometimes is...
Everybody who fucked with me no longer has their... everybody who ever fucked with me no longer has their livelihood. Does that make sense? And I mean the same with you. Everybody who's ever fucked with me no longer has their livelihood. They're all perfectly healthy human beings. I've never physically harmed them. They don't have their lives, their families, their jobs, their possessions anymore. They can't get a job. They have convictions. You know? They can't make any money. They have to work construction and shit like that because all their lives, even if they're 60, which he is, he's 60, he's going to have to work construction all his life because they're not going to help him. He's a felon. You know what I'm saying? I gave a felony to someone, and I'm going to give a felony to you. And so understand, if you don't want all that, you can just let it go. I made the threat so many times before, but I really mean it now. You know?
How players feel about chaotic neutral play.
You've been fucking with my friend? That's unacceptable. You must now stop, or I'll take it somewhere really fucking nasty.
Players is they don't want them in the party. That is why I'm trying to solve this problem. Let's talk about some of the other self-interests that chaotic neutral characters might have. Wealth and money is a big deciding.
You can threaten and bully and cyberbully me. Don't be fucking around with me, showing up in my space all the time and all that, on the zombie server and all this shit, fucking with my friends. You know, if you do it this way, the admin will ban you. I got his commitment. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lying about that either. I got the commitment finally from him. He's like, it is targeted abuse. So if he keeps doing it, I'm gonna ban him. And he's gonna ban you permanently. You have to buy shitty bot accounts. I don't think you have any money because you're an idiot. So like, you know, or you can just let it go and watch the free entertainment. Let Skycat entertain you. I obviously entertain you, or you wouldn't watch my stream for 13,000 hours. Just let the free entertainment roll and leave me alone.
Factor.
Or I'll just do this every day for hours. I'll just say, leave me alone for hours. I'll just keep saying it until you fucking get it. You know, I'll just waste my time fucking telling you to leave me alone over and over and over and over again until you finally get it. I'll just keep talking about it on stream, threatening you and telling you to leave me alone, and you could just leave me alone and it would be fine.
You always pick the rogue. You always get the rogue who's got.
Or I can show up in your life way later when you're my age.
Who's always
like the Joker or something. You ever watch that episode of Batman the Animated Series where literally Joker is Batman the Animated Series. So Joker makes this threat from this guy named Arnie. Road Rage, right? The Road Rage episode, right? So there's this wonderful episode in Batman the Animated Series called Joker's Favor, right? Where the plot was Charlie Collins, a mild-mannered Gotham City accountant, is coming home from a bad day at work when he curses at a bad driver who turns out to be the Joker, right? And so the Joker's crazy, and he tries to escape, but the Joker follows him, and he's forced into the woods where his car stops, and he gets out thinking that he's escaped, but the Joker suddenly appears and sticks him up at gunpoint, like I'll do to you, you know? And the Joker suddenly appears and sticks him up at gunpoint and shows up in his personal life, and he's like, why did you threaten me and curse at me on the road, friend? All I was doing was driving. And see, I'm like the Joker. I don't accept trespass. I'll come burn you at some point for doing it to me. I've done it to everybody else in my life. The man in jail who went to jail will tell you I did it to him. I put him in jail for 2 years. You know, I burned him and I'll burn you. And so the Joker, so Joker says, well, I got to kill you. You cross me, so I got to kill you. You know, and that's kind of how I feel too. You cross me, so I kind of got to kill you. You know, it's like, don't cross me. Don't fuck with me. Don't try to take my freedom away. No judge in the land would convict me. You know, it sucks, but it's true. No judge in the land will convict me for fucking with you because you fucking stalked me for 14 months. So understand, like trust me, like you don't have the protection of the law. You're a criminal. They're not going to protect you if I go after you. You know, they're not going to protect you. They're like, if I tell them what you did, they're going to be like, oh, well, if you hurt him, you're going to go to jail. But we see why you're doing what you're doing, and we're not going to convict you, right? And that's, I mean, like when they understand what you did to me, they're not going to protect you when I come after you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a criminal. They can't protect you. Joker agrees to let him go, right, when he pleads for his life, because he sticks him up at gunpoint and shit. And in return, he takes his driver's license. And 2 years later, he's moved to Springfield, Ohio, like you think you can do. You can't. And he's changed his name. But it doesn't matter. The Joker tracks him down like I'm going to track you down. I can track you down. I'm not stupid like you. I can fucking find you. You know what I'm saying? To obtain the favor, right? He's like, you owe me a favor. And he comes back and he's like, you're gonna help me try to kill Batman, right? And that's also gonna happen. I'm gonna blackmail you at gunpoint to do something really nasty to either get yourself killed or incarcerated for the rest of your life. That's what I'm gonna do to you if you don't leave me alone. I'll tell you right now, I know you want to, that is a nice fantasy that I want to live. I will hold you up at gunpoint. I'll force you to do something so criminally fucking awful they'll be forced to put you in jail for the rest of your life. And and then I'm just gonna walk away clean, and I'll have no identity, no proof, nothing, no trace. I'm not stupid like you. I'll leave no trace, and that's exactly what I'll do. I'll force you to get incarcerated for the rest of your life, and then I'll videotape them putting the bracelets on you. You know, and I'll do it later too. I'll do it way later when you got money. So when they put you in jail afterwards, I'll sue you while you're in jail, and I've got you stuck down, right? I got you stuck down someplace where you can't run, right? And I'm gonna sue you while you're in fucking jail for 14 fucking months of abuse, and I'm gonna get $1 million out of you when you're like 40, right? Because there is no statute on what you did. Right? There's no statute on what you did. So like I can come after you when you're 40. I'm going to take all your fucking money away, and while you're in jail for life for the thing that I get you to do, I'm going to sue you for all your money, and I'm going to take you for all your money. And I mean this. I'm very dead serious about this, and I'll do it all on stream too. Not the gun part, but all the rest of it, right? And so this is what I'll do to you if you persist. So, or you can just let it be like the Beatles and move on. And I know you're listening right now. It's prime time. I know you're a little piece of shit kid with nothing to do. I know you're on and you're listening to me right now. Persist and it's over. You know?
Trying to rob everything.
It's over for you.
From their party members.
And they'll let me do it too. When I show them all the pictures and the doxing, they'll let me do it too. They'll let me sue you while you're in jail for everything that you've got. Every last dollar you have and everything you own will become mine. And that will destroy your family. And that's how I'm going to destroy your family too. I'm going to take everything you own, and you won't be able to pay for your wife or your kids or whatever the fuck happens, your boyfriend or whatever your fucking sexual orientation is. You won't be able to have, like, if you're gay, you're going to adopt a kid or whatever, and I'll make it so that you can't support them, right? If you persist. Or you can just let it go. We let bygones be bygones. Or I can take the scripts that I've been given all my life for the Count of Monte Cristo and all the ways to get revenge against you, right? You think I can't do it? I can. I can absolutely get you for everything you own. You have opened yourself up to a criminal. It's very bad. I have no real reason not to basically flay you alive. And I don't suggest you take it to that place. I'll do it while you're in prison. I'll take everything you own while you're in prison. And you'll understand that I meant what I said. I'm not screwing around. It's not some fantasy or whatever. I mean what I say, and I'm going to do it on camera, and I'm going to make a video about it, and and on top of it, the entire world will become your enemy and hate you for what you've done. And they'll know about it too, so you'll never get a job. You'll be the famous dude that cyberbully stalked and got his comeuppance, you know? I don't know your fucking name right now, so like, you know, so just don't be that guy, and we're good.
And everyone else that matters, I would politely...
It's not good to be infamous. What I'm talking about is infamous. When they send bombs in to your mail, right? Some dude doesn't like cyberbullies because he's been cyberbullied all his life, right? So he sends a bomb in the mail to your house. That's what I'm talking about. It's not that ostracization when I show the world who you are. That'll come from them. They'll mail bombs to your house. You know they will. They'll fuck with you really bad. They don't like what you do, and I'll show them who you are. And they'll say to the judge afterwards, well, I hate cyberbullies. I've been dealing with them for 25 years, and this was the worst one. Skycat showed me that this was the worst one or whatever, so I just sent a bomb to his house. You know, and nuts are out. Nuts are out there like that. It sucks, but I mean, it's not like I'm gonna do it. Someone else is gonna do it to you. If you make yourself famous for this, someone else will do that to you. So, like, don't take it to this place. Right now, you got away with this crime scot-free if you leave me alone. But if you take it to this place any further than you have right now today, I'm talking if you do this again, ever again, it's over for you. I will take it there. I promise you. And I won't bargain with you or any of this other stuff. This is the point of no return with me. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. This is the point of no return. I will take it to that place, and I will take you and your family and everybody that you know for everything that they have. I will destroy everything you love. I will take your freedom away, and I will do it right in front of the entire fucking world. Or you can leave me alone. I'm too lazy to do all that, so let me be lazy, please. And, or we can take it to that place, and I promise you, on God, on my father's fucking grave, that's what I'll do. I promise you, on God, on my family, on my mother. I can bring my mother on down here and put her on fucking camera, and I'll say it in front of her. And she'll just accept it. She'll have to. Right? I'll say this in front of God, my father, a judge, a jury. This guy has been threatening me for 14 fucking months, and I'm done with it now. I'm done with you. You threatened a friend now. I'm over with you. I'm done with you. It's over for you for now, right now. If you ever contact me again or leave another follow in my channel or any of that stuff, I'm showing up in your personal fucking life. I'm going to sue you for the fucking 14 months, and I'm going to take everything you own and everything your family owns when you really can't afford it. When you really can't, when it confines you to a prison for the rest of your life and destroys everyone you love. That's what will happen to you. I will take it to that place. Trust me, sooner or later, everyone's going to have to depend on you, like they're doing to me at the age of 40. My mother, my stepfather, my friends, everybody has to depend on me. The money has to come from me, So, and I'm doing it. I'm a man. I'm taking care of my own. And you are threatening my family. You are threatening me. And I will do something about it. I promise you. On my father's grave, on my mother who's still alive, like on everybody, on you, on everybody else, on everybody I've ever met, whatever you believe in front of the jury or anything, in front of the fucking stream, and I'm not scared to say it. I will take it to you. I will absolutely do it. I will take everything you own and everything your family owns. So just, you know, or you can let me be.
Invite you to consider who you're stealing from
Yeah,
in your game.
consider who you're fucking doing this to. You know? It's not a normal person now, is it?
If it's from the other players, that's usually not a good idea because they won't enjoy playing with that as you're taking stuff from them. If you're stealing from the random townsfolk who aren't hurting anybody.
But see, that's what I do. If I come in your base, I'm gonna kit up if I need the kit. I never need the kit, so I don't steal from my friends. But if I come in your base, I'm just kitting up and taking a gun and going out and doing what I need to do because it's fun for me to do that. You know, I've no. When, you know, and honest, it'll be fun. It'll be fun for me to destroy you in front of the entire world. So just, and it is entirely possible for me to do so, and make you the world's joke, and then you get death threats from the world and all this stuff. Your family won't speak to you anymore because they know that someone could show up and attack you for the cyberbullying that you've been blatantly doing. You know what I'm saying? And they won't want to be around you, and your family will leave you to deal with the world. And all this nasty stuff will happen to you. It's what happened to the last guy who fucking threatened me.
Being a jerk to the townsfolk and
I got witnesses. I can bring them on this stream right now. I can bring witnesses on my family, like my family. I can bring them on stream right now and have them tell you what happened to him and what'll happen to you.
The lawful good character in your adventure party might take offense at that. But if you find yourself in a situation,
or you can leave me alone,
where something needs to be stolen, someone is evil, perhaps the Sheriff of Nottingham, for example, perhaps you're...
Go through all that trauma and all that threatening and all that problems and all that abuse and shit, or you just leave me alone and it's 3 words and we're done. What do you think's better, you fucking idiot?
Your adventure party would be...
Like there, when you do leave me alone like you're doing right now, thank God, right? We're good. And I'm going to stop the broken record. I promise. I'm going to stop right now. I'm going to stop. We're going to get off this subject now.
More inclined to help out if you...
I said what I needed to say.
Them in the heist. Help them figure out that you guys all need to steal money from this one thing. Make them a part of the team and make it a real good team effort.
Yeah, they want the team effort, and I don't care about the team. That's the other thing. Like, okay, my old clan leader, Tay, he couldn't actually stand me. He loves me, but he can't actually stand me. Because I don't value anything. I don't care about anything. I just want to have fun. And that's just not conductive to anything at all.
To steal the money and...
I'm just as likely to go off and drive a boat just for fun as I am to get him sulfur. And I did. And I always lived like that. And he knew that I was the house cat. I do as I please. They call me cat because for a reason. I do as I please. I'm just there. You know, I'm just there in the background trying to be a cat. You can smile at me and leave me alone. Or you can, you know, threaten me and get the fucking Grampy tank up your ass. You know?
And build wealth for the party rather than just for you. You help the party, you also get wealthy. I feel like a lot of times when players are playing these kind of characters and they decide that the character wants to steal something, I feel like it's not so much about them.
Don't threaten a maniac. I mean, it's the best advice you're ever going to hear. Don't threaten a maniac. Trust me, I'm a fucking maniac. I'm the first one, I'll tell you right now. Anybody who knows me, they'll tell you. I'm a fucking maniac. I am a maniac. Don't threaten me. It's just not the right... I'm not the right guy. Not the right guy. I'll come right to your door.
Money? The money?
With the world and the camera and the cops. I'll come right to your door. Like a maniac. Don't threaten me.
Game that the characters are getting, but it's more about...
And that's it. I promise. We're going to stop.
About just the idea that they are taking something away from another character, and that's what drives them, I feel like. That's my opinion.
I'm the house cat. I'll take what I want. I'll eat what I want. I'll live what I want. I don't work. I don't do anything for you. If I do, here you go. I don't care about anything. I don't care about loot or your life or any of that stuff.
But I would like to say maybe just put your other player characters off limits so you don't steal from them.
Yeah.
You can ask them for things. They'll likely give.
It was so weird growing up. Most people couldn't stand it. They're like, who the fuck are you? You are not a human being. And I'm like, I know. I'm not a human being. Not really. I'm like Lil Wayne or something like that. I'm not a human being 3 or whatever, because it's just like, I'm not a human being. I'm not the right guy to fuck with, trust me. Like,
give you things if you ask nicely. They do that.
Yeah. So I'm asking you nicely, finally. This is the point of no return.
But then think about more of where you can steal from that will help the story progress, that will make your character a little more interesting. I think it's much more interesting a character.
I'll do a video.
That steals money is one thing, but I think it's more interesting to find a rogue type character that likes to steal ancient relics from cults, for example, or likes to steal family heirlooms from evil families.
What's wrong with that? I can see how a man could derive a lot of satisfaction out of that. Maybe I should go to Germany in my old age and live as a cat burglar, right? Maybe I should embrace burglary and go rob Nazi families. People who had families who were in the Nazi party. Rich German families who were in the Nazi party. Or maybe Serbs, maybe some of Hassad's friends, right? Go rob Hassad's friends. Treat real life like Rust, right? And go rob rich Nazis. I think that would actually be so fun. I have no problem with doing that. No moral objection. Nothing at all. What's wrong with stealing from Nazis, though? What's wrong with stealing from Nazis? They're not people.
Those kind of things where the character has a very specific type of thing.
I mean, I don't have a reason to do it, so I probably won't. But I mean, I can see how a man could derive a lot of satisfaction out of that. Funny things that you hear, right? These funny things that come up in the chaotic neutral video. I think that's a very chaotic neutral thing to do. I don't care about rich people who are thieves. I don't care about their lives or their kids. I don't care about their people or their friends or their lives. If they're rapists or, it never occurred to me to be a professional thief, but only ever steal from really rotten people. And so you spend your whole life casing people like some kind of psychotic serial killer, but all you really want to do is rob them for the most valuable thing that they have because they were in the Nazi party or their family was, or they're in Assad's army, or they're like, what's that fantasy that they always tell on American television? They're like Taliban, they're like rich Taliban, right? Taliban doesn't exist, that's a fantasy, but there is some nasty terrorism stuff going on. And you can just find one of them and rob their compound. I think that'd be kind of fun. Because humans are stupid. You'd be surprised how often they just leave that shit unlocked. They think they're so safe because they spent $50 million, but nah, it turns out in the end, all those guns and all that money and all that security and everything, nah, it turns out they left the entire compound unlocked one Sunday and went on down to the bar. I know how they are. They're like, trust me, the rich people are so stupid and careless. They really are. And I would just go on down to the compound, walk in there, take the painting, walk out of there, go sell it at Christie's, and if anybody asks me, you tell them who owned it. And are they gonna say anything? No. Are they gonna tell the cops? No. You can take the picture of the guy's house with the painting in it, right? Things you could do as a was that someone knocking? Hello? No, I shook the house with my big fat body. So, I'm done with this cord finally, and I can charge my other vape. I'm sorry. So, why not go on down there? Okay, I think that there's a particular Mexican cartel that's responsible for dumping a whole bunch of, I'm talking about like hundreds of girls in the desert. I might go after those guys and steal their paintings and their cocaine and their money, their cash money. Show up at Escobar's house. There's a job I could see actually taking. People are like, what do you want to do for work? What's your life's career? And I'd say now, online historian, right? Who did his own library, like some kind of fucking psycho, right? Is my job. But I mean, I could see ripping off cartels, ripping off drug dealers, ripping off criminals, rapists, cultural elite. You know, Bill Gates is supposedly poor, but I don't really buy it. I bet he's got cash somewhere. And I would go after Bill Gates because he rode the Lolita Express. And he fucked children. And so I would go after Bill Gates, maybe see what kind of money he's hiding, you know. I never thought about going and stealing from bad people. But that's a chaotic neutral thing that I absolutely could do and would absolutely love, that my brain is like designed to do. Like literally when I was a kid, my best friend asked me what I thought my job was going to be. And I told him bank robber. Like Heat. But not a bank robber, right? There's an earlier robbery scene in Heat where they're like at a fucking, like they're like breaking into a fucking safe in a compound somewhere, and they're stealing from a criminal who deals dirty forged art, right? And I was like, that's what I want to do for a living. And he was like, you are fucking crazy. And he was just laughing, you know, you are crazy. Are you serious? And I was like, yes, I want to be like Robert De Niro in Heat. And I want to rob rich people from their safes and their compounds with fancy stuff like cameras and drones and M16 so I can get out of the cops and all that other stuff like Heat and just never get caught, right? I don't ever intend to get caught. I'm looking for crimes that I can prove to society that I left no trace, right? I left zero trace, not even a carbon fiber of evidence, right? And be a master criminal, right? And steal from shitty, like, rapist drug dealers and shitty, like, I've met some shitty rapist drug dealers that I would really love to rip off in my lifetime, just in Denver, that I would really love to fucking, like, really love. I would love to rob them. Like, not at gunpoint. I would never threaten their lives. I don't want to hurt them. They're just people. But I would absolutely love to take their property. And that's when I think stealing, that's an example of how stealing could be good. You know, stealing could be good. These guys, stealing can be good. It's a horrible, horrible message to tell the kids. But I mean, if you're robbing somebody who's really, really bad, I don't know how bad that is, right? Sticking up drug dealers like Omar from fucking Wire, you know, The Wire, was something that was like very entertaining for me to watch. And I think maybe I would never stick a human being up with a gun. I would never take a gun to a human being situation. That's how people get shot. I would just show up in their house when they're off at the bar or whatever and take their $10 million painting, you know? And then go sell that bitch at Christie's. And if anybody asks me, you show them a picture of who owned it and what they do. And they're like, oh yeah, okay, well yeah, I'll buy this painting from you, sure. Right? And no, I'm not going to tell anybody where I got it. No. So I just went in his house when he was at the bar, cracked his safe and took the painting or whatever. And I just left, you know, and I left zero trace, you know. And I was a master cat burglar, and this is the painting, and he was a Nazi. He's a cartel drug dealer. He killed 19 people last year or whatever. This is the picture of him. Here's the news article. Here's the scrapbook I made of the guy I stole the painting from. If you really want to tell him I stole the painting, please do, because I stole his painting and I don't care. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care if he wants to kill me or whatever. I don't care if people want to kill me. I've already had people try to kill me. You know, like I've had that happen like a lot. So like, you know. Yeah, and I stick up Donald Trump for his dirty child sex money, you know, or you know, and I never show in any verifiable way. They just like, oh, I'm a ghost, my painting's gone, and the ghost is gone, and there's no evidence, fingerprints, no laser proof, you know, like that movie Entrapment or whatever, where Catherine Zeta-Jones is showing her beautiful behind, and she's going up and over and down lasers and shit. I would do shit like that if it meant stealing from bad people, because that was kind of what I was put on the earth to do. Now, honestly, it is. It's like, that's kind of like, honestly, if I had to guess at what my life's job actually is, if I were to do it, which I would never do because I'm just too lazy to do a life's career, you know, I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything at all. So, you know, it's like, I don't care that you stalk me. Honestly, I just don't want the loss of freedom. So, like, you know, so, yeah. And so I would go rob artwork from drug dealers and cartel people who kill people, and like, you know, rapists and stuff and child molesters. There's a lot of child molesters who are rich because they go do a bid for like 8 years in Chino or whatever for child molestation and shit, but they were always rich in the first place, and the system can't really take their money away. So when they get out of jail, some of those guys still have like 10 or 20 million dollars, and then they just go right back to buying little boys or whatever the fuck they do. So I want to go after those people, and that's kind of what I was put on this earth to do. I don't think it's streamer or entertainer. I think that's part of it. I think that's part of it. But what I really would like to do is rob bad people, not at gunpoint, but in a cat burglar manner.
Like to steal.
You know, I don't want to hurt anybody or threaten them or scare them. You know, that's not my job. No, that's not my job. No, I don't want to harm them or scare them or anything. I don't care if they cry afterwards about the stolen painting. But I do care that, like, I don't want to scare or threaten them or terrorize them. That's not what I'm there to do. I'm there to take money from a really, really bad person, because why should a bad person have money? Why should a bad person have money? This stream sniper, why should he have any money? Which is why it makes it very easy for me to come after you. Why should you have any money? You're a criminal, you know?
And they can find it,
it makes it very easy for me to want to come after you and tell the whole world that I'm doing it, too. I'll do it right on camera.
So much more interesting.
You're a bad person. You're a criminal. I can steal from you and your family just fine. Hello. Hi, Zelly.
Me.
Oh, I wonder if the server is up, huh? Yeah, Rust exists, and I forgot. Yeah. Let's go see if the server's up, huh? I'm talking about robbing bad people.
Than someone who just...
Because I'm chaotic neutral, and I don't care. I don't care about their feelings. I don't care what they do. I just don't think bad people should have money. I like, you know, because I think it leads to them doing more bad things. So I was thinking, like, what is my life's career? And it's not streamer. I don't think. I think if I had a choice, like if I was not a lazy person, but I'm just too lazy. If I wasn't lazy, if I really pursued a life's career, I think I would rob bad cartel rapist people and killers and stuff. And I would rob them for their fancy paintings and their cocaine and their money, you know. And because I really don't believe bad people should have money. And I think I would tell them I was doing it. And I think I would tell the world I was doing it. And then when I sold the painting, I would tell the person that bought the painting what I did. And I would hide from the police, but I would not hide what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what I was put on this earth to do. And the only reason that I don't is I'm just too lazy, because I'm actually chaotic neutral. That pursuing a life's goal is just too much commitment for me. So the world got lucky. All the bad people of the world kind of got lucky with me, because I would have targeted me some Trumps. I think about robbing Trump all the time. I'm like, man, how could I get some of that money away from this guy? He was in Jeffrey's Black Book. I mean, you know, he's a child rapist. How can I rob Trump? I want to go to Mar-a-Lago and rob Trump, and I don't care if the security doesn't want me to do that. I'm going to do it anyways. And I don't care about it morally, and I don't care to tell anybody about it either. I'll tell anybody who cares to listen. And if the system comes after me, I'll tell them why I did it, and then no jury in the land will convict me. You know what I'm saying? I'll stand up there in the court trial. You stole a painting from Pablo Escobar, man. You can't just steal from Pablo Escobar, man. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Watch the jury. Hi, jury. Hi. And the judge is like, don't talk to the jury. And I'm like, I want to talk to the jury one time. Please, it's my right. And the judge is like, fine. Okay. Hi, jury. I just want you to know that you shouldn't convict me because I robbed a rapist cartel murderer who shouldn't have money. That's all. Bye. If you send me to jail, I understand. I love you guys. If you don't, I promise you I will never threaten you or yours or your family or ever show up in your lives or ever do anything bad to anybody that you love. I don't do anything but hurt bad people. And you know what? The jury's gonna drop it. They're gonna drop it. They're gonna say non-guilty. They're gonna say non-guilty for me. They're gonna say no. He turns out he's not guilty of the crime. No. And I'll put it on YouTube, and Pablo Escobar wants to kill me or whatever, but I don't care about Pablo Escobar wanting to kill me. I go back like Steely to my mountain, I go back with all the stuff I stole, away from all the people who want to kill me, back to my side, like underground nuclear silo in Colorado somewhere. So they start hunting underground silos, and the FBI busts them finally, because they go hunting on underground silos trying to kill me for stealing their painting, you know? And so the FBI kills them, you know? That'd be funny. Like that's the life that's how crazy I am. That's literally how crazy I am. I try to warn people, but they don't listen. That is what I would do for a living. That is my job. That is what I would do for a living. I would rob rapists and I would rob killers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially child rapists. I'll go after Trump and Mar-a-Lago. I'm sure he's got something up in there. Probably some kind of grand piano or something dumb that's worth like, you know, $10 million or something dumb, you know, maybe a diamond necklace from Ivanka or whatever. It'd be, you know, cat burglar, right? Why is my name Cat? I don't know. Maybe it's because I was a cat burglar. You know what I'm saying? I could see being a cat burglar. I really could, but only on rich bad people. I don't think rich bad people should have money.
It's a couple tin gold.
Your video is not showing. My video is not showing. My video is not showing? What video? Oh, my face. Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, my camera has glitched. Thank you, Zelly. I don't know, but I'm going to redo the camera driver because Streamlabs sucks. And we look for a photo capture, video capture device. And we see if it can re-see the camera. And there we are. Hello, loves. Hi, I love you. I love you so much. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? I love my community. I love them. Hi. So we are talking about chaotic neutral, which is in fitting with the Baldur's Gate 3 thing that I'm doing, which is like, if you want to understand what my personality is, it is chaotic neutral. If it's fun, I'll do it. Otherwise, I don't have really any loyalty. I don't really have any care. I don't really care about anything, and I don't value anything, including money. Because I don't care. I'm in it for the fun. So one of the things I was thinking would be incredibly fun is being a cat burglar who robs bad people. That's something chaotic neutral could do very, very well. Because you're not there to hurt them. You just don't really believe that rich bad people should have money, you know?
Something that also often happens.
You can prove them bad because they like, you know, went to jail for raping and murdering and pillaging and shit for like 10, 15 years, but they get out and they go to their mansion full of money that they stole from people and got by selling drugs and shit, right? And I'm talking about those are the people I would rob. And if anybody ever fucking crosses me by asking why, I just hold up a newspaper article about who they actually are. And I say, yeah, I rob bad people. Do you really want to convict me? And the cop's going to say no. No, actually, I probably don't. They would call that vigilanteism, and you tell the cop, I'll never meet the guy. I'll never be in the same room with him. I'll never harm him. I'm not there to harm him. I'm there to make sure that bad people don't have money. You know, I think that's really what my life's purpose was supposed to be, and I didn't do it. I was a taxi driver instead. Don't do things that you shouldn't do. Right? Do whatever it is you think you might be. All the time. Don't ever catch yourself doing 13 years as a taxi driver or something that you don't want to do, right? Don't ever find yourself doing that. You always want to be doing whatever it is that you think you're there to do on this earth, right? Even if it's stalking, right? Even if it's stalking. Just don't stalk me.
Tabletop games is the characters will start a business. They need
and we're good.
To have some sort of income, a little more than running around doing quests. You as
like I'll hand a gun to a stranger, I don't care, and say, well, just don't shoot me. You know, I don't care who you shoot, just don't shoot me. You know what I'm saying?
The chaotic neutral might have some contacts that can help.
Like that's a quote from LA Confidential from Kevin Spacey, who, by the way, they didn't convict. Kevin Spacey, free like OJ all day. Yeah. And I don't believe Kevin Spacey raped a man. I just really don't. I don't believe he sexually harassed a man. I don't believe he did that. I thought, well, I mean, I'm sure he did something improper that he maybe should have done jail time for. But I don't think they should have canceled him for it. I think he was just attracted to a man. And he's rich. And I think they went after him for his money, you know? Kevin Spacey does not strike me as a rapist, you know? I'm sorry. Harvey Weinstein did. But like Kevin Spacey did not strike me as a male rapist at all. At all. That's not the eyes. That's not the vibe. I mean, that one was hard for me to stomach. And sure enough, they did not convict. They dropped that one. He did not. I mean, I don't know if he committed the crime or not, but I know that that they didn't want him for it. They let him go.
And get this business started, or find some better, higher paying gigs. That
some was fucky with that one. It was like a just a sheer attempt at taking his money, I think. You know, something was kind of fucky with that one. And on top of it, it had a really destructive thing because it screwed over House of Cards and my almost favorite actress, you know, House of Cards, what's her name? House of Cards cast, right? It's Jenny from Forrest Gump, you know? Jenny from Forrest Gump, Robin Wright. She's one of my favorite actresses of all time. Jenny. We all love Jenny, you know? So like this shit that this person did to Kevin Spacey fucked Robin Wright's entire fucking career. It fucked it. It flipped it over like a mattress or whatever. It fucked it in the ass. Poor Robin Wright got fucked by this. Fucked by it. And I have a lot of sympathy for her and House of Cards because they worked so hard on that show. And I wanted 25 seasons out of House of Cards. And I'm dead serious. I wanted 25 seasons out of House of Cards. And I thought Frank Underwood needed to be portrayed. And I think the whole thing kind of stinks of them shutting down the portrayal of the Clintons. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing kind of stinks of deep state politics and stuff. They really didn't like that Kevin Spacey portrayed Bill Clinton. You know, they really didn't like that. They didn't like that they showed him having sex wantonly, like cheating on his wife and all this stuff, and you know, just to produce relationships with the press before he murdered them and stuff. You know, it was just weird. And like, so he did a frank portrayal of Bill Clinton, and they fucking went after him for it, I think. And they dropped that case. They couldn't even make it stick either. That's what they do. They false accuse. It's fucked up. I don't know if he raped a man or whatever the allegation was there. I wasn't there. So I don't know with this one. But I don't see a rapist here. I'm sorry. I don't. I can sniff out a rapist pretty good. They always have a certain look, you know. And this isn't it. That is not it. That's why would he throw away $100+ million career to rape a dude? You know, you gotta wonder, you know, like that's the thought. That's the first thought that's gonna go through his head, is even if he's like sex crazed and he really wants to fuck that dude or whatever, right? The first thought going through his head is, why would I throw a Hollywood career away to rape somebody when I can just go buy a hooker? You know, why the fuck would Kevin Spacey rape someone? You know. The same was true with Bill Clinton, but Bill Cosby, excuse me, Bill Cosby. But like, Bill Cosby was a rapist. He was a sick rapist. But like, you know, in hiding in plain sight too. But like but that was not Kevin. Like 30 people didn't come forward trying to get Kevin Spacey. One person did.
Work,
you know, and that one person dropped the case. I mean, maybe they NDA'd or bought him out or whatever, but still, I don't know. Like, I don't think Kevin Spacey held him down and thrust his penis into this guy. I don't think that was rape. You know, I don't think that, you know, whatever that happened there, that was not rape. It's some weird gray definition of it. It's molestation. Molestation should ruin Kevin Spacey's career, I think. But the question is, why would he molest somebody when he has $100 million? He could just buy a hooker. The motivation isn't there. And I think that's why they dropped the case. They dropped the case. That the motivation just was not there. Why would he ever harass anybody? He can buy a fucking hooker on Rodeo. High-class Rodeo male hooker that looks like the hottest man on the planet for, you know, $2,000 an hour or something like that. And Kevin Spacey can do that every night for the rest of his life, you know, because he has that much money, you know. Why would he ever molest somebody? It didn't stick, that story.
Might be able to help out your party in that way and make everyone a little more,
you know,
rich.
Go on down to Rodeo, get yourself a nice $2,000 hooker, you know. Why would you ever go molest somebody when you're Kevin Spacey? It didn't stick and it shouldn't have. I'm not trying to defend a rapist. I'm saying that one was fucky. I believe a whole bunch of them are rapists, and I'm not trying to defend them. I'm saying that one smelled like yesterday's diaper. That one stank like yesterday's diaper, man. It didn't read right.
When we talk about freedom and the idea behind freedom, it often comes with these kind of the concept or the
yeah, like people don't understand what freedom to me means. It means no molestation, no harassment, nobody telling me what to do, nobody trying to sway me or tell me where to go or tell me how good I am or how bad I am or anything. I just want complete freedom from what anybody thinks about what I do, where I go, and where I am. And if I have people around me, it's because I like them and I want them around me, right? Like Sally and Steph. Wonderful people, never crossed me, never lied to me, never done anything wrong, never, you know, etc. And that's why they're in my trio. You know, they're great people. You know, they're in my stream right now. You know, they're great people. So let's go see if the Rust wipe has started. I don't think it has, but I definitely am getting nervous and I'm losing a lot of time now. So let's go save out, and I'm gonna go see if Rust is up. If it's not, I'll just go right back to Baldur's Gate 3. But I mean. Yeah, and we have to wait for the cloud save. I can't even leave. It's better to have it do it while the game's up, I think, because it doesn't want you to have this up here cluttering your screen. It is necessary, but it doesn't want to. But if you leave the game, it takes like 10 minutes for some reason. So